Imagine getting tossed into a MURIM world, where cultivators and martial artists roam, wielding insane powers. Sounds like a dream, right? Wrong. To survive, you take the only path left, demonic cultivation. The power is unmatched, but the price? Everyone hates you. You're branded a villain, hunted by every righteous sect like you're some kind of final boss. Just when it seems like your story's about to end, fate decides to mess with you. An ancient mirror drags you into another dimension, and boom, you're smack in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. But here's the catch. Your demonic arts? They're perfect for this world. You start turning transcendent humans, basically the strongest of the strong, into unstoppable, overpowered zombies. You build an army, and when the mirror spits you back into the MURIM world, you're not the same. You're a monster now, stronger than anyone can imagine. And the best part? You can jump between worlds. The righteous sects that once hunted you, they're about to regret every damn decision they've made. It all starts in Shinhi City, where rumors are spreading like wildfire about the notorious Wuji sect, infamous for their gruesome demonic arts. Fear grips the city, but some reassure the crowd that righteous cultivators have arrived to destroy the sect. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure passing by overhears everything with some kind of secret technique. He pauses, tilts his hat and turns back. He mutters, "Looks like I can't stay here for long. I've been hunted by these bastards for over a year now. What a pity to live like this." That's Chu Xian, our protagonist. And guess what? He's an inner disciple of the Wuji sect. The sect that sends people and righteous cultivators into a frenzy. But as I mentioned, he's not even from this world. Chu Xian is an earthling who got ice-skate into the Chagzun continent with no family, no background, no cheat system, no maxed out stats, and no girl. Poor guy. But our MC isn't having it, so he took matters into his own hands, walking the dark path of demonic cultivation. Through sheer grit and ruthless determination, he clawed his way into the Wuji sect, the largest and strongest sect in Yugua. To survive, he mastered everything: worm cultivation, poison arts, disguise, corpse puppetry, you name it. After years of relentless effort, he finally reached the chi refining stage, poised to be accepted as an inner disciple by the sect elders. But fate had other plans. Out of nowhere, the first ancestor of the sect went mad and perished, leaving the Wuji sect vulnerable. The 5 major orthodox sects pounced, branding them a demonic cult and slaughtering them mercilessly. The Wuji sect was obliterated, its disciples massacred. The few survivors, like Chu Xian, were now hunted like animals. Back in the present, Chu Xian leaned against a shadowy wall, his hat falling to the ground as a wave of pain hit him. His voice was strained, trembling with desperation. The blood transformation and soul seizure art. It needs so much blood essence, feeding the worms flesh and blood. If I don't get resources soon, the backlash will kill me. But he gritted his teeth, pushing himself forward. A cold resolve filled his gaze. Today, he was going to meet someone, a surviving junior disciple, his only hope to replenish his resources. He turned back to a bar behind him and spotted a figure cloaked in blue sitting alone. The figure seemed to shift uneasily as Chu Xian approached. With a nervous smile, the junior disciple greeted him cautiously. "Brother Chu Xian, you're finally here. You don't look well. Are you alright?" Chu Xian's gaze was cold, his piercing eyes betraying no emotion as he cut straight to the point. "Have you brought the items?" The junior brother hesitated, glancing around nervously, his hands trembling slightly. "Brother, you're still practicing our sex techniques? If the orthodox sects find out, you're dead." Chu Xian's expression darkened, a sharp edge cutting through his words as he replied, his tone icy and laced with frustration. "They've already sentenced us to death. Whether I cultivate demonic arts or not, what difference does it make?" The junior disciple's hands fumbled as he handed over a bag of demon beast blood beads, their crimson glow reflecting in Chu Xian's eyes. But then, a chill ran down his spine. His instincts screamed at him, his body tensing as he discreetly activated his listening technique. The tiny snail embedded in his ear came alive, and what he heard sent a surge of cold fury through him. "Using a traitor to lure out these Wuji stragglers. It never fails. Once we capture him, strip him of his belongings and drain him dry, we'll be rich." Betrayal. Chu Xian's knuckles turned white as he clenched the beads, his calm exterior masking the storm brewing within. "Junior brother, I still need the blood spirit pills. Can you get them?" Xian's voice was calm but commanding, his cold gaze fixed on his junior brother. The younger man hesitated, shifting uncomfortably before responding. "I do have some, but they're usually for Foundation establishment cultivators." His voice trailed off as realization struck, and his eyes widened with excitement. "Could it be that you? Have you found Uncle Lu and the others?" He shot to his feet, his excitement almost tangible. But Xian's expression didn't waver. Instead, his gaze grew sharper. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. His voice was as cold as ice, leaving no room for argument. If you have the blood spirit pill, take it out quickly. The sudden chill in his tone froze the younger man in place, but anger quickly replaced the excitement in his eyes. The blood spirit pill is expensive. The junior brother snapped, his voice rising. Senior brother, you probably can't afford it, can you? But then, a sly grin crept across his face as he leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to something more calculated. If you take me to Uncle Lou, and we get protection from a foundation-building cultivator like him, I'll give it to you for free. He paused for a moment to let his words sink in before adding, I'll even throw in a middle-grade spirit stone. A middle-grade spirit stone, worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. The offer wasn't a small one, but Xian didn't flinch. His lips curved into a faint grin as his hand reached for his chin, his expression unreadable. Although the risk is high, seeing how sincere you are, he handed over his own middle-grade spirit stone with an air of calculated calm, his smirk hinting that he already had a plan brewing to get it back. Without another word, the two left the bar, the tension between them simmering under the surface. From the shadows, a group of men watched their departure with sinister smiles. He Liang went with him, their leader said, his voice dripping with malice. Unexpectedly, today we've caught a big fish. His grin widened as he continued, if we capture another foundation-building cultivator, the rewards will be incredible. Not just the sex merit rewards, but even the dead's assets would be worth far more than wasting time on self-cultivation. The men chuckled darkly, their eyes gleaming with greed as they moved to set their trap. At the temple, the atmosphere grew heavier with every step down the underground tunnel. The damp air clung to their skin, and the flickering torchlight cast eerie shadows on the walls. Junior brother broke the silence, his voice tinged with both admiration and unease. Senior brother is still the most reliable. This small courtyard and the underground tunnel are truly flawless. But how much longer do we have to walk? His voice wavered slightly as he glanced around, the growing darkness gnawing at his nerves. We're almost there, Xian replied, his tone steady and emotionless. But then, he stopped abruptly, turning back to face his junior brother. His crimson eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, and his lips curled into a chilling smile. But if you're in a hurry, junior brother. His voice dropped, dripping with malice. Senior brother will accompany you for a while then? Before the younger man could even process the words, Xian struck. The force of the attack was brutal, sending the junior brother flying backward. His body crashed through the temple doors, splintering wood and stone, before skidding across the rough stone floor outside. The ambushers outside are confused and shocked, unable to do anything, so they rush to their injured ally. Blood smeared the ground as Liang struggled to lift his battered body, his voice weak but urgent. Downstairs. His words came out in gasps as he pointed a trembling hand toward the temple. Chu Xian and Lu Jinxiong are both downstairs. Don't worry about me, don't let them escape. The ambushers outside sprang into action at his words. Rush in. Kill everyone, their leader barked, his voice sharp and commanding. They stormed down the stairs, but as they reached the bottom, they froze at the sight before them. A shriveled corpse lay sprawled on the ground, its skin clinging to the bone, as if it had been drained of all life. Huh! Someone muttered, their voice trembling with confusion. Master, there's a dry corpse here. The leader stepped forward, his expression darkening as he crouched beside the body. With a flick of his magic, he analyzed the scene, his voice grim as he whispered, how brutal. The skin and scalp have been peeled off. His eyes widened as the realization hit him like a thunderclap. Is this Liang? His voice cracked with panic as he shot to his feet, his gaze darting toward the stairs. The one outside is Chu Xian. Head back. We've been tricked. Far away, outside Jinghe City, Xian tore off the human leather mask, his face twisting in disgust as he tossed it to the ground. The temporary human leather mask is really uncomfortable to wear, he muttered to himself. His eyes narrowed as he reflected on the events that had just transpired. Thanks to the listening bugs, I was able to figure out the ambush in advance, and see through He Liang's betrayal. His voice was calm, but a flicker of bitterness lingered in his tone. But even if I can escape for now, how can I escape forever? He gazed into the distance, his thoughts growing heavier. Am I supposed to join those orthodox sects as well? No, it's not possible. If I changed my path to the orthodox sect, I'd have to discard all my previous cultivation, which carries a high risk of backlash. More than that, with my aptitude, cultivating righteous techniques might mean I'd never even reach the foundation building stage. Only demonic arts, with their low thresholds and quick results, can give someone like me a chance at immortality. His voice was steady, filled with quiet determination. Later, in a glowing cave, Chu Xian examined his spoils, his hands trembling with anticipation. Among them was a mysterious artifact from the Wuji sect's treasure vault. As he activated it, a vision of a ruined, apocalyptic city appeared, sending a jolt of shock through him. Why does this look like Earth? My Earth, but destroyed. What the hell happened? Before he could react, the artifact pulled him in, and he stumbled into the desolate wasteland, his eyes widening in horror at the scene before him. A zombie gnawing on a corpse. Zombies? What the hell is this? The undead swarmed him, their groans chilling his blood, but Chu Xian's survival instincts roared to life. Blood-red worms erupted from his hands, slicing through the zombies with savage precision. He watched in stunned amazement as the worms thrived on the zombies' flesh, a twisted hope igniting within him. Wait, could zombies count as living beings? If I use their flesh and blood to cultivate my techniques and feed the worms? His dark grin returned, his heart pounding with exhilaration as the worms feasted. This entire city, no, this entire planet will become my resource pool. Killing zombies won't provoke heavenly punishment. I can cultivate freely. I can finally pursue what I never dared dream of before. Immortality. As more zombies charged toward him, Chu Xian stood tall, his blood worms writhing in anticipation. His voice was calm but resolute, filled with unshakable determination. Eternal life, no matter the cost. On a mountain of rotting zombie corpses, Chu Xian stood tall, his long robe stained with blood and his crimson eyes gleaming with satisfaction. A grin tugged at his lips as he declared, "In just a short while, I've broken through from the 4th to the 5th layer of qi refining. This place truly is a holy land for cultivating demonic arts." Below him, weak zombies aimlessly shuffled, searching for prey. Chu Xian glanced down at them, unimpressed. However, personally hunting down zombies to absorb their energy is too damn troublesome. It's time to try refining summoning corpses to do the work for me. He rubbed his temple and sighed, his disdain evident. But refining corpses requires strong bodies filled with deep resentment as the material. Only then will the refined corpses have good potential. His gaze returned to the pathetic zombies beneath him. Their sluggish movements and empty eyes annoyed him. These guys? Worthless trash. Impossible to work with. Straightening his posture, he crossed his arms behind his back in a commanding Napoleon pose and announced, "Oh well, for now, I'll use this place as a temporary base. In such a large mall, I should be able to find new suitable targets." The scene shifted to a bespectacled man, his face pale with fear, surrounded by a horde of hungry zombies. He screamed desperately, "Tiger bro, please save me!" His eyes darted to a blonde man standing smugly on the upper floor, clutching a bag of supplies. "Didn't you say that as long as I distracted the zombies, you'd come save me once you finished collecting the resources? My mom and sister still need me. I can't die here." But the blonde man's response was anything but sympathetic. With a wicked smile, he taunted, "Oh dear, I think I forgot to tell you. Your mom died yesterday. How could the Linquan gang waste resources on a 60-year-old woman?" The bespectacled man froze in disbelief, his voice trembling. "What did you say?" The blonde man shrugged nonchalantly, turning to leave. "Thank you for sacrificing your life for me. After you die, I'll take care of your sister." The bespectacled man screamed in despair as the zombies closed in, ripping into his flesh. With his dying breath, he cursed, "Tang Hu, you'll definitely receive your retribution." But Tang Hu, the blonde man, only chuckled darkly as he dashed off with his supplies. "Humph, what retribution? The rules of this world have always been survival of the fittest." Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching. From the shadows, Chu Xian observed the scene with a calculating gaze. A twisted plan formed in his mind as he muttered to himself, Wait a moment, this man's physique is quite impressive. Perfect material for refining a corpse." Tang Hu stopped in his tracks, sensing danger. He turned to see Chu Xian standing eerily still, his strange outfit and aura instantly filling him with unease. Pulling out a dagger, Tang Hu snarled, "Who the hell are you?" Chu Xian's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I mean, your physique is quite good. You'll make a fine servant for me." Tang Hu's face twisted in anger. "You're courting death," he roared, lunging at Chu Xian with his dagger. But before the blade could reach its target, a red flash sliced through the air. Tang Hu stumbled back in shock, staring at his broken dagger. The source? A bloodworm, writhing and biting the blade into pieces. Tang Hu clutched his bleeding palm, his confidence shattered. Fear crept into his voice as he thought, "This man, he can control insects? Is he a transcendent being too? There's no way I can beat him." Quickly shifting tactics, Tang Hu put on his most charming smile. "My brother-in-law is Zhao Hong of the Linquan gang. For his sake, let me go. You can even have this bag of supplies." Chu Xian raised a brow, unimpressed. "The Linquan gang?" Tang Hu nodded eagerly. Don't you know? The Lingquan Gang is the largest organization in Dongwu City. My brother-in-law, Xiao Hong, is the leader and a transcendent. He's 10 times stronger than me. Chu Xian chuckled darkly, his voice laced with mockery. If he's only 10 times stronger than a mere mortal like you, then there's nothing to worry about. Before Tang Hu could respond, Chu Xian's bloodworms lashed out, binding him in midair. Tang Hu screamed in terror as he was dragged toward a golden ritual cauldron, surrounded by glowing red sigils and 4 skulls. Once I use my secret technique on you, Chu Xian explained coldly, you'll become a sturdy corpse soldier. Tang Hu thrashed against the bloodworms, his voice breaking. Wait. We have no enmity between us. Why are you trying to kill me? Chu Xian leaned in close, his voice a chilling whisper. Didn't you just say? The rule of this world is survival of the fittest. Killing someone like you won't even diminish my karma. With a flick of his finger, Chu Xian released Tang Hu into the bubbling cauldron. Tang Hu's screams of agony echoed through them all, fading as his body dissolved into the boiling liquid. Moments later, blue liquid shaped like skulls dripped from the cauldron's edges. Chu Xian watched with gleaming eyes as the refining process began. You're simply perfect for refining into a yin corpse. The Vajra corpse refining technique of the corpse puppet sect will make you impervious to blades and spears, with immense strength. Once complete, you'll rival a chi refining stage cultivator. 3 days later, a red hand with sharp claws emerged from the cauldron. Tang Hu had been reborn, a grade 2 corpse soldier with glowing red eyes and a fiery crimson light burning in his stomach. Chu Xian clapped his hands, grinning. I can't believe my first corpse refinement was such a success. Summoning a magical tool in the form of a red tower. Low-grade magical tool, corpse nurturing tower. Used for storing, nurturing, and appraising yin corpses, Chu Xian shouted. Appraisal! The tool analyzed the new yin corpse and returned its details. Grade 2 corpse soldier. Innate spells, bloodthirst technique, golden light incantation. Chu Xian couldn't hide his excitement. Not bad! It's not only reached grade 2, but its innate spells complement each other perfectly. This yin corpse could even rival a chi refining 4th layer cultivator. He turned to his new creation, a proud smile on his face. I'll call you Xiao Xi. Now go and collect zombie flesh for me. With a growl, Xiao Xi leapt into action, tearing through hordes of zombies with ease. In a flash, he returned with a shopping cart full of zombie corpses, presenting them like groceries. Chu Xian, casually eating ramen, patted Xiao Xi's head. Well done! You've greatly improved my cultivation efficiency. Chu Xian mused to himself. Who would have thought that someone like me, barely surviving in the Tsengshuan continent, would become a powerful figure with life and death at my command in this world? All of this is thanks to the blood mirror that brought me here. His expression darkened slightly as he glanced at the now pitch-black mirror. It's unfortunate that the teleportation stopped working. But no matter. I'll continue to cultivate my demonic arts on this zombie-infested planet. When the time is right, I'll return to the Tsengshuan continent stronger than ever. And with that, the demonic king of 2 worlds plotted his next steps. The Haohai Hotel is where it all begins, a high-rise bloodbath waiting to happen. Here, we find a trembling guy in a green jacket bowing his head trembling in fear. He's stammering apologies to a man who looks like Toji Fushiguro's terrifying long-lost cousin. But he isn't the real boss here though. The real boss is Zhao Hong, the Lingquan gang leader, and let's just say his patience ran out about 3 weeks ago. Zhao Hong, seated like an emperor with his wolf beast by his side and a girl draped on his arm, stares down the green-jacketed fool with a face so serious and a head so shiny it reflects light itself. You promised me you'd find out what happened to Tang Hu within half a month, he growls, his voice low and menacing. The guy in the green jacket, practically collapsing under the pressure, drops to his knees, begging, Boss! But Zhao Hong isn't having it. He leans forward, his tone sharp enough to cut steel. It's already been a month! The room feels like it's shrinking, the air heavy with tension. Zhao's wolf beast steps closer, teeth bared, and the green jacket guy starts babbling like his life depends on it. Because, well, it does. Boss, I've found out. Brother who went missing at Zairanfa Mall, but it's dangerous there. 2 of my men already went missing investigating it, and I think there are advanced zombies there. You can't blame me. Only you, boss, can deal with those. For a moment, it seems like Zhao Hong might spare the guy. He even pets his wolf beast, looking almost thoughtful. You're right, he says, his voice calm like the eye of a storm. It's not your fault. After all, you're not a superhuman. Relief floods the green jacket guy's face as he stammers his gratitude. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. But Zhao Hong's calm snaps like a twig. His wolf lunges, jaws snapping, and in moments, the green jacket guy is nothing but a meal. Zhao wipes his hands clean of the useless ordinary person and turns to his right-hand man, Wang Bao, the one who looks eerily like Toji. Dead or alive, find him. Take De Huang and Air Hay with you. We're going to Zairanfa Mall. Cut to their tank-like car roaring through the zombie apocalypse. The Linquan gang makes an entrance like a wrecking ball, smashing through hordes of undead like they're nothing but speed bumps. By the time they reach Zairanfa Mall, the parking lot is littered with mangled zombie corpses. But something feels off. The air is too still, too clean. Xiao Hong steps out, his two wolf beasts, one gray, one golden, at his side. His eyes narrow as he surveys the scene. Strange. The zombies here. His voice trails off as he orders his wolves to scout ahead. You two, go in first and check things out. The beasts obey, their growls echoing through the eerily silent mall. As Zhao follows, a strong, unmistakable scent of blood hits him like a slap. His gaze snaps to a row of metal barrels, and his expression hardens. What the hell are these things? Before he can make sense of it, his golden wolf barks violently, its eyes fixed upward. Zhao looks up and freezes. Dozens of zombie corpses hang from ropes, swinging like grotesque decorations. His lip curls in disgust. Ugh, what kind of pervert? Is this really something a human could do? Could it be that Tang who was defeated here? Wang Bao, ever the loyal second-in-command, looks to his boss for direction. Boss, what should we do now? Zhao's face darkens, his aura igniting with a blue flame of pure fury. Whether it was done by Black Blade Security or someone else, he snarls. This debt cannot be settled just like that. His voice booms through the mall. Daring to mess with Zhao Hong's underlings from the Linquan gang is the same as messing with me. I won't rest until I find the culprit and turn them into a dried corpse. Meanwhile, in an entirely different plane of existence, we shift to the MURIM world, a place where spiritual energy flows like a river and grudges are settled with blood. Within a cave on the Tsengshuan continent, a purple glow fills the darkness. Out steps Chu Xian, our boy, looking as fresh as a villain straight out of a power-up montage. He stretches, breathing in the abundant spiritual energy. I'm back, he declares, his voice dripping with confidence. But of course, trouble is already waiting for him. A group of Shenwang family goons stands at the ready, swords drawn and eyes burning with vengeance. Their leader snarls, Chu Xian, you're really running. Last time, you escaped right in front of Xu Shirquan, and we were punished for it. But now, there's no way out. Chu Xian doesn't even flinch. Instead, he smirks, his tone laced with mockery. A few fifth-level Foundation establishment grunts dare to make noise in front of me? What arrogance! The leader's patience snaps. Attack! They roar, and the group surrounds Chu Xian, blades gleaming. Big mistake. Chu Xian's hands move in a blur, and with a sinister grin, he unleashes his upgraded blood steel threads. Long, crimson worms shoot from his palms, tangling the ambushers midair like marionettes in a twisted puppet show. Screams fill the cave as one of them shrieks. How can this be? Weren't you only at the 4th level of chi refinement? Chu Xian laughs darkly. Your information is outdated. My cultivation has already reached the 6th level of chi refinement. The leader stares slack-jawed. That's impossible. It's only been 3 days. How can you break through the 6th level? Chu Xian's mind races. Wait, 3 days? He calculates quickly. I've been inside the Blood Mirror world for a month, yet only 3 days have passed here. The time difference must be about 10 to 1. Out loud though, he's all business. Let me ask you, besides you few, are there any other reinforcements pursuing me? Did that Foundation establishment master of yours come as well? When his question is met with silence, he tightens his grip on the threads, splitting one poor soul into bloody chunks. Answer me, or this will all be your fate. Terrified, the remaining ambushers spill everything. We're the only ones here. There's no other reinforcements. Master thought a few of us could handle you, so he didn't come. Chu Xian's smile turns cold. Really? Then I don't need to worry. The ambushers dare to hope. You said you'd let us go. But Chu Xian interrupts, his threads slicing through them like a butcher carving meat. Blood splatters the cave walls as he licks the crimson from his hands, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. Did you actually believe that? After all, I'm the ruthless, cold-blooded demon Cultivator. Watching his blood worms devour the remains, Chu Xian reflects on his recent gains. Blood Mirror. I only had a single bloodline, and now, not only has my cultivation reached the 6th level of chi refinement, but I've also mastered the innate technique Blood Nourishment. On top of that, I have a 3rd level zombie as a trump card. He steps out of the cave, now standing on a cliff overlooking the kingdom below. His gaze sharpens. I must break through the realms even faster to extend my lifespan. The blood furnace on the zombie world provides endless resources, but I still need materials from the Tsengshuan continent. The next time the blood mirror gains energy, I'll have to restock before that. The bustling energy of Tsengshuan market was almost overwhelming, with the air thick with haggling voices and the aroma of rare herbs and exotic wares. Chu Xian strolled through the crowd, his mind preoccupied. He silently calculated his inventory, thinking about the materials he'd gathered for refining the corpse. He had the rare heavenly treasures locked down, but the most essential item? Nowhere to be found in the usual markets. He'd need to dig deeper, find the right channels. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when his sharp eyes caught something familiar glinting under the sun at a vendor's stall. His heart skipped a beat. What the hell? That's the Wuji sex token, the withered bone. His eyes narrowed as he approached the vendor, his face a careful mask of indifference. Fellow Taoist, he said casually. How much for one of those Silong melons over there? The vendor, a rough-looking guy with a slick, gangster-like expression, glanced at him lazily. 7, no, 2 small spirit stones each. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, incredulous. 2? What, is the melon skin made of gold, or is the flesh gold? You running a luxury market here? The vendor smirked. You think it's expensive? I think it's expensive too. But these melons? They're scavenged directly from the ruins of the Wuji sect. You won't find these anywhere else. Pick one for me. Chu Xian ordered, his tone sharp. The vendor grabbed a melon and handed it to him. Chu Xian inspected it, his expression critical. Does this ripen well? What about the seeds? The vendor looked slightly annoyed. I run a herb stand, not a melon farm. How should I know? Chu Xian's gaze darkened. I'm asking you, does it ripen well? The tension was palpable, and the vendor's demeanor shifted. He lowers his voice. If you're willing to pay top price, I've got even better quality stock in the warehouse out back. Alright, Chu Xian said, his voice low but firm. Take me there. Once in front of his house, the vendor's tone became respectful. May I ask which senior brother I have the honor of speaking to? Chu Xian removed his hat, revealing his identity. Chu Xian. The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. Senior brother Chu? It's really you. I'm Chen Long. I joined the Wuji sect in the same batch as you. You probably don't remember me, but I've always admired you. Among us grassroots outer disciples, you were the one who stood out the most. I never thought I'd be exchanging secret signals with the legendary senior brother Chu. Chen Long practically buzzed with excitement, circling Chu Xian like an overzealous fanboy. Uncle Lu and the other senior brothers are hiding in the Wu family manor in Taiping Town. When we heard 3 days ago that you killed that traitor He Liang, it gave everyone hope. You're a legend, senior brother. Chu Xian scoffed, his tone cold. So the third elder's direct disciple, Uncle Lu Junxiong, is still alive, hiding in plain sight within Shigang sect territory. Clever. No wonder they haven't found him. Chen Long's enthusiasm didn't waver. Senior brother Chu, you should join us. Us Wuji sect cultivators need to stick together now more than ever. Chu Xian waved him off. I'm just here to buy something. Chen Long's face fell slightly, but he composed himself. What are you looking for? I need a blood transformation grand array. The words hit the air like a hammer, and Chen Long froze, his face twisting in shock and horror. What? Chu Xian remained unfazed as he explained. The blood melting formation is a tool often used by demonic cultivators for large-scale blood sacrifices. It's infamous for its ability to refine the 10,000 souls blood pearl, used to lay a powerful foundation. There was even a demonic sect leader who once sacrificed 300,000 lives to cast a citywide blood melting formation. It's simple yet devastating, capable of mass murder even when wielded by someone in the chi refining stage. But, and here, his voice dropped chillingly, I'm not planning anything that extreme. I'd deploy it on a zombie-infested planet, no harm to the heavens, and it might even earn me some merit. Chen Long looked pale, his voice trembling. Brother Chu, the 5 major sects are cracking down hard on anything related to demonic arts. If you activate that formation, they'll come for you. Chu Xian's gaze hardened. That's not your concern. Do you have it or not? Chen Long hesitated before mumbling. I know someone who does. They soon arrived at a secret Wuji sect stronghold, where a towering, jacked man stood like a sentinel. Su Ming, once ranked 11th among the inner disciples, greeted them with a sneer. The blood melting formation? Yeah, I have it. But why should I sell it to you, Chu Xian? Chu Xian's eyes narrowed, his thoughts racing. Of course, it had to be Su Ming. They'd butted heads plenty in the past over resources, and it was clear Su Ming was relishing the thought of seeing him fail. But not this time. Chu Xian reached into his bag and pulled out his trump card, an entire sack of glimmering blood pearls. Qianlong and Su Ming's jaws dropped. Blood pearls? So many? How many lives were sacrificed for this? Another voice chimed in, dripping with awe. To refine this many blood pearls under the Shigang sect's watch, Junior Brother Chu's power has surpassed all of ours. It was Wei Hua, ranked 12th among the inner disciples. Su Ming's thoughts churned with frustration. Damn Chu Xian, always outshining him. Fine, he sneered. 200 blood pearls, and the formation is yours. Chu Xian gave a cold laugh. Greedy, aren't we? Wei Hua stepped in, his tone reasonable. A basic formation like this used to go for 80 blood pearls tops. Su Ming, we're all from the same sect. This is unreasonable. But Su Ming wasn't backing down. Even between brothers, accounts need to be settled clearly. I'm the only one with the blood-melting formation, and without it. Chu Xian cut him off, his voice laced with quiet menace. Su Ming, are you misunderstanding something? That formation is worthless if you can't use it, which means it's already devalued. Meanwhile, you're desperate for blood pearls to fend off chi deviation. So tell me, who's the one really in need here? Su Ming's bravado cracked. Fine, 80 blood pearls. 60, Chu Xian countered. Su Ming bristled. Why are you still haggling? If you won't sell, I'll leave, Chu Xian said flatly, turning to go. Wait. Su Ming practically panicked. Fine, 50. Chu Xian smirked, handing over 60 blood pearls. You're wise to agree. The blood-melting formation was his, and Xian wasn't about to let anyone take it. In his mind, he was already scheming. He had plenty of blood pearls left, so why not offer a little more goodwill? Chu Xian spoke up, his tone calm but firm. Senior Brother Wei Hua, if you want the remaining blood pearls, you can exchange them with me for spirit stones. The brunette's eyes lit up, clearly struggling to hide his desperation. Well, thank you, Junior Brother Chu. We're currently in dire need of blood pearls. These things are worth more than gold on the market. With a smirk and a quick dab of his hands, Xian made the deal. 30 small spirit stones for them at a premium. The brunette added, sealing the exchange. Xian's mind was racing as he pocketed his newfound resources. With these, when he returned to that godforsaken doomsday planet, he'd be able to skyrocket his cultivation. He could already taste the power. As the brunette and the melon guy, his other junior, bid him farewell, the brunette hesitated, his voice laced with concern. Junior Brother Chu, you really won't stay and join us? He's been good to us, and he's extremely powerful. Having him is better than any other candidate. Chu Xian tilted his hat down slightly, his expression unreadable. Inwardly, though, his thoughts were sharp and unyielding. Fortune and misfortune were intertwined. Lu Shihe's immense strength was a double-edged sword. It would draw the attention of the righteous sections. No need, he said flatly, the words carrying an air of finality. Suddenly, a commanding voice broke the tension. You stop right there! A soldier strode forward, his demeanor cold and authoritative. We are acting under the orders of the Shingang sect elders. The Wu family might be harboring survivors from the Wuji sect, so we are here to investigate. The brunette froze, his voice trembling slightly. 7th level of chi refining. Melon Guy's face paled. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we're no match. Chu Xian's expression darkened as he weighed his options. He could escape easily, but these fellow disciples? They'd be slaughtered. Should he intervene? Before he could decide, a jacked guy emerged from the shadows, his voice dripping with malice. Fellow Taoist, the one wearing the conical hat is the demonic cultivator you're after. Chu Xian. The betrayal hit like a thunderclap. The brunette clenched his teeth. Su Ming you. But the damage was done. Chu Xian slowly removed his hat, his eyes burning with anger and a tinge of regret. I'm still not ruthless enough, he muttered. Su Ming had tricked him again, and now, he had no choice. Tossing his hat aside, his true identity was revealed. Melon Guy's jaw dropped. What? The brunette's voice was a mix of fear and resolve. Senior Brother Wei, Junior Brother Qin, we've been exposed. Retreat quickly, and I will cover you. Don't hesitate, he barked. The main force will likely arrive soon. Go and inform Uncle Lu to relocate. As the two fled, the brunette called back, his voice filled with gratitude. Brother Chu, your righteousness will not be forgotten. A soldier moved to chase them, but his commander held him back. Don't bother chasing. He's the same Chu Xian who escaped from Uncle Sunshire's hands last time. His head is worth far more than those nobodies. The commander turned to face Chu Xian, a mocking smile on his lips. I didn't expect you, a demonic cultivator, to sacrifice yourself for others? Chu Xian's eyes narrowed. Demonic cultivators prioritize profit. They're not difficult to kill. Perhaps keeping them alive could bring me greater benefits in the future. Why wouldn't I take advantage of that? The commander sneered. Ha! With your lowly cultivation level, what future do you have? Drawing his blade, he lunged forward, only to be stopped in his tracks. Blood worms surged from Chu Xian's palm, snaking toward the blade and rendering it useless. The soldiers around him faltered, their confidence waning. This guy, he's stronger than expected. 2 soldiers moved to flank him from behind, but Chu Xian's magical tower emerged, its blood-red claws tearing through their defenses with ease. The commander's confidence faltered as he stared at Chu Xian, his voice trembling slightly. What kind of monster are you? Chu Xian smirked coldly. Ridiculous. As a demonic cultivator, how could I not have some trump cards up my sleeve? Now it's your turn. Let's hope your storage pouch won't disappoint me. Meanwhile, at the Wu family's separate residence, chaos was brewing. Lu Jinxiong, the elder of the Wuji sect. What? You left Chu Xian there alone? Even though we are demonic cultivators, the sect has been destroyed. Now we're all in the same boat. His stern gaze bore into the jacked guy who had betrayed Xian. Besides, Chu Xian is one of the top 10 inner disciples and should be a great help. We should be united in this. The jacked guy stammered his excuse. This disciple was also forced by the situation. If not, we all would have been wiped out. Lu Jinxiong wasn't convinced but didn't have time to argue. There's no time to say more. I sensed the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator approaching, likely coming for me. The tension was palpable as the melon guy stepped forward. We will stay and stand with Uncle Master. But Lu Jinxiong shook his head. No, with your current cultivation level, staying will be useless. You are the hope of the Wuji sect's revival. Your safety is the priority. I will hold them off here. His voice carried the weight of finality. Hear my command, all disciples, disperse and retreat immediately. Regroup at White Mang Mountain. The disciples hesitated, their voices filled with reluctance. Yes. Suddenly, an old man appeared, standing on his flying sword with a look of cold disdain. His chi radiated with deadly intent. Lu Jinxiong, so you were hiding here? He sneered, charging his chi power into his finger. At a time like this, you're still thinking of protecting these demons spawn? Haha. Don't worry, my people have completely locked down Qinghe City. None of them will escape. Panic spread among the Wuji sect disciples as they scattered in every direction. Back at Taiping Square, the brunette, melon guy, and jacked guy stumbled upon a grisly scene. The ground was littered with the corpses of Xinli sect cultivators. The brunette's voice trembled. Those are actually the corpses of those Xinli sect cultivators. Is there anyone in Qinghe City who could have done this? Melon guy's voice wavered with hope. Could it be senior brother Chu? The jacked guy scoffed, his tone dripping with disbelief. Are you joking? Judging by the condition of the bodies, they were clearly killed in an instant. It would take at least a chi refining stage level 8 cultivator to do that. How could it have been him? The brunette pointed toward the distance. Let's not worry about that now. The enemy didn't leave but instead died here. More pursuers will likely be drawn soon. Everyone, make the most of the time we have and evacuate quickly. Near Taiping Mountain, the remnants of the Wuji sect huddled together in the dense forest, their breaths shallow, their gazes darting at every rustle of the leaves. Tension hung heavy in the air until the melon guy's voice broke the silence. Uncle Master Lu is back. His relief was palpable, but that relief turned to horror when they saw Lu Jinxiong stumble into view, his left arm bloodied and limp. Uncle Master! Someone cried out in alarm. Another disciple rushed forward, already calling for a healer, but Lu waved him off, his voice steady despite the pain. I'm fine. It's unavoidable to suffer some injuries during an escape. His face worn but his eyes sharp as ever. But you all! Qinghe City was completely surrounded by Xinli sect forces, yet you managed to escape without losing a single person. It's truly fortunate. The brunette stepped forward, bowing deeply. Thanks to the sect's protection, the disciples managed to leave without obstruction. Even the 3 Xinli sect disciples originally stationed there were killed by someone. The mention of this unexpected event made Lu raise an eyebrow. Something like this happened? Could it be a wandering expert passing by? He sat down on a fallen tree. His tone was contemplative, though his body remained tense as a disciple wrapped bandages around his injured arm. Then, his gaze sharpened. Where is Chu Xian? The brunette hesitated, guilt flickering in his eyes. This disciple doesn't know. In the rush, I didn't spot brother Chu Xian. Su Ming, the jacked guy, crossed his arms with a scoff. Chu Xian is only at the 4th level of chi refining. Facing 3 opponents, he probably got reduced to ashes. His voice was cold, uncaring. But the melon guy wasn't having it. Su Ming, this is all your fault for getting senior brother Chu killed. And you still have the nerve to speak? His fist clenched as he glared at Su Ming, who merely shrugged. Lu Jinxiong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Chu Xian. I recall him. He's the one who's been ranked 10th in the inner sect for years. His aptitude may be ordinary, but he's very clever. He might not have met with misfortune. His sharp gaze turned to Wei Hua, the brunette. Wei Hua, once things calm down, take some people to gather information on him. If you find him, bring him to join us. It's good to have some support. Since the sex destruction, he's been wandering alone. I can't imagine how difficult things must be for him now. Meanwhile, Chu Xian wasn't exactly struggling. In a dimly lit cavern, he sat cross-legged, grinning from ear to ear as he counted his spoils. Ha ha ha, life is really getting better and better. He chuckled, his voice echoing in the cavern. 800 low-grade spirit stones, 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Spirit gathering formation and maze formation, suitable for setting up a cave dwelling. His fingers traced the edge of a small black flag, his smile turning wicked. Surprisingly, there's even a 10,000 souls banner. This is a notorious evil sect treasure. It's extremely harmful to one's karma. This mid-grade 10,000 souls banner must have required the slaughter of countless beings and the extraction of their souls to be refined. A righteous cultivator from the Shunli sect, actually greedy for its power, secretly kept it and refined it in the dark. His gaze darkened as he held the banner up to the dim light. However, it's perfect for me to take to the zombie planet, where there are plenty of zombies for me to extract souls from. Once the 10,000 souls banner is fully refined, tens of millions of ferocious ghosts will rise like a tide, becoming a powerful trump card. With a satisfied sigh, he stood up, stretching his arms. The items I need are all gathered. The blood mirror has been fully charged too. It's time to head back. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the magical mirror, a portal of swirling purple energy opening before him. Zombie planet, here I come! On the other side, however, he was greeted with a scene that made his jaw clench. Smoke billowed from what remained of his base. The barrels of supplies he'd so painstakingly gathered reduced to ash. He crouched by the smoldering remains, his voice low and seething. Let me calculate the time. I should have left here about 2 months ago. But things shouldn't have turned out this way. His eyes narrowed as he inspected the damage. Corpses wouldn't do something like this. Someone deliberately set the fire. If I had known, I would have refined a few more corpses to guard the place. His fist tightened, his teeth grinding in frustration. My snack reserves, all burned to ashes. Whoever did this didn't even come here to loot supplies. They just set a fire for no damn reason? Summoning his magic tower, he called out. Xiaohu, report to me. Come here. Elsewhere, a couple knelt on the ground before Toji, their faces pale with terror. Don't kill us. We really haven't seen anyone going in or out of the mall. The boyfriend pleaded, his voice shaking. Toji's sneer was almost predatory as he stepped closer to the girl, licking his lips. Oh no, perhaps there's still some use for you after all. The girlfriend's eyes widened in horror. No, please, she begged, her voice cracking. Before Toji could lay a hand on her, a massive shadow loomed over him. He turned slowly, his confidence evaporating as he stared up at Xiaohu, who towered over him like death itself. The couple didn't waste a second, scrambling to their feet and running as fast as they could. It's a high-level zombie, the boyfriend shouted in panic, his voice fading into the distance. Xiaohu leaned down toward Toji, mimicking the predator's earlier movements, and karma hit like a truck. Toji's legs shook as he stammered. No, don't. But then his eyes focused on the zombie's face, recognition dawning too late. Wait, this zombie. Tang Hu. His words were cut off as Xiaohu grabbed him by the collar like a ragdoll, slung him over his shoulder, and dashed away, leaving a trail of smoke in his wake. Toji's scream was more pathetic than anything. Ow! Where are you taking me? Where are you going? Xiaohu didn't answer, of course, but when they arrived at Chu Xian's hideout, Toji was unceremoniously slammed to the ground, his head pinned under Xiaohu's massive hand. Chu Xian turned, his eyes lighting up with amusement. How you're back so soon, Xiaohu? He patted his undead companion affectionately, as if he were a loyal dog. Toji, trembling on the ground, stammered, Who are you? And why can you control Brother Hu? Chu Xian tilted his head, unimpressed. So what if I can? You know Xiaohu? Could it be that you're also part of the same gang? Was it your people who burned down this place too? Toji, shaking but still have the balls to say, Yes, so what about it? Chu Xian's expression darkened, his tone turning icy. I haven't caused any trouble here yet, but instead, others have already troubled me. His eyes glowed crimson as his aura intensified. If I want to cultivate in peace in this world, I'll have to deal with these annoying little dogs first. He leaned in, his voice dripping with malice. I just wonder how much corpse refining material they can provide me. Toji's voice cracked as he asked, Corpse refining? What does that mean? Chu Xian smirked. How about you first tell me all the intel you have on the gang? Chu Xian's spirit-capturing eyes glowed with an eerie intensity as he locked his gaze onto Toji, the man's pupils dilating like a puppet under command. Toji's voice trembled, spilling the truth as if his very soul had been wrenched open. "My name is Wang Bao," he confessed, his words robotic and devoid of resistance. "A trusted subordinate of Zhao Hong, the Spirit Dog Gang's boss. Our base is in the Grand Hotel. The mall was burned down when we came to look for Brother Hu. Meeting the horrifying scene, the boss ordered us to fire and destroy everything." Chu Xian's cold stare didn't waver. His tone was sharp, slicing through the air like a blade. "How strong is Zhao Hong?" Toji's head tilted slightly, his subdued voice revealing the extent of their boss's power. "He's a 5-level transcendent who has tamed 3 spirit dogs. Each one of them is more than 3 meters long and incredibly violent. He's also physically stronger than an ordinary person. He can compete with high-level zombies." But something in Toji's voice shifted. He was regaining fragments of his consciousness. A flicker of fear crossed his face as he stammered. Chu Xian's thoughts raced. The spirit capturing I was losing its grip. Time was running out. He pressed on. "Wang Bao, let me ask you one last question. This isn't your first time murdering and burning things down, is it?" Toji's lips curled into a nervous grin, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he chuckled uneasily. Of course not. Such things are common right now. I even enjoy it a little bit. Ha 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 ha." His laughter was hollow, but the moment was short-lived. Chu Xian's expression darkened, his voice icy as he delivered a final, chilling verdict. "In this case, there is no need to refuse your excellent corpse refining material." Panic surged through Toji as the realization hit him like a brick wall. His scream pierced the air. "What did I do just now?" But there was no mercy to be found. Xiaohu, the towering zombie, grabbed Toji like a ragdoll, lifting him effortlessly. The cauldron bubbled ominously, steam rising as if it were eager to claim its next victim. Chu Xian stood calmly, his eyes gleaming with a sinister satisfaction as he threw the final ingredients into the boiling concoction. Toji thrashed violently, his screams echoing through the space. What are you doing?" But his cries were cut short as Xiaohu smashed him into the seething liquid, submerging him completely. Chu Xian watched the process unfold, his thoughts cold and calculating. "Transcendence, spirit dogs, high-level zombies. This zombie planet is more interesting than I thought. Although a chi refining cultivator is a powerful being on this planet, I still can't take them lightly." He stepped outside, the wasteland stretching out before him in its apocalyptic glory. His mind raced with plans. "I need to gather information and continue collecting zombie materials. After all, my energy is limited as just one person." He clasped his hands behind his back, an air of authority surrounding him, his posture reminiscent of a ruler surveying his kingdom. "Although the Ian corpses are strong, they lack intelligence. If I could use a team of normally functioning servants, the results would be much better. Keeping the spirit dog gang alive might be more useful than killing them." Hours passed, and from the cauldron emerged a figure unrecognizable from the trembling man he had been. Toji was no more. What stood in his place was a hulking blue zombie, spikes jutting from his back and elbows, his icy blue eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Energy crackled around him, radiating like a storm. His core pulsed with power, a lightning-like arc reactor embedded in his chest. Chu Xian's magical tower scanned and analyzed the creation. Middle grade Ian corpse. Level 3 corpse soldier. Innate spells, silent walk, fire thorn. A twisted smile crept across Chu Xian's face. "Not bad. A middle grade with 2 innate spells. He's a good pick for an assassin. You're Xiao Bao from now on. You and Xiaohu are a perfect team." But the harmony didn't last long. Xiaohu, the jealous brute, didn't take kindly to the competition. He shoved Xiao Bao aside with a menacing glare, trying to monopolize Chu Xian's attention. Xiao Bao, now despite his terrifying form, cowered behind Chu Xian like a scolded puppy, his glowing eyes wide with fear. Chu Xian sighed, rubbing his temples in disbelief. "So, 2 big strong zombies competing for my favor." His tone shifted, dripping with dark amusement as his expression turned villainous. "Well, it's time to find someone to settle a score with. Come on, cheer up. It's time to go play." At that, both zombies snapped to attention, their rivalry forgotten. Xiao Bao's icy blue aura crackled, while Xiaohu's blood-red energy flared. They roared in unison, ready for action. The scene shifted to the Grand Hotel, its entrance a chaotic mess, with debris scattered everywhere. Inside, the spirit dog gang lounged carelessly, their guard down. A man with braids slapped a card on the table. 3! He barked, his voice triumphant. Across from him, a man with a mohawk laughed as he played his hand. 4-2! Haha, you'll lose! The room reeked of alcohol and stale smoke, their laughter echoing through the space, until the garage door exploded. Smoke billowed into the room, and chaos erupted as they scrambled to their feet. "Who is it?" one of them yelled, panic setting in. "Who's that guy?" And what's with that outfit? A cosplay? Through the haze, Chu Xian emerged, his voice calm but commanding. I am the Spirit Dog Gang's new boss. His words hung in the air for a moment before one of the gang, a man in a durag, burst into laughter, tossing his drink at Chu Xian. So funny! Where did that fool come from? But before the liquid could touch him, Xiaohu intervened, smashing the bottle into shards with a single swipe. The gang froze, their confidence evaporating as the realization hit. A high-level zombie, one of them stammered. Chu Xian's expression hardened as he surveyed the pathetic group. These idiots are a waste of resources if they are left alive. His gaze shifted to Xiao Bao. Take care of him. Without hesitation, Xiao Bao leaped into action, his movements swift and lethal. He tore into the man with the durag, ripping his arms apart with a sickening crunch. The gang recoiled in terror as Chu Xian's voice cut through their screams. If you don't want to end up like this, tell Zhao Han to come out quickly. The tension was palpable as one of the gang members stammered. Don't kill us. I'll call the boss right away. Moments later, the heavy thud of boots echoed as a group approached, armed and ready for battle. At the center of the group stood Zhao Hong, flanked by 3 spirit dogs, 2 gray beasts and a massive golden one. Zhao Hong's voice was calm but laced with menace. You're looking for me? Chu Xian's eyes narrowed as he studied Zhao Hong, his mind analyzing every detail. Is that a transcendent? There is indeed energy fluctuating in his body. Although it's weaker than spiritual energy, it's still different from ordinary people. If he's refined into a Yin corpse, he'll definitely be extremely powerful. The stage was set, and the battle was about to begin. Zhao Hong's voice rang out, sharp and brave. Who are you, and what do you want from me? His eyes darted around nervously, the tension thick enough to choke on. Across from him stood Chu Xian, calm, composed, and exuding a quiet confidence that was far more terrifying than rage. His smirk was sharp, the kind that made your stomach twist. The mall is my territory, he said, voice smooth as silk but laced with venom. You burned it down, so of course, I'm here to settle the score. Zhao Hong's stomach churned as his mind raced. Did he put those corpses in the mall? Such a cruel practice. Is he also a transcendent? No, he's something far worse. And he can control zombies? What kind of monster is this? His palms were sweaty, his thoughts spiraling, but he forced himself to speak, his voice wavering. It's just a misunderstanding. I can have people prepare another shopping mall for you. But Chu Xian didn't even flinch. He tilted his head slightly, his smirk growing wider, almost mocking. I heard most of Dongwu City belongs to your gang, so one shopping mall won't be enough. The casual way he said it made Zhao Hong's blood run cold. So what else do you want? Zhao Hong snapped, his voice rising, trying to claw back some semblance of control. I advise you to be wise and back off while you still can. We, the Spirit Dog Gang, won't accommodate you forever. And yet, Chu Xian remained unfazed, his calm demeanor only fueling Zhao Han's panic. I want your entire gang, Chu Xian said simply, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. That was the last straw. Zhao Hong's face twisted in fury, his pride flaring up like a cornered animal. You're not accepting the toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he shouted, his voice trembling with rage. Turning to his wolves, his loyal beasts flanking him, he barked. Da Huang! Hei! Xiao Bai! Go! Eat him alive! The wolves didn't hesitate, their growls rumbling like thunder as they charged at Chu Xian, but Chu Xian didn't move. He simply stood there, watching, as a golden light suddenly flared to life around him, shimmering like an impenetrable shield. The first wolf lunged, its powerful jaws clamping down on the light, only for its fangs to shatter like glass. The beast yelped in pain, thrown backward by the force of the shield. Zhao Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is that? He stammered. The golden light wasn't just luck, it was a skill. Xiao Hu, one of Chu Xian's loyal zombie servants, had activated Golden Light Incarnation, a skill that made Chu Xian untouchable. Before Zhao Hong could fully process what had happened, another figure appeared behind him, silent as a shadow. It was Xiao Bao, another of Chu Xian's zombies, moving with the precision of an assassin. His eyes burned with a cold, deadly light as he unleashed his ability, Yin Fire Thorn. The attack was aimed straight at Zhao Hong's back, but one of the wolves, loyal to the bitter end, leapt in the way, taking the brunt of the blow. The golden wolf collapsed, its fur scorched and smoking, and Zhao Hong staggered back, his mind spiraling into chaos. Thoughts were a frantic mess. It's Wang Bao, and the missing Tang Hu. What's going on here? He killed my spirit dog in one move. That's not something a normal high-level zombie can do. Hei! Xiao Bai! Protect me! Zhao Hong screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. But even his remaining wolves hesitated, their instincts screaming at them to back down from the overwhelming power radiating from Chu Xian and his undead servants. Chu Xian's voice sliced through the chaos, calm yet dripping with menace. Do you still want to use your dogs to block the blows for you? Even animals know to bow down to me. Do you want to become their next scapegoat, or will you be my subordinate? His words hit like a hammer, the weight of his dominance undeniable. But Zhao Hong wasn't ready to give up just yet. His pride reared its head one last time, and with shaking hands, he pulled out a pistol. Don't celebrate too early. No one can take my spirit dogs or my gang from me, he shouted, his voice trembling with rage and fear. He raised the weapon, aiming directly at Chu Xian. Die! The gunshots echoed through the air. Bam! 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 But the bullets never reached their target. From Chu Xian's body, steel blood worms erupted, coiling through the air like living shields. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off them, the projectiles flying back into Zhao Hong's own men. Screams filled the air as his subordinates fell, their lifeless bodies hitting the ground with sickening thuds. Zhao Hong's hand went limp, the gun slipping from his grasp as he stared in horror. Chu Xian tilted his head, his smirk returning. Is this your last resort? I was hoping for something more impressive. Zhao Hong's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, his voice breaking as he begged. The spirit dog gang is yours. Please, spare me. Chu Xian's smirk didn't falter. He stepped closer, his eyes cold and calculating. This spirit dog gang is useful to me, so I'll take it from your hands. And I'm also going to use your body. Zhao Hong's face turned a deep shade of red, and for a moment, his fear was replaced with sheer confusion. Although I don't like men, if you're adamant I can, he stammered, his words trailing off awkwardly. Chu Xian's expression twisted in disgust. Don't get me wrong, I'm not into men either. He turned to Xiao Bao, dismissing Zhao Hong entirely. Tie him up. Then, to Xiao Hu, he added, I'll leave these 2 dogs to you. The remaining gang members, trembling with fear, fell to their knees, bowing their heads in submission. Master! They cried, their voices trembling with sincerity. Chu Xian smirked again. Right. You should read the rune properly. 10 years ago, the sea star spirit exploded, unleashing a wave of energy that reshaped the world. Most people couldn't withstand it. Their bodies twisted and mutated, turning them into bloodthirsty monsters known as zombies. Among the survivors, a rare few gained extraordinary talents, their strength divided into 9 stages based on the number of cores in their bodies. Back in the present, Zhao Hong, now tied up and defeated, explained through gritted teeth. Donghu City, where we are now, is a small city in the Linjiang province. It belongs to the Flame Nation's centralized monarchy. There are only 2 powers here. One is the Spirit Dog Gang, and the other is the Black Security Company. Chu Xian listened carefully, his expression unreadable. That's all I know, Zhao Hong added, desperation creeping into his voice. Is there anything else you want to know? Whatever it is, I'll find it. Chu Xian waved a hand dismissively. Xiao Bao, take him to the medicinal bath. Zhao Hong's eyes widened. Medicinal bath? His protests turned into panic screams as Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao dragged him away. Big brother, didn't you say you'd spare me? Chu Xian sipped his drink, watching the chaos unfold with amusement. The medicinal bath this time is the best one I've been able to get. After soaking for a few days, his talent will come into play. He leaned back, savoring the moment. Then it's the perfect chance to set up the blood battle array for a blood sacrifice. Modern food and drinks really are better. Outside, Chu Xian soared through the air on his flying sword, drink in hand, surveying the desolate city below. His sharp eyes caught movement on a rooftop. A group of survivors was fighting for their lives. 2 men strained to hold the door against the relentless pounding of zombies, while an old man stood behind them, trembling, clutching a white case to his chest. This stage 3 core was obtained at the cost of many lives, the old man whispered, his voice heavy with resignation. We can't lose it. Just take it and leave me. The man in sunglasses shook his head, his voice firm. Mr. Jing, you're the Linjiang Province Institute of Sciences chief. Your life is more important than ours. Don't worry. I've sent a rescue signal. The Black Security Company will send someone to pick us up. The old man sighed, his shoulders sagging. Alas, the world has changed. If you want to be rescued, it will be hard. The door behind them splintered and burst open. A wave of zombies poured through, their growls deafening. The 3 survivors froze, their faces pale with despair. We're doomed. Out of nowhere, a sword shot through the air like a damn missile, slicing clean through the zombie lunging at the guy in green. But that wasn't all. This wasn't some one-and-done move, it was a massacre. The blade zipped through the horde, carving through every rotting corpse with terrifying speed and precision until the scene was eerily silent, not a single zombie left standing. Before anyone could process what just happened, a figure floated down from the sky like some ancient deity, his tone calm but commanding. "It's quite lively here," said Chu Xian, as he landed gracefully in front of the stunned group. The survivors, still reeling from the chaos, scrambled to thank him, their voices trembling with gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much for saving us, great one." But Chu Xian wasn't here for praise. His sharp gaze locked onto the white case the old man was clutching like his life depended on it. "What's inside? Could it be that these zombies were after this?" he asked, his voice laced with curiosity and authority. The old man froze, stammering as if he'd just been caught hiding a state secret. The two men flanking him immediately raised their guard, their expressions hardening. It's a level 3 psionic core," the old man finally sputtered. "Originating from a level 3 zombie bear." That caught Chu Xian's attention. His eyes narrowed as he stepped closer. "Oh? Let me see." Without waiting for permission, he released a steel blood worm, his personal nightmare fuel, and it slithered out to snatch the case right out of the old man's hands. The group tensed but knew better than to resist. "Please don't take it away," the old man begged, his voice breaking with desperation. "The Life Sciences Research Institute depends on it. With this, we have hope of researching a weapon to counter the zombies, which concerns the entire." Chu Xian cut him off with a glance, opening the case to reveal a glowing green orb. He examined it with a critical eye, unimpressed. "So this is the energy core. It's not that impressive," he thought, his inner monologue dripping with disdain. "The energy inside is nothing compared to the spiritual energy within a small spirit stone." Without a second thought, he tossed the core back to the old man, who fumbled to catch it, his face a mix of shock and confusion. "Don't worry," Chu Xian said flatly. "I'm not interested in things at this level." The old man could barely process what he just heard. A level 3 psionic core, insignificant? Who the hell was this guy? Before he could voice his disbelief, Chu Xian turned his attention back to the group. "You all, where have you come from?" he asked, his tone sharp. One of the men, sporting shades that screamed, "Badass wannabe," stepped forward. "We're from Linjiang Province, Linjiang Army. We're under orders to protect Professor Jing and bring back the psionic core." Chu Xian raised a brow. "Just the two of you?" he asked, skepticism dripping from his voice. The guy with the shades scoffed. "Of course not. The Black Blade Security Company will escort us out temporarily." The jacked guy in green, clearly less impressed with this plan, muttered, "If I may ask, what will the Linjiang Army be of use when coming here?" But before the conversation could spiral, Chu Xian's voice cut through, cold and dismissive. "The Linjiang Army?" he repeated, almost as if the name itself was beneath him. As they spoke, Chu Xian's thoughts wandered. Even the strongest cannot compare to the Wuji sect of the past. In these chaotic times, you never know when everything might fall apart. There's no need to intentionally make friends. But then, an idea struck him. "Help me with one thing," he said, his tone shifting slightly, "and I'll ensure your safe departure." The old man's eyes lit up with hope. "Really? We'll do anything you need." But then, as if remembering his position, he adjusted his glasses nervously. "However, we cannot do anything against regulations. That's our bottom line." Chu Xian smirked, already walking away. "You don't need to do much. Just stay on the rooftop. Attracting the zombies will be enough." Before they could protest, he removed the seal from the door, unleashing a horde of zombies below. The old man looked like he was about to have a heart attack, but Chu Xian waved off his panic. "No need to worry," he said casually. "I've already reinforced the door with a stone talisman. These zombies won't be able to break through. You can rest here for now." And with that, he stepped onto his flying sword and disappeared into the sky in a flash. Hovering above the chaos, Chu Xian pulled out his trump card, the 10,000 Souls banner. "Go!" he commanded, activating it with a wave of his hand. Crimson arrays lit up the ground below, forming a massive, birdcage-shaped barrier. The banner planted itself at the center of the attack, radiating raw power. Looking down at the horde of zombies crowding the mall like Black Friday shoppers, Chu Xian smirked. "With the psionic core attracting the zombies, you've saved me a lot of trouble," he muttered, satisfied. Returning to the rooftop, he addressed the trio. "Everything is ready. Time to take you out of here. I'll make sure of one thing first. Do you want to come with me?" The old man didn't hesitate. "We'll go with you," the jacked guy in green, still cautious, muttered. "Mister." But the old man reassured him. "No worries. If this great one wanted to harm us, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. He wouldn't need to use any tricks." And just like that, Chu Xian wrapped them in his steel blood worm like some creepy, sentient roller coaster and took off on his flying sword. The trio screamed bloody murder the entire time, their terror echoing through the skies. By the time they landed, they were utterly drained, not from running, but from sheer emotional exhaustion. Chu Xian, unfazed, gestured for them to leave. Alright, you can go seek your rescue on your own now. I won't be accompanying you. The old man tried to stop him, bowing deeply. Thank you, Great One, for your immense kindness. May I ask your name, Great One? Chu Xian, ever the dramatic, turned slightly, striking a pose fit for a painting. Chu Xian, he said simply before flying off into the distance. As the trio watched him disappear, the old man muttered, This is definitely beyond the capabilities of a regular Transcendent's innate talent. Hurry back. We must report this to General Yi immediately. Meanwhile, Chu Xian hovered over the center of his spell range, a sly grin on his face. With a flick of his finger, he commanded, Blood Transformation Array, go! Red beams of light shot out like lasers, draining the blood of every zombie within the range of his spell. The blood coalesced into spheres, which floated up to Chu Xian like offerings to a god. Ha! The Blood Transformation Array lives up to its reputation. He laughed, exhilarated. These blood orbs, they're enough for me to cultivate to the 9th level of chi refining. But then, something unexpected happened. A golden glow appeared above him, and golden flowers began falling from the sky. Chu Xian froze, his eyes widening in shock. Ha! Golden flowers of merit? Golden flowers falling from the sky. Isn't this a rare phenomenon only triggered by someone with immense merit? Could it be because I exterminated those zombies? He paused, his mind racing. Throughout history, demonic cultivators have always been burdened by the karma of their killings. If they didn't bring down heavenly lightning and fire, they were already lucky. But to trigger the phenomenon of golden flowers of merit, he smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. No wonder those righteous cultivators keep clamoring about eradicating evil demons. They must be envious of the benefits of merit. If I were to offer a blood sacrifice of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even billions of zombies in the future, I'd be laden with infinite merit. My lifespan, comprehension, and fortune would all increase exponentially. The path to sainthood in the body is within reach. At the Black Security Company headquarters, the atmosphere was tense, but not for everyone. A man in a police uniform stood rigid, his expression etched with frustration as he reported to his boss, Wang Gangjian. For some context, Wang wasn't your typical boss. Sure, he ran the Black Security Company, but at the moment, he was slouched in a chair, furiously playing a video game like a kid avoiding homework. The world outside was in shambles, a zombie apocalypse tearing society apart, but this guy looked more concerned about his kill streak than the literal end of days. The officer, attempting to remain professional despite his growing irritation, pressed on with his report. I've already sent Mr. Jing and the others to investigate, he began. But no matter how much we ask, we still can't figure out why there are so many bloodless mummies in that area. Mr. Jing keeps dodging the question. He's hiding something, I'm sure of it. Wang, who looked like he was in his 40s but had the energy of a teenager cracking Mountain Dew cans at 3 a.m., didn't even glance away from the screen. It's near the Spirit Dog Gang's headquarters, he said casually, still mashing buttons on his Nintendo. Go ask Xiao Hong about it. The officer blinked, incredulous. Me? Xiao Hong's a transcendent. He wouldn't even give me the time of day. Finally, Wang paused his game, rolling his eyes as if the apocalypse was an inconvenience to his gaming session. Ha! The Black Security Company is backed by the Linjiang Army. What's a stray dog like Xiao Hong gonna do? Bark at us? With the army reinforcements on the way, Donghu will be ours anyway. Who cares what he thinks? His confidence was palpable, even if his priorities were completely out of whack. Meanwhile, across the city, the Spirit Dog Gang's hideout was undergoing a transformation. The gang, now under Chu Xian's control, was a picture of loyalty, or so they thought. The scene was unexpectedly wholesome. A hot pot feast was in full swing, with steaming dishes of meat and vegetables laid out like a family dinner. A man with a mohawk haircut beamed as he announced, "Boss, dinner's ready!" Chu Xian, the new leader, picked up his chopsticks and surveyed the spread with calm satisfaction. But beneath his composed exterior, his thoughts were as cold and calculated as ever. These people still have their uses, he mused silently. Eating corpses lack the precision for tasks like this. As long as they remain useful, I'll keep them alive. There's no need to kill unnecessarily when there's merit in keeping them around. With a disarming smile, he addressed his men. Well done. Sit down and eat. The gang members, visibly moved, teared up at his kindness. The new boss is so approachable, one of them sniffled. He's nothing like that murderous Xiao Hong. 10,000 times better. For a moment, the scene looked almost idyllic, like a group of misfits bonding over a shared meal. But the reality was far darker. One of the meatballs rolled off the table, cracking open as it hit the ground to reveal a writhing green worm. Unbeknownst to the gang, the hot pot wasn't just food, it was a trap. Chu Xian's demonic arts had infused the meal with parasites designed to control their minds and bodies. As he watched his men eat, oblivious to the worms now inside them, his smile turned sinister. The living may not be as loyal as the dead, he thought. But once they've ingested my poison, there's no escape from my control. Later that night, after the family dinner was over, Chu Xian retreated to his secret chamber. Standing before a massive cauldron of boiling red liquid, he smirked with anticipation. After soaking for so long, he muttered, "You'd better not disappoint me." With a flick of his finger, he commanded, "Come out." The surface of the liquid rippled violently before a hulking zombie emerged, its grotesque form dripping with power. This wasn't your run-of-the-mill undead. Its head was crowned with thorn-like spikes, its body encased in armor that looked both organic and impenetrable. One arm was a jagged claw fused with bone, while the other was a spike stinger that pulsed with venomous energy. Chu Xian's eyes lit up with pride. "This corpse's arm, an innate magic weapon!" he exclaimed. But his joy was short-lived. The zombie, instead of bowing in submission, let out a guttural roar and lunged at its creator, brimming with aggression. Chu Xian's expression darkened. "Oh? A traitor?" His voice was icy, each word laced with menace, his aura exploding with oppressive energy. His crimson eyes glowed as he sneered. "Not knowing how high the sky is or how deep the ground goes, you dare defy me?" The zombie faltered under his overwhelming presence, its ferocity replaced by trembling fear. Slowly, it dropped to its knees, bowing its head in submission. Chu Xian smirked, victorious. "That's better," he muttered, patting the zombie's head like a loyal pet. Using his magical tower, he analyzed his creation. High grade, level 7 corpse soldier. Innate spells, golden light, divine blade spell, corpse roar art, the tower reported. Chu Xian's pride swelled. "You didn't disappoint me after all," he said. "Your new name is Xiao Long." Calling over two other zombies, Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao, he issued his orders. "Take Xiao Long with you. Teach him the rules, what he can and can't do. Make sure he knows his place." The two roared in agreement, leading their new ally away. Elsewhere, near the Grand Hotel, a soldier from the Black Security Company stood atop a tank, surveying the eerie stillness with binoculars. The silence was unnerving. "Something's wrong," he muttered. "Why is it so quiet? The spirit dog gang's never been like this." His unease turned to panic when he spotted them. Chu Xian's elite zombie trio. "High-level zombies," he gasped. "And there are 3 of them. Even Zhao Hong's men are obeying them? Could Zhao Hong be dead?" His thoughts spiraled as he realized the implications. Has the spirit dog gang been wiped out already? His panic turned to sheer terror when Xiao Long's eyes locked onto him. The zombie's killing intent was suffocating. "Damn it," he stammered. "It saw me. I'm dead." But before Xiao Long could pounce, Xiao Hu stepped in, recalling Chu Xian's orders. In his mind, he replayed the master's command. "You're my men. The murders you commit will count as my own and affect my reputation. Don't kill anyone without my permission." Xiao Long reluctantly backed off, his chance for a first kill slipping away. The soldier, seizing the opportunity, scrambled into his tank and sped off, heart pounding. Once he was a safe distance away, he glanced back in disbelief. "It stopped chasing me?" he murmured, still shaken. Back at his lair, Chu Xian was in deep meditation, surrounded by glowing orbs of energy. As he absorbed their power, the orbs shattered, releasing waves of chi energy into his body. His eyes glowed red as he clenched his fists, exhilarated. "Chi refinement, 7th stage," he declared. "With my current power, I'm invincible below the foundation building stage." His mind raced with plans. To reach the foundation building stage, I need to compress my spiritual energy into liquid form. But the ingredients for the original foundation building pill are tightly controlled by the righteous sections. Demonic cultivators like me have to find another way. His solution? The soul flower, a rare and powerful ingredient cultivated through slaughtered souls. The last time I returned to the Sichuan continent, I prepared the seeds. This zombie-infested planet has no shortage of souls ripe for harvesting. Once I reach the 9th stage of chi refinement, I'll find the perfect place to grow the soul flower. As Chu Xian's ambitions grew, the city outside descended further into chaos. Wolves roamed the ruins, their howls echoing under the pale moonlight. Amid the destruction, a soldier fell prey to the pack. His arm and eyes are missing and the wolves' leader is standing tall and majestic under the shimmering glow of the full moon. The apocalypse wasn't just unfolding, it was thriving. The sunlight spilled over the broken city, illuminating the ruins that had once been filled with chaos and carnage. Now, there was a strange serenity. No zombies, no screams, just silence, like the calm before a storm. Inside what looked like a makeshift throne room, Chu Xian sat back in his chair, legs crossed, looking every bit like a boss who had conquered the apocalypse. His zombie subordinates knelt before him, their grotesque forms hunched in submission. He leaned forward slightly, his voice cutting through the quiet. "Are you saying you found a den of giant wolves on the highway? And they're planning to attack us?" Xiao Hu, one of his zombie soldiers, let out a guttural roar, confirming the report. Chu Xian leaned back, his mind already calculating the next move. Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao had already leveled up to corpse soldiers, and Xiao Long had reached level 9. These wolves had the audacity to ambush them. Chu Xian's lips curled into a smirk. "Confident little bastards," he thought. But this wasn't just an annoyance, it was an opportunity. His thoughts sharpened. Perhaps this den could be the perfect breeding ground for spirit flowers. Without wasting time, he waved his hand, sucking his zombie trio into his magical tower to rest. His gaze shifted toward the city outside, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Kicking his leg up onto the table with casual arrogance, he announced, "I just broke through the 9th stage of chi refinement. Looks like it's time to stretch my legs." Moments later, Chu Xian stood on his flying sword, the wind whipping through his hair as he surveyed the city below. The magical tower rested in his palm, its faint glow pulsing with the energy of his undead soldiers inside. His voice was calm but commanding. "Is it here?" he asked, the question hanging in the air. From within the tower, Xiao Hu's roar confirmed the location. Chu Xian descended gracefully and landed near a pair of smashed tanks. His sharp eyes fell on a lifeless body sprawled on the ground. "A Linjiang army guard," he muttered. "So even a level 1 transcendent couldn't survive this." His tone grew colder. "These wolves aren't as simple as I thought." Suddenly, a baby's cry pierced the stillness. The sound was raw and desperate, echoing across the ruins. Chu Xian froze, his eyes narrowing. That cry didn't sit right with him. His instinct screamed that something was off. Without hesitation, he conjured a green fireball, the glowing energy crackling in his palm before he hurled it toward the sound. The explosion lit up the area, a wave of destruction rippling outward. When the dust settled, a severed wolf leg landed near his feet. He stared at it, his expression unreadable, before speaking in a voice so cold it could freeze the air. "If a Linjiang army guard, a transcendent no less, died here, how could a baby survive? Crying so damn loud too?" His gaze darkened. "Someone else might have rushed in to save a life. But unfortunately," he smirked, his voice dropping to a cruel whisper, "you ran into me, a cold-blooded demon cultivator." As if on cue, a deep, guttural howling erupted around him. The ground trembled as the wolves emerged, their glowing crimson eyes locked on Chu Xian with unrelenting hatred, their snarls filling the air as they prepared to attack. But Chu Xian stood unfazed, his expression almost bored. With a casual flick of his hand, he summoned his zombie trio from the magical tower. The undead soldiers materialized, their grotesque forms radiating malice as they roared in unison. The wolves hesitated for a moment, their bloodlust clashing with the overwhelming aura of the zombies. Then, the pack parted, making way for their leader. A massive wolf stepped forward, its blue fur shimmering like frost under the sunlight. A black horn jutted from its head, and its claws scraped against the ground, sharp enough to carve through steel. Chu Xian's eyes narrowed as he studied the creature. "A level 2 transcendent wolf king," he muttered, almost impressed. "Not bad." The wolf king let out an ear-splitting howl, the signal for its pack to attack. The wolves surged forward like a tidal wave of fur and fangs, their howls tearing through the air. Chu Xian's voice cut through the noise, calm and commanding. "Leave the transcendent to me," he told his zombies. "The rest are yours." The trio roared in response, charging into the fray without hesitation. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Blood sprayed as claws met bone, teeth tore into flesh, and the undead soldiers fought with a ferocity that matched the wolves' savage attacks. The ground was littered with bodies as the two sides clashed, either willing to back down. Meanwhile, Chu Xian faced the Wolf King head-on. The massive creature lunged at him with its powerful jaws, but Chu Xian sidestepped effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. "Good teeth, strong bones," he muttered with a smirk. "You pass." The Wolf King snarled, its crimson eyes blazing with fury as it launched another attack. But Chu Xian was already one step ahead. Channeling his chi energy, he unleashed a bloodworm spell, the crimson energy coiling like a whip around the beast's jaw. With a flick of his wrist, he slammed the Wolf King into the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Dust and debris flew everywhere as the creature groaned, momentarily stunned. Chu Xian walked toward it, his expression cold and calculating. "It survived my attack," he noted, tilting his head slightly. "Its physique is impressive. Pass." He glanced back at his zombie trio, their grotesque forms tearing through the remaining wolves with ease. The pack was no match for the undead soldiers, and soon the battlefield was silent again, save for the groans of the injured Wolf King. Chu Xian turned to his soldiers and spoke with quiet authority. "Carry them all back to the hotel," he ordered, his voice cutting through the aftermath like a blade. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a tank screeched to a halt at the site of the earlier battle. 3 men stepped out, their faces grim. 2 wore black security uniforms, while the third, a man in a sleek black suit, knelt beside the wreckage. His sharp eyes scanned the area, taking in the scene. "How is this possible?" he muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "The vehicle, the supplies, the body of our Linjiang army brother, all gone." Raising his hand, he summoned a green glow of energy. "My talent is with spirit," he explained, "which allows me to communicate with plants and gather information." Placing his glowing palm against a nearby tree, he closed his eyes and let the visions flood his mind. He saw the battle as if through the tree's eyes, zombies dragging away wolf carcasses, a man driving a truck full of supplies. His eyes snapped open as he stumbled back, the glow fading from his hand. "There was a fight here," he said, his voice shaking. "1 human, 3 zombies, and a pack of wolves. The human escaped, and the wolves suffered heavy losses. The Wolf King, it was a level 2 transcendent. Who could walk away from this unscathed?" One of his subordinates, a man in a cap, spoke up. "We've been in Donghu City for a while now," he said grimly. "There are no level 3 transcendent here, and it's impossible for someone to gather enough resources to reach level 4 on their own." He placed a hand on the suited man's shoulder and added, "The waters here are deep and full of mysteries. First, high-level zombies appear, and now this, another strong individual we don't even know if we can trust." The man in suit thinks that the person in the tree vision is similar to Chu Xian's, so the guy in suit is actually the guy with sunglasses who got his ass saved along with his 2 companions by our protagonists a while back then on the rooftop. Back at Chu Xian's base, the once ruined mall was now a thriving farm. Crops flourished under the glow of spirit energy, the air thick with the promise of life. In the center of it all, Chu Xian stood within a glowing magical circle, golden light swirling around him. "The fog array and spirit gathering array are complete," he declared. "Now, this place is a holy land. You can farm and raise livestock in peace." His men cheered, their arms full of fresh crops and vegetables. "The boss is amazing," one of them shouted. "Since the zombie outbreak, we never thought we'd see a day like this." Chu Xian turned away, his mind already on his next move. "This land will be managed by the Spirit Dog Gang to improve food quality," he thought. "But as for the demon spirit plant I want to grow." He entered a dark, ominous room where the injured Wolf King was bound. The creature growled weakly, its body wrapped in sharp, bloodthirsty vines that tightened with every movement. Chu Xian's eyes gleamed with ambition as he stepped closer. "Spirit flower," he said, his voice low and full of resolve. "My path to building my foundation rests on you." The streets of Qinghe City were alive with the buzz of daily life, people moving about their mundane routines, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing right under their noses. Among the crowd, a figure cloaked in black moved with quiet determination. Chu Xian, his hat pulled low to obscure his face, walked silently, his mind racing. The spirit flower had been planted on the blue sea star and would only mature when the blood mirror was restored. His mission this time was crystal clear, to obtain magic skills suitable for the foundation period. As he activated his hearing technique, the range of his red aura expanded, thanks to his snail companion's recent glow-up. The glow wasn't just for show, it meant business. Chu Xian muttered under his breath that he needed to find a disciple of the Wuji sect to connect with Lu Junxiong. It didn't take long for his technique to pick up a conversation. 2 cloaked figures were talking in hushed tones nearby. It wasn't hard to figure out who they were. Melon Guy and Brunette, Chengge and Wei Hua. Melon Guy's voice came through first, his tone laced with worry as he asked if Zhang Sheng would even show up. Chu Xian smirked to himself, the thrill of the hunt lighting up his thoughts. "Found them." Brunette's voice was steady, urging caution. They couldn't afford to get caught, or worse, betrayed. But Chu Xian scoffed under his breath. Caution wasn't going to cut it. Even if Zhang Qing wasn't a traitor, trouble would follow him like a bad smell. Adjusting his hat, Chu Xian decided it was best to keep his distance for now. He'd deal with them when the time was right. The street's calm was shattered when a head, wrapped in white cloth, was tossed onto the ground. The crowd gasped in horror, their murmurs filling the air like static. A tall man with striking blue hair stepped forward, oozing an aura of menace. With a smug grin, he introduced himself as Ouyang Hao, the Shigang sect's 4th disciple. His voice was loud and commanding as he declared his mission, hunting down the remnants of the Wuji sect. The head on the ground? Zhang Cheng's. The crowd recoiled as Ouyang gloated, his tone making it clear he wasn't just here to hunt, he was here to make a statement. When one brave, or foolish, soul in the crowd dared to question his actions, Ouyang silenced him in the blink of an eye, slicing the man's hands clean off. His expression was cold, his voice even colder. "Ignorant and stupid," he sneered. "I'll spare your life, this time." As Ouyang's sharp eyes swept over the crowd, they locked onto Melon Guy and Brunette. His twisted grin widened, and his voice dripped with malice. "Demonic villains," he sneered, his tone almost playful, like a predator toying with its prey. Melon Guy and Brunette didn't wait around for a second invitation. They bolted, weaving through the panicked crowd as fast as their legs could carry them. Ouyang wasted no time, launching a blue beam of energy in their direction. The blast tore through the street, nearly hitting innocent bystanders. The crowd erupted in whispers, their fear palpable. "Ouyang Hao is too overbearing," one muttered. Another hissed for them to keep their voices down. Ouyang was no ordinary disciple. He was a genius of the Shingang sect, already at the 9th stage of Qi refinement. His reputation for cruelty was legendary, and he was a rising star destined for greatness. Chu Xian, still concealed among the crowd, listened to the whispers with a smirk. A genius disciple? More like a fat sheep ready for slaughter. His eyes flicked to the severed head on the ground, and an idea began to form. The chase intensified as Ouyang closed in on Melon Guy and Brunette. The red and purple lights of their aura streaked through the air as Ouyang's blue energy bore down on them. With a flick of his hand, Ouyang unleashed his spiritual sword finger technique. The sheer force of it sent waves of panic through the duo. They thought it was all over, until a crimson shield suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. High above, Ouyang hovered on his flying sword, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the figure who had intervened. The man stood tall, his presence commanding. "Have you forgotten me so quickly?" he asked, his voice steady and cold. "I am Zhang Qing. I've returned to claim your eyes." Melon Guy froze. "Zhang Qing? But how?" It didn't make sense. Ouyang wasn't buying it either. His voice dripped with scorn as he drew his second sword. "You're playing tricks," he growled. With his attention diverted, Brunette and Melon Guy took the opportunity to escape, disappearing into the chaos. Ouyang's focus snapped back to the imposter. "Demonic cultivators always have tricks," he sneered. "You let my prey escape. If you don't satisfy me, I'll make your life worse than death." But Chu Xian, now disguised as Zhang Qing, wasn't fazed. His crimson eyes glowed ominously as he laughed. "You've got it all wrong. You're the prey here." The tension snapped like a drawn bowstring as Chu Xian's zombie trio emerged, charging toward Ouyang with unrelenting force. But Ouyang moved like a storm, cutting through them with ease. His sword aura was relentless, indestructible, or so he thought. When he finally reached Chu Xian, ready to deliver the killing blow, his blade was stopped midair by something unexpected. A steel blood worm coiled around the blade like a living chain, its metallic body impervious to the sharp edge. Ouyang's eyes widened in disbelief. The worm had evolved. Chu Xian wasted no time, activating his blood-binding skill. The worm wrapped itself around Ouyang's body, tightening like a vice. But Ouyang wasn't done. "Interesting," he said, his grin returning. With a burst of golden energy, he activated a Shingang sect secret skill. "Release!" The energy shattered Chu Xian's binding, and Ouyang's aura flared brighter than ever. With his chi energy gathered at his fingertips, he prepared to unleash his ultimate move. "Your little tricks end here," he spat. Chu Xian's grin widened. "Is this your trump card? Looks impressive. I've been waiting for a decent opponent." Ouyang charged, his voice echoing as he screamed the name of his killer technique. "Shingang Absolute Sword Finger!" The air crackled with raw energy as he closed in on Chu Xian. But in a flash of smoke and chaos, everything changed. Ouyang froze mid-attack, his finger piercing nothing but air. Behind him stood Chu Xian, his zombie Xiaolong by his side. Ouyang's chest, however, was no longer whole. A gaping hole had been drilled through him by Xiaolong's devastating fist. This kinda reminded me of a scene from One Piece. Blood poured from the wound as Ouyang dropped to his knees. His voice trembled, weak and broken. "How is this possible? Who are you?" Chu Xian removed his Zhangqing disguise with a flourish, his cold voice cutting through the air. "The sex genius is just that." Back at the Wuji sex hideout, Melon Guy and Brunette reported their escape to Master Lu. "It must have been Chu Xian!" Melon Guy exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. "Senior brother Chu saved us twice." But Master Lu wasn't impressed. His voice was sharp as he barked his orders. "This kind of disciple must not be allowed to cause trouble. Where did you meet Ouyang Hao? Take me to rescue him now." A voice cut through the tension like a knife. "No need." Chu Xian stepped into the room, holding Ouyang Hao's severed head like a trophy. His voice was calm, almost casual. "Wuji Sexji Refinement Disciple Chu Xian greets Uncle Lu." Melon Guy's voice bursts with uncontainable excitement, practically shaking the air around him as he yells, "Senior Brother Chu? You're alive? That's freaking amazing." His joy is so raw it's almost infectious. But the brunette standing next to him isn't as animated. His gaze locks onto the severed head dangling from Chu Xian's hand. The shock on his face is undeniable as he points at it, his words coming out slow and full of disbelief. "Is that Ouyang Hao?" Chu Xian's expression doesn't change. He's as calm as someone discussing their dinner plans. "Well, I took the chance to avenge junior brother Zhang Qing," he says casually, as if holding the head of a once feared genius isn't a big deal. Because for him, it isn't. Master Lu steps forward, his tone a mix of pride and amazement, unable to hide how impressed he is. "Chu Xian, you've grown up so quickly. When the sect was destroyed, you were only at the 4th stage of Qi refinement, barely scraping by. And now you've killed Ouyang Hao? That can only mean you've reached at least the 9th stage." At this, Melon Guy's face twists comically, his eyes so wide they look like they might pop out of his head. Ninth stage? His voice is a stammer, disbelief dripping from every word. Even the brunette, who had been silent up until now, flinches, his expression betraying his struggle to process what he's just heard. Master Lu's pride deepens, his voice booming with satisfaction as he steps closer to Chu Xian. Great. I never thought talent like yours would come from the Wuji sect. It's truly a blessing for us. Chu Xian, stay with us at the Wu family estate. I'll do everything I can to help you break through to foundation." But Chu Xian, ever the lone wolf, shakes his head. His tone is steady, carrying a quiet but unshakable resolve. "I appreciate your kindness, uncle, but I intend to rely on my own strength to reach the next stage." Master Lu's brow furrows, concern flashing across his face as he presses further. "Why are you so determined to go at this alone, Chu Xian? What are you hiding?" Chu Xian's thoughts turn inside him, but outwardly, he places a hand on his chest, his voice taking on a dramatic edge. "Uncle, this situation isn't optimistic. If all the resources were poured into me, my brothers' lives would only become harder. I can't live with myself knowing I've made their paths more difficult just for my selfish gains." His words hit hard, cutting through the tension like a blade. Both Melon Guy and the brunette are visibly moved, their expressions softening. Melon Guy's voice trembles with admiration as he blurts out, "Senior Brother Chu, you're so selfless." Master Lu places a hand on Chu Xian's shoulder, his tone heavy with emotion. "It's rare to see someone with a heart like yours, Chu Xian. If the sect still existed, I would have never let talent like yours wander off on its own. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come to me." Chu Xian hesitates for a moment, his tone careful but direct as he asks, "Uncle, I was wondering about the blood refining scripture. How much does it cost?" Without hesitation, Lu raises 5 fingers, his voice calm. 500 blood beads, and I'll give you a copy." Chu Xian's mind races for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. In the past, even 1,000 sect contribution points wouldn't have been enough to exchange for something like this. Uncle Lu really is giving me a good deal. Outwardly though, he sighs, fumbling with his pouch as he blurts out, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle, but I only have 300 blood beads, plus the spirit stones I got from Ouyang Hao." Lu chuckles, brushing off the difference with a wave of his hand. "Don't worry about it. They're resources meant for disciples anyway. If they don't need it, I can just give it to you for free." Chu Xian freezes for a moment, stunned by Lu's generosity. His earlier wariness dissolves, replaced by a newfound respect. This disciple is truly grateful," he mutters, his voice soft but sincere. Lu hands him the blue book, the coveted blood refining scripture, his tone fatherly and full of warmth. "Take care of yourself out there, Chu Xian. Don't push yourself too hard. If trouble comes your way, come find me at the Wu family estate." Chu Xian bows deeply, his voice carrying the weight of his gratitude as he replies, "Yes, uncle." As he leaves, his brothers and Lu's voices echo behind him, their farewells tinged with both pride and sadness. Chu Xian, however, is lost in thought as he walks away. The Wuji sect may have been a demonic sect, but someone as kind and good-hearted as Lu Jinxiong exists here. This world, that Sengshuan continent, is there even a place where good people can thrive? His thoughts linger, heavy with contemplation, until the scene shifts to the Wuji sect training grounds. There, Su Ming, the arrogant traitor who once betrayed Chu Xian, is blindsided by shocking news. "Uncle Lu, how did we get so many blood beads?" His voice is sharp, suspicion dripping from every word. Lu's reply is simple but heavy with meaning. "They were brought by Chu Xian." At this, Su Ming's face twists in disbelief, his voice rising. "Chu Xian? He's still alive?" The brunette, who had been silently observing, finally speaks, his tone cutting like a blade. "Not only is he alive, But he's reached the 9th stage of chi refinement and killed Ouyang Hao. Su Ming freezes like a statue, his thoughts a chaotic mess. Did Chu Xian really kill those guards at typing? But how the hell did his power grow so fast? The brunette smirks, his words sharp and mocking as he addresses Su Ming. If you think so little of senior brother Chu, then you won't want his share of the blood beads, right? Melon guy, never one to miss a chance to tease, jumps in with a grin. If you don't want them, we'll happily take them. Su Ming panics, his desperation spilling over as he stammers. I want them. I want them. His hands reach out greedily, clutching at the air as if afraid the beads will vanish. But deep inside, jealousy burns like fire. Damn it, Chu Xian must have found something extraordinary. How else could he grow so strong so quickly? What the hell is he hiding? Back at the Grand Hotel, Chu Xian's hideout. The atmosphere is anything but calm. A shimmering purple energy leaks from a small golden mirror, rousing one of the wolves guarding his room. The mirror, the very artifact that summoned Chu Xian to this apocalyptic world, hums with power as Chu Xian steps through. His wolves rush to greet him, their tails wagging with unrestrained excitement. He pets them briefly before heading inside, where 2 of his men greet him with relieved smiles. Boss, you're finally back. It's been 2 months, but everything is fine. The garden core were harvested without a hitch. Chu Xian smiles, his voice calm and approving. With Xiao Hu and the others patrolling with the spirit dogs, plus the arrays, it looks like no one dared approach the Grand Hotel. But his focus quickly shifts as he opens a nearby door. His thoughts are sharp and focused. The most important thing now is the spirit flower. Purple energy spills out through the gap, and as he steps inside, his eyes widen at the sight. The room is overrun with spiky purple vines, their flowers blooming in abundance. There are so many of them. These spirit flowers are enough for me to refine 3 foundation blood pills, he exclaims, his excitement barely contained. But his expression darkens as his gaze falls on the unconscious Wolf King, its body wrapped tightly in vines. He crouches down, his voice low and cold. You've lasted this long thanks to your strong body. But now that everything is ready, your time is up. With a swift motion, he disconnects the main vine, ending the Wolf King's life without hesitation. The room fills with the ingredients he's carefully cultivated for his next plan. The path of cultivation, it's all about resources. Talent alone isn't enough, he muses. Sitting before an ancient furnace, Chu Xian begins the refining process. 1 foundation blood pill can increase the success rate of breaking through by about 30%. As the red spheres of energy brew within the furnace, Chu Xian retrieves them one by one, their power radiating in his hands. With 1 orthodox foundation pill from Ouyang Hao's storage, I have 4 chances to break through to foundation, he calculates. Dropping a golden pill into his mouth, golden energy surges around him like a storm, his hair standing on end. But he quickly regains focus, gathering the energy into a concentrated ball that dissolves into his body. The power of just 1 pill isn't enough to liquefy my spirit power completely, he thinks, his resolve hardening. Foundation blood pill, work for me. He swallows another pill, the air around him becoming thick with chi energy. The yin-yang symbol projects behind him as his glowing eyes focus with intensity. Then, in a flash, his consciousness shifts. Chu Xian finds himself in a vast, dark blue space, like the depths of an ocean. Confusion flickers across his face as he mutters, "This is..." Before he can make sense of it, a thunderous voice cuts through the void, filled with rage and hate. "Chu Xian, you cruel, demonic cultivator." A massive wolf silhouette emerges from the shadows, its presence oppressive and suffocating. "I will never let you break through foundation." The wolf lunges toward him, its jaws wide enough to swallow him whole. But Chu Xian remains calm, his thoughts sharp and clear. No, this is a hard demon illusion. The creature let out a deafening roar, its immense aura crushing the air around it, but Chu Xian didn't even flinch. His gaze was sharp, unbothered, as he raised a single finger. From its tip, a glowing red spiritual energy began to swirl, crackling with raw power. Without hesitation, Chu Xian unleashed his energy bullets at the monstrous wolf in front of him, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "Get lost!" he shouted, his tone dripping with venom. But even as he attacked, his mind was racing, sharp and analytical, piecing together the situation like a puzzle. He thought bitterly, although the foundation-building blood pill mimics the effects of a genuine foundation-building pill, it's nothing more than a counterfeit, a desperate crutch for demon cultivators. Its medicine is tainted, filled with the resentment of living souls, and that poison seeps into the heart, creating this heart demon illusion. The wolf's form twisted, its dark aura growing denser, its piercing red eyes slicing through the watery barrier between the two. It lunged forward, relentless, its energy like a tide that couldn't be stopped. Chu Xian grimaced. The hard demon energy was like an infection that couldn't be destroyed. Every attack only seemed to feed its strength, making it grow fiercer. His aura bullets slammed into the beast over and over, but the damn thing just kept regenerating, like some cruel cosmic joke. The wolf let out a guttural snarl, its voice deep and mocking as it taunted him. "Stop wasting your energy, Chu Xian!" It growled, its body swelling, growing until it loomed over him like a mountain, a colossal figure that made him look like an ant. "You're nothing but mediocre. No talent, no family, no background. You couldn't even pass the threshold of a proper sect like the Shili sect. You're a nobody, a pathetic fool who doesn't even deserve to dream of breaking through the foundation building stage. Just give up. Cultivation will only lead you to misery." Chu Xian's eyes burned with defiance. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles went white. "Discuss the Tao? Fine then. So you want to talk about the Tao?" He spat back, his voice cutting through the wolf's tirade. The beast's voice rumbled like thunder. "The sage is merciless, treating people as livestock. The righteous sects monopolize resources, locking the weak in chains and reinforcing class divides. Following the so-called righteous path leads nowhere. It's a road to insignificance." Chu Xian's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes fierce as he pointed a finger at the creature. "And yet, the path of demon cultivation is no better," he fired back. "You seize the essence of heaven and earth, drain the vitality from all things, and call it power? How could such an unorthodox path lead to true success?" The wolf's massive claw, crackling with blue lightning, came crashing down toward him, but Chu Xian didn't even blink. He stood tall, arms outstretched, his voice rising above the chaos. "If the heavens won't give it to me, I'll carve my own path. I'll dominate, even if it means wading through rivers of corpses. I now possess the blood mirror destiny and the resources of an entire planet. I, Chu Xian, will defy the heavens themselves and rewrite my fate." The wolf hesitated for a fraction of a second, but it was enough. Its massive form began to crack, its skin rotting away in an instant, leaving behind only a pile of shattered bones. As the remains fell into the waters below, something new emerged, a pair of delicate hands, pale and almost glowing. From the bones rose a stunning woman with feline ears, her body barely wrapped in a thin, silk-like cloth that left little to the imagination. She floated upside down toward Chu Xian, her movements slow and deliberate, her gaze seductive. Most men would have been utterly disarmed by her presence. A literal nosebleed moment. But Chu Xian, nah, my boy wasn't about to simp. His expression didn't falter for a second. She leaned in, her hand brushing against his shoulder with a teasing touch. Her voice was smooth, almost hypnotic, as she whispered, "Chu Xian, you were never inherently evil. Think back to why you began cultivating in the first place." She floated behind him, pressing herself against his back, her breath warm against his ear. "When you first crossed over, you were oppressed, living on the edge of survival, willing to do anything for power. But now, look at you. You're already the strongest in Donghu City. No one can threaten you anymore." She moved in front of him, her silk falling away completely, leaving her entirely exposed, but Chu Xian only frowned, unimpressed, almost disappointed. Her voice dripped with temptation as she said, "Power, wealth, beauty, it can all be yours. Stop fighting, and you can enjoy everything life has to offer." Chu Xian's smirk returned, sharp and unyielding. His voice was steady and cold as he replied, "As expected of the infamous hard demon illusion. You almost had me, but this little performance of yours? It's just a stall tactic to outlast the effects of the foundation-building blood pill." Her composure cracked, her body tensing as his words cut through her like a blade. He raised his hand, revealing a crimson pill glowing with ominous energy. Without hesitation, he popped 2 of them into his mouth, swallowing them down like candy. His body erupted with fiery energy, his aura exploding outward as flames began to consume him. The woman's eyes filled with panic as she screamed, "You're insane! You actually dared to swallow 2 foundation-building blood pills at once? The spiritual power might grow, but the resentment of the living souls will only make me stronger. You'll die an even more miserable death." Chu Xian's lips curled into a menacing grin, his aura now overwhelming, his presence dominating. "No," he said calmly, his voice cutting through her panic like a knife. "I'm done wasting time with you. This little illusionary discussion of the Tao. It's reminded me of one thing. No reason, no obstacle, no force can stop the spirit of human progress." His body trembled slightly as fiery wings burst from his back, flames engulfing him completely. He shot into the air like a phoenix, leaving an explosion of fire in his wake. His eyes now glowed a blazing red as he hovered above her, his voice booming with power and conviction. "No reason can stop me." The woman, unable to withstand the searing heat of his flames, muttered weakly, "You've won." Ek. Her voice trembled with defeat, her seductive demeanor completely shattered. But Chu Xian wasn't done. Raising a hand, he summoned his flames, his expression cold and merciless as he aimed his power at her. She fell to her knees, begging, her voice desperate. Chu Xian, I'll stop. I won't obstruct your breakthrough anymore. What more do you want from me? His voice was deathly calm, his aura suffocating. I'm just curious, he said, his tone sharp and cutting. Whether the blood fiend magic refining scripture can burn away this hard demon of yours. Chu Xian clenched his fist, and his magic lashed out like a serpent, wrapping tightly around the catgirl. She screamed in agony, her cries echoing through the space, the heat of his magic searing her skin. Well, considering she was completely naked, it probably burned even worse. Her voice rose, desperate and filled with pain. What? No! Chu Xian! You are cruel, heartless! Are you not afraid of retribution? But Chu Xian barely spared her a glance, his tone cold and detached as he watched her body burn away into raw energy. Retribution? You're wasting your breath, beast. That's not something I'm worried about. The flames consumed her entirely, leaving nothing behind but pure energy, which Chu Xian absorbed into himself without hesitation. His confidence grew with every passing second, his voice ringing with conviction as he declared, My merits will only grow greater. My path of demon cultivation will stretch endlessly, to eternity. Meanwhile, outside his consciousness, his physical body remained seated in a meditative state, his expression calm but intense. Then, all at once, his eyes snapped open, glowing a fierce, unrelenting red. A thunderous shout erupted from his mouth. Break for me. A tidal wave of energy exploded from his body, radiating outward in every direction. His aura was suffocating, and his glowing red eyes gleamed with an intensity that could pierce the heavens. The power surged beyond the confines of his room, breaking through walls and spreading across the entire building. Outside, pedestrians trying to avoid the wandering zombies stopped in their tracks, shielding their faces from the fiery red light that shot through the roof like a beacon in the night. Even the zombies, mindless and devoid of consciousness, paused in confusion, their heads turning toward the light. Far away, in the headquarters of the Black Security Company, the phenomenon caught the attention of the boss, Wang Gangjian, who stood with his men. The Cap's subordinate beside him spoke with urgency. A strange phenomenon has appeared. It could be a sign of the zombie tide. Wang Gangjian's face darkened as he addressed his men. Once the zombies form a tide, it's no different from a natural disaster. Wherever they go, everything is destroyed. Even level 3 extraordinary beings don't stand a chance. You, investigate the surrounding situation immediately. If there's any sign of a zombie tide, report back at once. His men replied swiftly. Understood. Back in Chu Xian's room, the energy began to stabilize. Surrounded by the red glow of his aura, Chu Xian's lips curled into a triumphant smile. His voice was filled with excitement, yet there was an eerie calm to it. I've broken through. Foundation building level 1. He laughed softly, almost in disbelief. To think, becoming a foundation building cultivator means an additional 100 years to my lifespan. I've truly transcended the ordinary now. His smile grew wider as he continued. From now on, I can fly without the aid of external tools. And not just that, I can refine a personal magic weapon, binding it to my soul so it grows alongside me. It'll be leagues stronger than any ordinary magic tool. He reached for the Blood Fiend Magic Refining Scripture, the book Master Lu had sold to him. Flipping through its pages, his eyes rested on a specific section, and he muttered, In the Blood Fiend Magic Refining Scripture, the most suitable weapon for me is the Soul-Devouring Rope. The text described its terrifying abilities. Once activated, the rope could launch a piercing attack, targeting the soul directly, and its wielder could control it with precision. The crafting process, however, was no small feat. The rope required hot steel as its base, combined with rare materials like white bone bamboo, the soul of a powerful being, and 6 other components, including intoxicating vine. The refinement process alone would take 36 days. Insha steel is a material crafted by demon cultivators. It's made by placing ordinary steel in areas rich with Insha energy, letting it absorb the Yin Qi. It sounds simple, but Insha zones on the Tsengxian continent are heavily guarded by spies from the righteous sections. If I get too close, it'll put me in mortal danger. He paused, weighing his options. Even here on Blue Star, condensing Insha requires the blood and souls of at least 10,000 zombies. His gaze sharpened as he pieced together a plan. Based on how they behave, zombies usually roam alone. But wait, those undead are drawn to high-level spirit cores. If I hunt some extraordinary beasts, I can use their spirit cores as bait to lure the horde. Then, with the right array, I can accelerate the formation of Insha steel. That will make crafting my personal magic weapon almost effortless. The scene shifted to Xiao Bao, darting through the streets like a blur, a glowing green core clutched tightly in his hand. Behind him, a horde of zombies stumbled and scrambled to keep up, drawn to the core's energy like moths to a flame. Meanwhile, a fat man crouched behind a building, observing the chaos from a safe distance. High above the city, Chu Xian stood on his flying sword, his gaze sweeping over the streets as his zombie trio herded thousands of undead from 3 different directions, funneling them toward a central location. Chu Xian's mind calculated quickly. The number of zombies has almost reached 10,000. I need to find the right ground, bury the demonic steel, and activate the formation to begin the refinement process. As Chu Xian scanned the area, his eyes caught sight of the fat man sprinting away from the scene, his movements frantic. Chu Xian frowned. Who's that guy? He'd better not mess this up. I don't want to lose merit because of some random bystander. The fat man rushed toward the black security company, gasping for air as he reached his comrades. 5 high-level zombies. It's a sign of a zombie tide, he stuttered. I also found a bunch of first-level spirit beast skeletons outside. The zombies must have eaten them. The capped man's face tensed as he processed the information. If the zombies provoke the spirit beasts into gathering, Dongwu City will be wiped out completely. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. The capped man turned to see one of his comrades being dragged into the shadows, a giant spider sinking its fangs into his neck. The poor man's pleas for help were drowned out by the sound of the spider's venomous enzymes corroding his body. Within seconds, he was nothing but spider food. The fat man, thinking he was the main character of this story, stepped forward, pulling out what appeared to be a magical spear. But instead of a traditional weapon, he used his own unique ability, fat manipulation. His body shimmered as he shaped his excess fat into a spear, hurling it at the spider with surprising speed, like a thunderbolt made of pure grease. The spear impaled the beast, but it was too late to save their comrade, whose body had already been reduced to a liquefied mess. The capped man observed the scene grimly. Spiders are mutated spirit beasts. Even though they don't form spiritual energy cores, their venom and enzymes are lethal. There's no saving someone once they're bitten. The fat man glanced nervously at the room ahead, which was filled with webs. His stomach churned as he muttered, "There are so many webs in there. What if there's more than one spider?" The silence was heavy, but Fatty's intuition was sharper than anyone gave him credit for. He was right, too damn right. From the shadows, an army of spiders began crawling out, their numbers quickly swelling to about 20. But the real nightmare? Behind them loomed a massive spider with 6 glinting, soulless eyes, a grotesque predator that screamed, "Boss fight." The guy in the cap froze for a moment before blurting out, "Shit, this is an actual spider's nest." Fatty, true to his survival instincts, turned on his heels and yelled, "Run for your lives!" But before they could make it far, the giant spider's web shot out, snaring Fatty and his friend mid-run. They dangled upside down like bait, Fatty screaming his lungs out, "Help me! Somebody save me!" The guy in the cap's face twisted in panic as he recognized the monster. A 3rd-level spider mother? Are you kidding me? He pulled out his dagger in desperation, slashing at the sticky, glistening web with everything he had, but it was like trying to cut steel with a butter knife. Damn it! Damn it! I can't cut through this! It's over! We're done for! Despair choked the air as the spider closed in, its fangs glinting with venom. Just when it seemed like the end, a burst of red energy sliced through the web like it was paper, freeing the trapped duo in an instant. The guy in the cap stared in disbelief, his mind racing. There's no way. That web is the strongest material spun by a 3rd-level spider mother. I gave it everything I had and couldn't even scratch it. Who the hell just cut through it with one blow? Before he could process, all eyes turned upward. There, riding on a flying sword, was none other than Chu Xian, his figure exuding power and calm arrogance. He never used the sword for battle, preferring his bloodworm as his weapon of choice. But now he was floating like some mythical figure straight out of a legend. The guy in the cap and Fatty could only stammer, A sword immortal?" Even the spider army froze, their predatory instincts kicking in, sensing the overwhelming danger. But Chu Xian, unfazed, looked down on them with sharp eyes, his mind already calculating. "What luck," he thought to himself. "The spiritual energy core of a 3rd-level spirit beast is so much more potent than those of the lower levels. This is going to be fun." He smirked coldly, his voice cutting through the tension as he taunted the spider mother. "How hilarious! A puny little insect like you dares to challenge me." Without waiting for a response, he summoned his magical tower, and with a commanding voice, called out, "Come forth!" Descending from the sky like harbingers of doom, Chu Xian's zombie trio landed with an earth-shaking impact. What followed was nothing short of a massacre. The zombies tore through the spider army with inhuman strength and terrifying efficiency. each swing of their fists, and every burst of power was a sick montage of destruction that left even the guy in the cap slack-jawed. "He can control zombies?" he muttered, his voice trembling. Fatty, on the verge of fainting, pointed shakily. "Wait, those zombies, weren't they the ones leading the zombie tide earlier? Does that mean the tide was caused by a human?" The spider mother, realizing the dire situation, shot a web directly at Chu Xian, desperate to turn the tide. But Chu Xian simply raised a hand, purple energy crackling at his fingertips. "Hellfire explosion!" he roared, unleashing a fiery blast of purple flames that incinerated the web midair. The flames devoured the silk as if it were nothing, leaving nothing but ash. The spider mother screeched in fear and turned to flee. But Chu Xian's laughter echoed like a sinister thunderclap. "Run? You think you can escape from me?" The flames intensified, consuming the spider mother as she writhed in agony, her screams fading into silence. The zombie trio stood motionless, watching the carnage with eerie detachment, as did the two black security members, frozen in awe and terror. When the flames died down, the spider mother's corpse lay charred, her body yielding 3 glowing green energy cores and a glimmering silk thread. Chu Xian retrieved the loot effortlessly with his magic, inspecting the silk with fascination. "Tempered by hellfire, and it's become even stronger? What a surprise. This will be perfect material for the soul-killing rope." Handing the energy cores to his zombie trio, he ordered, "Use these to attract more zombies. Let's keep the tide rolling." Turning back, his expression darkened, and the two men felt every nerve in their bodies scream in fear. They knew. The zombie tide, the thing that had terrorized them and countless others, was caused by this man. And now, he was looking at them with a cold, suffocating aura. Was he going to silence them for knowing too much? Chu Xian's voice, sharp and icy, cut through their thoughts. "Are you two with the black security company?" They immediately dropped to their knees, bowing frantically. Yes. Immortal, we thank you for saving us." Chu Xian's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. "They're terrified. Good. Makes things simpler." Without breaking his intimidating demeanor, he commanded, "Leave this place immediately. Go back to your people and tell them this. No one is to come within a kilometer of this area. If anyone dares to disobey." He didn't finish, but the unspoken threat was enough. The guy in the cap scrambled to his feet, screaming, "Understood. We won't disturb you ever again." They bolted like their lives depended on it, which, to be fair, they probably did. Chu Xian watched them disappear before pulling a flag from his inventory. Surveying the eerie, demonic aura that lingered in the spider's nest, he smirked. "This place reeks of dark energy." Wang Gangjang slammed his hand on the table so hard, it probably left a dent. His voice boomed through the room, absolutely drowning out any other noise. "Flying with a sword? Controlling zombies? Freaking mastering fire? And even slicing through the threads of a level 3 spider mother? Are you seriously telling me there's someone this insane running around Dongwu City?" His mind raced as the reports from his men replayed vividly in his head, like a bad movie he couldn't turn off. He remembered the scene of 3 zombies absolutely decimating a wolf pack. Wait, zombies. His eyes narrowed, connecting the dots. Controlling zombies. Wasn't there that incident on the highway? The one where a whole pack of wolves got wiped out by some transcendent who could control the undead? His voice trailed off, but his suspicion only grew heavier. Capped guy, leaning back like he had zero cares in the world, chimed in with his usual nonchalant tone. "Right. Could it be the same dude?" Fatty, on the other hand, nearly leapt out of his chair, his voice cracking with disbelief. "So you're telling me we've got a level 3, no, maybe even level 4 transcendent just casually hanging out in Dongwu City?" Wang Gangjang rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing as he shut them tightly, deep in thought. This wasn't just some random transcendent flexing their power for fun. This guy's strong, no doubt about it. But provoking a zombie tide? That's not just some reckless move. What's their endgame? His voice dropped, heavy with the weight of his realization. If things go south, the survivors of Dongwu City are screwed. Utterly and completely. Fatty, bless his naive heart, jumped to defend Chu Xian, his voice loud and unwavering, though maybe a little too hopeful. "No way. No one's insane enough to destroy a city over a disagreement. That's some cartoon villain shit." Cap Guy nodded in agreement, his voice calm but firm. "Exactly. He saved me and Brother Tang. He doesn't seem like the type to go full evil mastermind on us." But Wang Gangjang wasn't about to sit around debating vibes. The man stood tall, his energy shifting as his tone turned sharp and unyielding. "Enough. I'm going there myself to figure out his intentions." Cap Guy immediately shot up, panic lacing his voice. "Brother, that's way too dangerous." But Wang Gangjang waved him off without hesitation, shaking his head like a man who had already made peace with his decision. "Dangerous? There are hundreds of lives at Black Blade Security riding on this. As their leader, I don't get the luxury of playing it safe. His aura shifted dramatically, a golden light radiating from his body like he just powered up in a video game. Stay here. I'll try to negotiate with him, convince him to lead the zombie tide away from the city. But if I fail, his voice grew heavier, the weight of his responsibility pressing down on everyone in the room. You all evacuate Donghu City. I'll use my strength as a level 2 transcendent to buy you as much time as I can. Determined, resolute, and maybe just a little reckless, Wang Gangjang left, his massive tank-like truck rumbling as it carried him straight into Chu Xian's zone. As he approached, an eerie black aura with a red glow greeted him, blanketing the area in a suffocating atmosphere. He stepped out of his truck, immediately hit by the oppressive energy. His heart sank as he muttered to himself, "Why the hell is it so foggy all of a sudden? Is this another one of his tricks?" Reaching for his walkie-talkie, he cursed under his breath when it crackled uselessly. Damn it! Why now? The silence was deafening, unnatural. His instinct screamed at him that something was off. Tens of thousands of zombies gathered here, yet it's dead quiet? That makes zero sense. The unease clawed at his chest until a voice, cold and sharp, cut through the gloom like a blade. "You're with Black Blade Security, aren't you?" Chu Xian's voice carried an icy authority that made Wang Gangjang's blood run cold. Descending from the sky on his flying sword, Chu Xian's presence was nothing short of overwhelming. "Didn't your colleague warn you not to come near? This place is dangerous." Wang Gangjang's heart thudded in his chest as he stared at the transcendent before him. He's the one," he muttered internally, barely able to process the pressure radiating from Chu Xian. Summoning the courage to speak, his voice trembled slightly. I came because I'm worried this zombie tide could threaten the survivors. I had to see the situation for myself." Chu Xian's gaze was piercing, almost mocking. "Humph, then let me show you." With a casual wave of his hand, the fog cleared, revealing a mountain of zombie corpses piled high like some grotesque monument. A red beam of energy pulsed ominously behind Chu Xian, who hovered above it all on his sword. Wang Gangjang's jaw dropped, words failing him as he took in the scene. This is insane." Chu Xian's cold voice pulled him out of his shock. "Any zombie or spirit beast that steps into this area will never leave alive. That's all you need to know." Without another word, Chu Xian walked away, leaving Wang Gangjang to process the sheer power he had just witnessed. Driving back to his base, Wang Gangjang's grip on the steering wheel was tight, his mind racing. His men's voices crackled through the walkie-talkie, their worry evident. "Brother, what's the situation? Are you okay?" Taking a deep breath, he finally replied, his tone steady but laced with relief. "Everything's fine now. There's no need to worry about the zombie tide. In fact, Donghu City might just be the safest place in the future." 2 days later, Chu Xian stood before a massive volcano, not a real one, but a horrifying construct made entirely of zombie corpses, with red energy oozing like lava. Hovering on his sword, he smirked. "It's time to see the results." Releasing his blood worm into the sea of energy, it slithered through the crimson glow, finally grasping the Yin Sha steel from its depths. Chu Xian held the steel, feeling the malevolent energy coursing through it. "Not bad," he thought. "Nearly 100,000 zombies condensed this high-quality aura. Finally, I have all the materials I need for the soul-binding rope." Suddenly, the sky above him shifted. Dark clouds parted as golden lightning struck down, illuminating the volcano. Red energy erupted into the air, colliding with the golden light, forming a dragon of pure gold and a fiery red phoenix. The two celestial beings spiraled above him, their forms radiant and awe-inspiring. Chu Xian's grin widened as he realized what was happening. Dragon and phoenix auspicious clouds, cleansing soul golden rain. He could barely contain his excitement. This phenomenon is even grander than the last. Golden rain began to fall, and Chu Xian felt its power seep into his very soul. His mind cleared, his cultivation advancing rapidly. "My soul has doubled in strength," he thought, shielding his eyes from the blinding light. "This golden rain is like enlightenment. My control over corpses has skyrocketed. Truly, this phenomenon is boundless." Even the wild grass around him began to glow, benefiting from the rain's mystical energy. "Heh," he chuckled. "Even the plants here owe me one. Maybe some unique spiritual life will emerge in the future." 3 months later, Chu Xian's base was thriving. His men worked the fields, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic chaos outside. In his room, Chu Xian sat cross-legged, a whip lying in front of him on a glowing magic circle. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he picked it up. "Finally refined," he muttered, wrapping it around his hand. Testing it with a casual flick, the whip exploded against the wall, sending his underlings outside into a panic. "What the hell was that? one of them shouted, his voice cracking. Chu Xian smirked, binding the rope to his soul. As expected, it's like an extension of my will. Its potential is unmatched. Opening his blood-refining scripture, he began planning his next steps. The Blood Fiend Refining Demon scripture is divided into 9 layers, each tied to the levels of foundation establishment. Each level unlocks a new spell, and with yin energy, their effects increase exponentially. For most, this amplification was meaningless. But for Chu Xian, with his endless supply of yin energy, it was a game-changer. Gathering the malevolent energy into vials, he felt the power surge through him. Smirking, he thought, I'll use this yin energy to push my cultivation to the next level. Let's see how far I can go. In the heart of Longjiang City, the capital of Linjiang Province, the tension was almost tangible in the grand meeting hall. General Yi, the embodiment of authority and control, stood at the head of the room. His voice boomed as he ordered his commanders to take their seats, the weight of his words instantly silencing the chatter. Without any preamble, he laid out the dire reason for this emergency assembly. A colossal underwater creature had surfaced, wreaking havoc in Longjiang. This wasn't just another sea monster story to laugh off over drinks. This thing was a leviathan, over 30 meters long, with the power to drag entire ships to their doom. One of his officers, stepping forward, pointed to a projection of the beast's handiwork, a sunken cargo ship, twisted and broken like a child's discarded toy. The grim reality hit harder when the officer confirmed that all 30 crew members aboard had perished. The room buzzed with murmurs of disbelief and fear. One commander declared that the creature was no ordinary beast. It had to be at least level 3, a threat that was far beyond what they usually faced. Another grimly admitted that, given their current military strength, taking it down would be anything but easy. But they couldn't just sit idly by while this monstrosity terrorized Longjiang. General Yi slammed his fist down, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Their mission wasn't to kill the creature, not yet, but to drive it away, to make it fear the Linjiang army's might. The hall echoed with their unified cry as every commander stood and saluted, ready to carry out their orders. An older man, his voice cautious but filled with purpose, stepped forward. He suggested reaching out to a cultivator he knew of in Donghu City, someone with the power to take on such a beast. General Yi, however, dismissed the idea with a calm arrogance. He acknowledged that extraordinary individuals existed across the empire, but no single man, no matter how powerful, could surpass the might of his 100,000-strong army. Besides, this cultivator was elusive, a shadow that came and went without a trace. Where could they even begin to find him? The idea was left to hang in the air, unanswered, as General Yi moved on to more immediate concerns. Meanwhile, in the MURIM world, Chu Xian sat in a quiet cafe, the picturesque balcony offering a stark contrast to the tension in Longjiang. The waiter approached, handing him a steaming cup of tea. Chu Xian, playing the role of a curious traveling merchant, casually asked about the tea house's name change. The waiter hesitated, his nervousness palpable as he explained that the Wu family, the former owners, had been accused of sheltering remnants of the Wuji sect. Their property had been seized by the Shingang sect in a swift and ruthless move. Chu Xian, though outwardly calm, felt a pang of inevitability. He had seen this coming. The Wu family had drawn too much attention, and trouble had finally caught up with them. He wondered how the remaining members, those who had hidden within the family, were faring now. Leaning into his carefully crafted role, Chu Xian feigned shock, his voice tinged with just the right amount of fear. He asked if the so-called demon cultivators had been captured, pretending to be worried about his own safety. The waiter eagerly reassured him, explaining that the Shingang sect had teamed up with Qilong Temple to hunt down the remnants of the Wuji sect, driving them into the southern cloud mist mountains. The city, he said, was safe now. Chu Xian let out a theatrical sigh of relief, thanking the waiter before sipping his tea. But his mind was already racing. Among the Wu family's hidden members, only Uncle Lu was a Foundation establishment cultivator. The rest wouldn't stand a chance against their pursuers. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. His life-bound artifact, the soul shackling cord, required the soul of a Foundation establishment cultivator to unlock its full potential. The zombies of Blue Star were no longer enough. This was his chance to take what he needed. The misty peaks of Cloud Mist Mountain loomed ahead, shrouded in an eerie stillness. Chu Xian moved silently, his senses sharp. Suddenly, a voice rang out, commanding him to stop. Emerging from the fog were 4 men, their uniforms marking them as disciples of the Shingang sect. Chu Xian's face twisted into a mask of fear, but inside, he was smirking. This was exactly what he had hoped for. One of them was a Foundation establishment 3rd stage cultivator, while the other 3 were mere Qi refinement cultivators. A perfect haul. He feigned nervousness, scratching his head as he explained that he was just a rogue cultivator hunting monsters for spirit stones. But the disciples weren't buying it. They accused him of being a demon cultivator, their leader sneering as he admitted the truth. It didn't matter whether Chu Xian was guilty or not. His head was worth sect contributions, and that was all they cared about. They attacked in unison, their fists crackling with electric energy. But Chu Xian was already one step ahead. Their strikes passed right through his body as if he were a ghost. Before they could process what had happened, Chu Xian's afterimage dissolved, and the real him appeared above them, his whip drawn and glowing with deadly intent. In a split second, his whip lashed out, decapitating all 4 men in one swift motion. Their lifeless bodies hit the ground as Chu Xian calmly collected their souls, sealing them into his pouch with his soul-seizing technique. He examined his prize, noting that the Qi Refinement Souls would strengthen his 10,000 soul banner. But the Foundation Establishment Soul required special care. He needed a quiet place to refine it properly. Without a second glance at the fallen disciples, he disappeared into the mist, already planning his next move. In the dim, cold silence of a cave, Chu Xian meticulously tightened his grip on the whip in his hands, its surface glowing with an ominous red light. Yet, as the glow flickered and died, his face twisted in frustration. Another failure. Covering his face with his hand, he muttered to himself, his voice laced with disappointment. Failed again. Months of effort, battles, and bloodshed, and still, the soul-shackling cord refused to be refined. His tone turned bitter as he addressed the empty air, as if venting to some invisible presence. A month of slaughter, 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators, over a dozen Qi Refinement cultivators, and yet none of their souls have been strong enough for this damn whip. He secured the whip to his side with a resigned sigh. Looks like I'll need to hunt someone stronger. Someone whose soul isn't as weak and pathetic as theirs. Just as his thoughts began to spiral, a noise from outside the cave snapped him back to reality. The clashing of weapons and shouts echoed closer. His eyes narrowed. Fighting? Out here? Without hesitation, he strode toward the source of the commotion. Outside, chaos unfolded. An old man in white robes, his face contorted with rage, was chasing after another man drenched in blood, Lu Zhenxiong. The old man's voice boomed, each word dripping with murderous intent. Lu Zhenxiong, you killed my brother Zhao and 2 other Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Shingang sect. Stop running and accept your death. Lu, visibly weakened and coughing up blood, spun around, his defiance undimmed despite his injuries. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Don't waste your breath accusing me of things I didn't do. His words were brave, but his body betrayed his limits. The old man sneered. This is the end for you. Severely injured, out of pills, and still standing? Impressive. But let's be honest, you're out of time. Before the old man could land the killing blow, a flash of red streaked through the air like lightning, a whip. The sheer speed and force of it caught the old man off guard, and though he managed to raise a magical shield in time, it shattered like glass. The whip didn't stop there. It sliced across his wrinkled face, leaving a gash that made him stumble. Gritting his teeth, he barely had a moment to recover before a giant fiery red hand materialized above him, slamming him into the ground with such force that blood sprayed from his mouth. The old man struggled beneath the crushing weight of Chu Xian's spell, his body trembling as he tried to resist. Lu looked up, his vision blurry, and muttered in disbelief. Chu Xian? You've advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage? But before Lu could process what was happening, the old man gritted his teeth and chanted a spell, summoning a burst of blue energy that sliced through the fiery hand pinning him down. Blue Cloud Divine Sword. The spell shattered the oppressive force, freeing him. Lu's expression darkened with worry as he watched the 2 cultivators face off. This isn't good. Sunshire's foundation has been stable for years, while Chu Xian just broke through. This could turn ugly fast. Sunshire, the old man, glared at Chu Xian with a mix of anger and fear. I should have killed you back then. Letting you escape was my mistake. I never imagined you'd break through so quickly. But no matter. Today, I'll finish the job and kill you, you arrogant upstart. He raised his hand, summoning a flurry of glowing swords that shot toward Chu Xian with deadly precision. But instead of striking flesh, the blades passed through Chu Xian's form like smoke. Sunshire's eyes widened in shock. No. An escape skill? As realization dawned, it was already too late. Chu Xian reappeared behind him in a blur of motion, his whip slicing cleanly through the air and severing Sunshire's head in one swift strike. Even as his head fell, the old man's lips trembled, trying to form words. How did you? Chu Xian wasted no time. He extracted the old man's soul, examining it with cold detachment. Condensed and strong. Much better than the trash I've been collecting. Maybe this one will finally work for the soul shackling cord, turning his attention to the stunned Lu. Lu's voice was shaky but filled with awe. Chu Xian, I didn't think you'd win. The last time I saw you, You were only at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Chu Xian, his tone cold and dismissive, replied. Ouyang Hao had a foundation pill. I took it and broke through. That's all. Pure coincidence. Lu laughed nervously. Built your foundation with just one pill? That's insane. Your growth is unprecedented. But then his tone grew serious. By the way, when Sunshire was chasing me earlier, he accused me of killing several of his junior apprentices. Was that? Chu Xian cut him off without hesitation. It was me. His bluntness made Lu break into a cold sweat. You took them all out? Cultivators who've been at the foundation stage for years? That's incredible. If I bring you to the ancestor, I'm sure you'll be made a personal disciple. Chu Xian remained stoic. Speaking of the Golden Core ancestor, is there any news? Lu nodded. Yes. But this isn't the place to talk. Follow me. Back at the Wuji sect's hideout, nestled in a forest cave, the atmosphere was lively. Disciples rushed to greet Lu, their faces lighting up with relief. Uncle Lu is back. I told you he'd be fine. But their excitement turned to shock the moment they spotted Chu Xian. Junior brother Chu Xian? You're here too. Brunette guy chimed in. Senior brother Chu, weren't you stopped by the Shingang sect's blockade? Melon guy asked, but Lu silenced them with a raised hand, introducing Chu Xian with pride. Chu Xian has now reached the foundation stage. Thanks to him killing Shingang sect's Sunshire, I was able to return alive. Not only that, but he's taken care of several other enemies along the way. With such achievements, Chu Xian is promoted by 1 rank in the sect. From now on, you will address him as Uncle Chu. The disciples quickly bowed, their voices a mix of awe and respect. Greetings, Uncle Chu. Congratulations, Uncle Chu. Chu Xian's gaze fell on one disciple who hadn't joined the chorus, Su Ming. His voice was icy. Su Ming, you didn't shout. Why? Su Ming stuttered, his face pale. Uncle Chu, Chu Xian didn't let him finish. His whip lashed out, piercing through Su Ming's neck with brutal precision. The disciple fell lifeless to the ground as blood pooled around him, leaving the others frozen in fear. Lu stepped forward, his voice tinged with shock. Junior brother, what was that for? But before Chu Xian could reply, another disciple spoke up, his tone filled with anger and disgust. Proper kill. When the Shingang sect interrogated us earlier, it was Su Ming who betrayed Uncle Chu's identity. Another chimed in, piling on. Uncle Chu let him live this long? That guy was lucky to even breathe after what he did. Lu finally nodded in understanding. So that's how it was. Junior brother Chu, I'm sorry for what you endured. Chu Xian's voice was calm, but the cold edge in his words was unmissable. No need to apologize, senior brother. If Su Ming dared betray me once, he'd betray all of you in the future. Such behavior is no different from betraying the sect. He deserved to die. Today, I'm merely enforcing the sect's rules. Let this be a warning. Don't follow his example. The disciples, once boisterous, were now silent, their faces pale with fear. Sensing the tension, Chu Xian's demeanor softened slightly. In addition, I have some good news. I found a lot of blood beads on the Shingang sect's men. Hundreds of them. I've already reached the foundation stage, so these little beads are of no use to me. I'll give them to you. The disciples' eyes lit up with excitement, their earlier fear replaced with gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Thank you so much. As they eagerly accepted his gift, Chu Xian allowed himself a small, knowing smile. These scraps might be useless to me, but they're enough to win their loyalty. Let them celebrate. They'll need it for what's to come. The air was thick with tension as a mysterious figure stood in the shadows, observing the chaos unraveling before him. His voice was low but laced with admiration, muttering to himself as if chronicling the moment. He used both kindness and force, and he didn't hesitate to kill when necessary. Congratulations, Wuji sect. Looks like you've picked up another prodigy. His words hung in the air like a quiet storm, drawing Chu Xian's attention. Turning to the shadowy figure, Chu Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, Who is he? Before Chu Xian could say more, Lu jumped in, practically buzzing with excitement. This is Wu Ku, the head of the Wu family. His voice carried the energy of someone who clearly respected the man. He risked his life gathering intel on the ancestor and got hurt pretty badly in the process. He's been recovering here since. Chu Xian, his expression softening into gratitude, nodded respectfully toward Wu Ku. Thank you for your help. Wu Ku, ever composed, returned the gesture with a slight bow, his palms pressed together. No need to mention it, he said coolly, though his thoughts revealed a sharper edge. This young man is extraordinary. Making him my enemy in the future would be unwise. Chu Xian, however, was all business. Fellow Taoist Wu, is there any news about the sect's ancestor? Wu Ku didn't waste time. The Golden Core ancestor, Wan Wuying, is also your senior brother Lu's master. He's been captured by the Shingang sect and is currently imprisoned in Yinwu village, to the north of the Yinwu mountains. Si Chuxian's brows furrowed in disbelief. Imprisoned? They left someone alive? His tone was sharp, almost disbelieving. Lu's face twisted in anger as he gritted his teeth. The Shingang sect, those fucking hypocrites. All they care about is sword chi, and the best way to temper it is through battling evil spirits. Wuka's voice cut through Lu's anger, his own fury bubbling to the surface. That's not all. The leader of the Shingang sect is using the special physique of our ancestor to extract his blood repeatedly. He's feeding it to an evil spirit to strengthen his sword chi, hoping to break through to the nascent soul stage in one go. The revelation hit Si Chuxian like a bolt of lightning. Outrageous! He roared, his voice echoing with fury. But deep inside, his thoughts were colder, almost sardonic. Somehow that fits their idea of righteousness. Lu, unable to hold back, exploded. Right now, Yinwu Palace is only guarded by 4 Foundation cultivators. The leader only shows up once a month to draw blood. If we avoid him, there's nothing to worry about. Junior brother Chu, let's join forces to rescue Master. Si Chuxian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his calculating nature kicking in. But there's only the 3 of us at the Foundation stage, against 4 of them. Not to mention the defensive array around the palace. The odds of success are not great. Lu, refusing to back down, pointed out another potential ally. We have one more. She's the disciple of the first ancestor, and is at the 3rd level of the Foundation stage. Si Chuxian's mind immediately connected the dots. She's the one with the best aptitude among all Foundation disciples. If anyone has a shot at reaching the Golden Core stage, it's her, senior sister Li Xianwei. Lu continued, his determination unwavering. I've already contacted her. She left worldly affairs behind, but for the sake of rescuing the ancestor, she's willing to come back. The only condition is that Ancestor Wan accepts her as his eldest disciple. Lu dropped to his knees, bowing his head deeply to Si Chuxian. Please, junior brother Chu. With you, we have the numbers. After this, I'll personally ask Master to accept you as his disciple. Si Chuxian quickly moved to pull him up, his voice steady but firm. Senior brother, get up. If I ever hope to reach the Golden Core stage, I'll need skills only the ancestor can teach. Don't worry, I'm willing to go through hellfire and back for this. The plan began to take shape, and soon they stood at the edge of Yinwu Manor, the wind whipping around them. On a cliff overlooking the city below stood a lone woman. Her presence was magnetic, her aura commanding. Lu bowed deeply. Greetings, senior sister Li. Li Xuanyue's gaze swept over Si Chuxian, her eyes lingering for a moment as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Impressive, she said, her voice calm but tinged with admiration. Reaching the Foundation establishment stage under such conditions is no small feat. Without another word, she tossed a mirror to Si Chuxian. The skies over Yinwu Manor are protected by a formation that suppresses demonic cultivators. This treasure, the formation-breaking mirror, can locate the flags of the formation. Since you've just reached the Foundation stage and lack strength, focus on breaking the formation from the perimeter. Si Chuxian caught the mirror, his mind already working. Just as I hoped. With others leading the charge, I can act as I see fit. Out loud, he said. As you wish, senior sister. Li Xianwei turned, her voice sharp as she outlined the plan. Inside the manor are 4 Foundation cultivators. The strongest is at the 3rd level, the weakest has just broken through. I'll handle 2 of them. The other 2 are yours. If there are no objections, let's move. The group nodded in unison. Understood. The battle erupted in a flash of chaos. A massive explosion lit up the sky, a golden mushroom cloud rising high above. The shockwave shook the ground as a voice screamed. Who dares intrude on the forbidden grounds of the Divine Sword sect? Another voice shot back, dripping with mockery. Your dad, that's who? Watching the chaos unfold through the mirror Li Xianwei had given him, Si Chuxian's eyes glinted with resolve. It's time. Summoning his magical tower, he called forth his trio of zombie minions. Xiao Bao, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, go! As his undead warriors charged into the fray, Si Chuxian thought to himself, the situation's too chaotic to waste my own spiritual energy. Best to outsource the dirty work. Meanwhile, amidst the battle, Lu shouted to Li Xianwei. Senior sister, the formation's suppression is gone. She smiled faintly, a small blush betraying her thoughts. Good. Junior brother Chu works faster than I expected. Her demeanor shifted instantly as she lunged forward, piercing one of the Divine Sword sect cultivators through the chest like a skewer. The man's companion, panicked and drenched in fear, screamed, Master Wei Kong! The formation's down! If you don't act now, we're all dead! From deep within the temple, a golden light flared. A sword burst forth, cutting through the air with terrifying speed. A voice, cold and commanding, followed. Foolish! I was waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and you ruined it. The sword shot toward Li Xianwei, but she dodged at the last second, the weapon returning to its owner like a boomerang. From the shadows emerged a monk, his golden aura radiating power. Li Xianwei, he said, his tone sharp. Benefactorly, we meet again. Xie Qiuxian, watching from a distance, muttered to himself. Hui Kong, the battle monk from the Golden Dragon Temple. A genius on par with senior sister Li herself. They've clashed before, and he's got more wins than losses. Li Xuanyue's aura flared, a mix of purple and pink energy swirling around her as she shouted at the monk. Hui Kong, your Golden Dragon Temple claims to be compassionate, yet here you are, colluding with the Divine Sword sect, imprisoning cultivators, and feeding their blood to ghosts. Hui Kong's golden aura burned brighter as he retorted, his voice steady but sharp. Nonsense! This monk is here to slay vengeful spirits. I know nothing of imprisoning cultivators or blood-feeding ghosts. But you, demonic scum of the Wuji sect, have delivered yourselves to death's door. The monk's cold sneer twisted into something far more dangerous as he hurled his pearl bracelet towards Sister Li, Lu, and Wu Ke, his voice booming with a sinister edge. Allow me to send you all to your graves. The bracelet tore through the air like a blade. In a flash, Wu Ke's hand was severed clean off, blood spraying as he cried out in pain. The bracelet hurtled toward Lu next, but his magical cloak flared to life, deflecting the attack just in time. Sister Li, however, moved with an almost ethereal grace, vanishing momentarily before reappearing a few paces away. Her skill, Shadow Step, saving her from what had been a near-death strike. Barely catching her breath, Sister Li's thoughts were racing. This damned Hui Kong. He intentionally let us burn through our spiritual energy. Now he's making his move to clean up what's left of us. Her eyes darted to the horizon. Reinforcements from the Divine Sword sect and the Golden Dragon Temple would arrive soon if they didn't wrap this up. Her grip tightened on her weapon, and she summoned her life-bound artifact, a black flag that seemed to crawl with an ominous wind. Leaping into the air, she screamed, "Out of my way!" With a burst of power, she unleashed the black wind banner, its smoky tendrils swirling like a violent storm around her. But Hui Kong didn't flinch. His muscles bulged as his aura erupted in golden fury, his body glowing like a super scion ascending to a higher form. Running? Did you ask this monk for permission? His voice thundered as he launched himself at Sister Li, his sheer speed blurring his figure. Before she could counter, his strike landed with devastating precision. Her flag splintered in her hand, its shards scattering like broken glass. Her body hit the ground hard, rolling as smoke and debris exploded around her. Her robes were torn, her weapon destroyed, and her energy drained, but her spirit remained unbroken. Hui Kong stalked toward her with a smug grin, his voice dripping with mockery. Benefactorly, prepare to die. Struggling to lift herself, Sister Li glared up at him, her voice ragged but defiant. Suppressing evil mark, you've actually mastered this technique? No wonder you dare face 3 of us alone. So, this was your trump card. Her words were bitter, her mind racing as she realized the monk's terrifying advantage. Hui Kong raised his sword high, its edge gleaming with murderous intent. His red, devilish eyes glowed as he prepared to end her. But just as he brought the blade down, his body froze, his instincts screaming danger. Something was coming, fast. Summoning his golden bow artifact with a flick of his hand, he prepared to block the oncoming attack. But it was futile. A devastating strike pierced straight through the bowl, shattering it like brittle wood. The whip that had torn through his defense crackled with dark energy, and its owner stepped forward from the shadows. Chu Xian? Sister Li's voice carried a mix of disbelief and awe. Her eyes widened, and for the first time, a faint blush colored her cheeks. He didn't run. He didn't abandon us. He waited for the perfect moment, and destroyed Hui Kong's suppressing evil mark in one flawless strike. Hui Kong staggered back, clutching his chest where the whip had left a searing wound. His fury boiled over as he growled. Brat, who the hell are you? Chu Xian didn't answer, his silence more menacing than any words. Instead, he surged forward, his hand igniting with a fiery claw of dark energy. The monk's confidence cracked as he retreated, barking, Dark Fiend Claw? Laughable! Do you think such a low-level technique can even scratch me? A Divine Sword sect lackey, watching from a distance, chimed in with a sneer. So slow. I doubt that thing can even graze the hair on Master Hui Kong's head. Chu Xian ignored the taunts, muttering to himself. Dark Fiend Energy, as the claw shimmered with an ominous crimson flame. Without hesitation, the claw clamped down on Hui Kong, its sinister energy wrapping around him like a vice. The monk's body convulsed violently, and before he could even react, blood erupted from his mouth as the claw tightened, crushing him. A stunned Sister Li watched the scene unfold, her voice brimming with admiration. What a clever move! Junior brother Chu first used spiritual energy to form the Dark Fiend Claw, tricking Hui Kong. Then, at the perfect moment, he infused it with Dark Fiend energy, turning it into a lethal weapon. Lu, pulling off his magical cloak, looked equally amazed. Where did Chu Xian even get such potent Dark Fiend energy? Hui Kong, still pinned in the claw's grip, roared in rage and desperation. Cunning demonic bastard! I'll rip your guts out! Summoning his final treasure, the Vajra beads, he called forth a glowing shield of golden light that surrounded him. But Chu Xian wasn't fazed. With a flick of his wrist, his whip cracked through the air like a thunderbolt, obliterating the beads in an instant. The shattered fragments rained to the ground as Hui Kong's face twisted in horror. Chu Xian's expression darkened, his voice low and deadly. Die! The whip lashed out again, its tip slicing through the air with terrifying precision. Hui Kong's bravado crumbled as he stammered. If you kill me, my master will hunt you to the ends of the earth. His words were cut short, quite literally, as the whip cleaved his head clean in two. Blood sprayed in a gruesome arc as his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chu Xian stood over the fallen monk, his whip coiling back like a serpent. His voice was cold, unyielding, and filled with disdain as he spat. Do you really think I'm the type to be intimidated by empty threats? After Chu Xian absolutely wrecked Hui Kong, their so-called master, the Divine Sword Sect members didn't even bother sticking around. They bolted like scared cats, tails tucked, not daring to look back. Sisterly, still catching her breath and looking like she'd just seen her life flash before her eyes, turned to Chu Xian. Junior brother Chu, I owe you big time for saving me, she said, her voice shaky but full of gratitude. Before Chu Xian could even respond, Wuka stepped up, his tone a mix of surprise and curiosity. Yo, Taoist Chu, is this how strong you are after just stepping into Foundation establishment? You've been playing us this whole time, huh? Chu Xian, as unbothered as ever, just gave a small smirk. When you're out in the world, he replied casually, it's only smart to keep some of your cards hidden. No offense, Taoist Wu. He then pointed toward the temple entrance, his expression sharpening. Alright, with that clown out of the way, let's move. The ancestor won't save himself. They wasted no time and headed straight inside the temple. The deeper they went, the heavier the air felt. At the bottom of a long staircase, they found themselves in an underground prison, and what they saw made their blood run cold. An old man hung against the wall, his body thin to the point of being skeletal, needles stabbed into his skin, and thick iron chains binding his wrists. His voice was weak, almost like a whisper, as he muttered, Again? How much more blood do they need this time? But this time, it wasn't his torturers, it was his disciples. His tired eyes widened in disbelief as Lu's voice cracked with emotion. Master! It's me, Jin Xiong! The old man blinked, his voice trembling as realization hit him. Jin Xiong. It was none other than Wan Wuying, the legendary Golden Core ancestor of the Wuji sect. Lu didn't waste a second. He unsheathed his sword and swung it down, breaking one of the chains. Master, don't worry! We'll get these restrictions off and get you out of here! Lu's voice was determined, but there was also urgency. Sisterly and Chu Xian stepped forward. Disciple greets ancestor Wan Wuying, they said in unison. For the first time in who knows how long, Wan Wuying cracked a smile. His laughter filled the room, not with mockery, but with pure relief and joy. The heavens really do have mercy. Who would have thought I, Wan Wuying, would live to see freedom again? Haha. Good, good, good. You all make this old man proud. The pride of the Wuji sect. Wan Wuying's body began to glow. Purple energy burst out of him, shattering the restraints as he yanked the needles out like they were nothing. Even Lu, who had seen his master's immense power before, was left speechless. Without hesitation, Lu handed Wan Wuying a bag filled with blood beads. Master, your recovery comes first, he said, urgency still in his tone. Wan Wuying didn't need to be told twice. He tore into the blood beads like a starving man at an all-you-can-eat buffet. The transformation was immediate. His bony frame filled out, his muscles swelling with every bead he devoured. His aura became so intense it felt like the room was suffocating under it. Even Chu Xian, who rarely showed emotion, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wan Wuying's laughter returned, loud and booming. The heavens truly show mercy. I can't believe I'm alive to witness this day. Good, good, good. You are all the pride of the Wuji sect. But as his laughter faded, his expression turned serious. Now that I'm free, Emo Huanshan will undoubtedly catch wind of this. We need to leave. Now. No delays. 3 days later, Chu Xian was sitting behind a breathtaking waterfall, meditating in a glowing red magic circle. His face was calm, but his thoughts were anything but. 3 days ago, Ancestor Wan brought us here to recover in secret, he thought to himself. He had us carve out caves to rest, but something's off. The spiritual energy here is way too abundant. This place clearly belongs to the righteous 5 sects of the Yu Kingdom, so why hasn't anyone come for us yet? He opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto the whip coiled around his hand. His expression darkened. Huh! The soul-devouring chain is reacting? He pulled it out, its aura swirling ominously. Originally, I planned to use Sunshure's soul for this, he muttered. But then I got my hands on Huikong's soul and figured, why not throw him in too? Inside the chain, 2 souls clashed violently, their energies colliding like a storm. Chu Xian watched with a faint smirk. Looks like the 2 of them have been duking it out, and it's finally over. His voice dropped to a commanding tone. Come out. The air around him shifted as Huikong's soul emerged, his spectral form glaring at Chu Xian with pure, unfiltered rage. The monk's ghost let out a roar and charged at him, but honestly, he wasn't as intimidating as he thought he was. Chu Xian didn't even flinch. He casually smacked the soul with the whip handle like he was swatting a fly. 10 minutes later, Huikong's soul was kneeling before Chu Xian, completely defeated. It's done, Chu Xian said, his tone cold and final. The monk's arrogance had been beaten out of him, literally. With Huikong's ferocity and brutality, he's perfect as the spirit of the soul-devouring chain, Chu Xian mused. From now on, I can feed him the souls of captured cultivators to make him stronger. With a flick of his wrist, Huikong's soul was sucked back into the whip. As my life-bound artifact, the soul-devouring chain will only grow more powerful over time. And naturally, Huikong's strength will grow with it. His moment of reflection was interrupted by a voice from the other side of the waterfall. Uncle Chu, the ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Aunt Lu asked me to call you over. Chu Xian sighed, shaking his head. Here we go again, he thought. Inside the cave, Wan Wuying sat on a throne carved from stone, his gaze sharp and commanding as he addressed his disciples. Nephew Lu, as the last disciple of the first patriarch, I owe you for my freedom. Today, I've seen your strength, talent, and character, and they're all exceptional. But that monk from the Golden Dragon Temple wasn't ordinary. He had the suppressing evil mark. How did you manage to defeat him? Sisterly, ever respectful, quickly replied as Chu Xian entered quietly. To be honest, ancestor, it wasn't me who defeated Huikong. It was junior brother Chu. Wan Wuying's eyes lit up with curiosity. Oh? Lu stepped in, nodding. Master, the monk's name was Huikong. He was ruthless and cunning. The 3 of us barely made it out alive. It was junior brother Chu who held back until the perfect moment, then took him out in one decisive strike. Even the blood pearls you consumed came from him. Chu Xian stepped forward with confidence, bowing deeply as he spoke with an air of respect that could have inspired a whole motivational speech. Disciple Chu Xian of the Wuji sect greets the ancestor. His tone was crisp, sharp, and full of expectation. But the ancestor? Yeah, he hit him with the most soul-crushing line possible. Eyes half closed, voice calm but dismissive, he muttered. Chu Xian? Never heard of you. Bro, the disappointment was palpable. Chu Xian's face held it together, but inside? Pure devastation. You could practically hear his pride cracking like glass. Lu, being the MVP big bro he is, quickly stepped in to save the moment. Master, he began, voice smooth like he'd practiced this in the mirror. Back when the sect fell, junior brother Chu was still in the chi refinement stage. He's grown a lot since then. The ancestor raised an eyebrow, stroking his beard like some wise old sage in a drama. When the sect fell, you must have been at least chi refinement level 8 or 9, Chu Xian. And yet, he paused, his gaze cutting like a knife. I don't recall any disciples at that level matching your name. Ouch. That was a second blow to the ego. But Chu Xian wasn't about to let himself collapse. With a calm smile that screamed, I've got this. He clasped his hands and responded humbly. At that time, I was only at chi refinement level 4. After the sect's destruction, something clicked. Like I unlocked cheat codes or something. And I advanced rapidly. With a bit of luck and, well, a lot of blood pearls, I recently reached the foundation establishment stage. The ancestor froze for a moment, his brain buffering. In his head, he was basically screaming. Hold up. In just 1 year, this kid went from chi refinement level 4 to foundation establishment. His thoughts spiraled. Talent like this is insane. No, this is golden core potential, easy. I need to lock him in before someone else snags him. With a decision made, the ancestor raised a hand, his fingers glowing with swirling purple energy as he pointed directly at Chu Xian. Chu Xian, he said, his voice booming with authority. Would you like to become my disciple? Chu Xian's brain was doing backflips. This was it. The jackpot. The dream. Perfect, he thought, barely containing his excitement. Future cultivation techniques? Secured. He dropped to the floor, bowing so low you'd think he was worshipping the ground. Ancestor, he said, voice dripping with humility. I humbly accept. The ancestor, Wu Ying, descended from his throne like a king granting an audience. His steps were slow and deliberate, his face lit with rare satisfaction. When he reached Chu Xian, he extended a hand and gently pulled him up from the bow. Good, good, Wu Ying said, stroking his beard with a smile that could rival a proud dad at graduation. Having a disciple like you brings me great joy. Then, Wu Ying turned his attention to the rest of the squad. Xian Yu Wu Ke, he said, his tone now all business. Now that I'm the only golden core cultivator left in the Wuji sect, would you both also like to become my disciples? The room shifted as the trio lit incense sticks, the ceremonial vibes hitting hard. Together, Li Xianyu and Wu Ke spoke up, voices steady and full of respect. Disciple Li Xianyu greets master. Disciple Wu Ke greets master. Wu Ying gave a slow nod, his sharp gaze scanning the group like he was sizing up his new team. His fingers found their way to his beard again as he mused. Xianer, he said, calling out Chu Xian. Your talent is unmatched. But Xian Yu, Wu Ke, and Jin Xiong have experience that you lack. From now on, Li Xianyu will be your senior sister, Lu Jin Xiong your second senior brother, and Wu Ke your third senior brother. Chu Xian bowed his head respectfully, his tone solid as he replied, Understood. But while the words were calm, his senior sister, Li Xianyu, was not as zen. She glanced at him, her face neutral but her thoughts a storm of insecurity. So that's how it is, she thought bitterly. In the ancestor's eyes, Chu Xian's worth already surpasses mine. Otherwise, why would he offer him discipleship first? Before the tension could thicken, Lu Jinxiong stepped in with a practical question. Master, what are your plans now? Wu Ying's expression turned sharp, his tone reflective as he asked. Who's taken over the 3 states of the Wuji sect? Li Xianyu stepped forward, her voice steady as she laid down the facts. Tongzhou was taken by the Divine Sword sect. Xianzhou was split between the Golden Dragon Temple and the Miaoying Temple. As for the fertile northern region of Wuzhou, that's under Yuling Mountain now. And the barren southern region of Wuzhou, where we are currently, has been claimed by the Tianyin sect. Lu rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his tone laced with just a hint of amusement. So the Tianyin sect drew the short straw, huh? Losing 2 golden core cultivators during the attack on the Wuji sect only to get stuck with literal scraps. That's rough. Chu Xian stayed quiet, his face a mask of calm, but his thoughts were buzzing. This division of spoils is a mess. There's no way resentment isn't brewing. It's only a matter of time before someone starts throwing punches over this. Lu suddenly straightened, his voice sharper now. Master, are you saying our target is... Wu Ying's expression didn't change, his tone steady and calculated. Exactly. The Tianyin sect is the perfect choice to approach right now. And as if on cue, shadows stirred outside the waterfall, figures emerging from the mist like some dramatic reveal. Wu Ying's eyes glinted knowingly, his voice dropping to a calm murmur. And it just so happens, the people I've been waiting for have arrived. The roar of the waterfall was deafening, the mist rising like a ghostly veil as the sun glinted off the crashing water. And then, cutting through the chaos, stepped a man, middle-aged, rough around the edges, and with a massive green snake draped around his neck like it was some kind of avant-garde scarf. His voice boomed, sharp and accusing as he called out to the Golden Core ancestor, Wu Ying. Old Ghost Wan, you've got guts, hanging around Tianyin sect territory like it's a public park. Aren't you even a little worried we might rat you out? But Wu Ying? Nah, he wasn't fazed. The man just scoffed, his tone dripping with that. I'm 10 steps ahead. Energy. Rat me out? Please. With Wuji sect's cultivation techniques and 50 trained cultivators in the bag, don't even act like you're not tempted to make a deal. And let's be real, if you didn't want me here, your golden core flunkies would have jumped me by now. Meanwhile, off to the side, Sisterly leaned in toward Lu, her voice low and secretive. That guy? That's Xiao Wei, a golden core big shot. He's got ties to my master and despises Shingang sect's antics. He's not one to play nice, though. Zhao's smirk widened as he turned his attention back to Wu Ying, his tone a mix of amusement and warning. Typical old Ghost Wan, ruthless and sharp as ever. Sure, we're short on people, and yeah, we're not about to let this opportunity slip. But publicly accepting demonic cultivators? That's just asking for the entire cultivation world to come for our necks. And let's not forget, this patch of land in the southern Mist province? It's a freaking nightmare, hot, humid, crawling with venomous beasts, and eerie as hell. It's basically the middle of nowhere. Zhao paused dramatically, his gaze now fixed on the Wuji sect disciples. After a lot of back and forth, the sects made a decision. Your Yin Cavern branch will merge with the Tianyin sect. We'll hook you up with cultivation resources, but forget about returning to the main sect. Instead, you'll set up shop within a 3,000-mile radius and turn this wasteland into something usable for us. Congrats on your new digs. Wu Ying let out a laugh that could have shaken the waterfall itself. Finally, the Yin Cavern branch has its own turf. Disciples, pay your respects to your Uncle Zhao. The 4 disciples immediately chimed in, voices in sync. Greetings, Uncle Zhao. Zhao, clearly enjoying the moment, turned to Li Xianyu, one of the disciples, with a nod of approval. Good. You risked your lives to save old Ghost Wan. That kind of loyalty is exactly what our sect values. And you, Li Xianyu, you're the strongest of the group. I heard you even took down Huikong from the Golden Dragon Temple. Forget the losses in the past. What matters is who's left standing at the end. Wu Ying, never one to miss a chance to throw shade, grinned smugly. Haha, old Zhao, looks like your legendary foresight failed you this time. Then, turning to Chu Xian, Wu Ying called out, Schwanner, come here. But Chu Xian's face immediately fell at the nickname, like a kid embarrassed by his parents in front of his friends. Zhao's eyes narrowed in confusion. Wait, who's this? A Foundation establishment disciple? Why haven't I heard of him? Wu Ying's grin widened as he stroked his beard, clearly enjoying the moment. Of course you haven't heard of him. When Wuji sect collapsed, he was just a scrub at the 4th level of Qi refinement. But let me fill you in. He's the one who took down Huikong, and he's the one who busted me out of Yinwu Manor. Impressive, huh? Zhao's jaw practically unhinged, his shock written all over his face. Wait. He went from Qi refinement to Foundation establishment in just a few years. Old Wan, you've hit the jackpot with this one. He grabbed Chu Xian by the shoulder, his excitement radiating. Chu Xian, on the other hand, looked like a shy kid being introduced to a long-lost uncle. Jackpot? Nah, he's Tianin Sect's gain now. And as his uncle, I guess I owe him a gift. With a dramatic sigh, Zhao pulled out a glowing golden crystal and handed it over. Here, take this blood parasite serum. It's rare and perfect for refining parasites. Don't say I never gave you anything. Chu Xian hesitated, glancing at Wu Ying for reassurance. His master gave him a firm nod. Take it. No need to overthink. Oh, and while you're at it, take my blood parasite manual and spirit forge technique. Don't let us down. With the rare serum, a manual, and a technique in hand, Chu Xian bowed deeply. Thank you, master. Thank you, uncle. Meanwhile, the other 3 disciples looked like they were seconds away from combusting with jealousy. Fast forward to a sunnier day, and we see Chu Xian cruising through a lush valley on his flying sword, the wind whipping through his hair as he took in the scenery. For the first time in years, a sense of pride flickered in his chest. After drifting through Tsenchuan for so long, I finally have a place to call my own, he thought, a small smile creeping across his face. He steered toward a waterfall, slicing through the cascading water with his sword to reveal a hidden entrance. Inside, the underground base was everything he dreamed of. A cultivation room, an alchemy lab, a forge, and a spirit plant room. It's all here, he murmured, his voice echoing in the cavern. Sitting on a throne carved from bone, he surveyed his domain with a sense of triumph. Perfect, he declared, the word hanging in the air like a promise. He summoned his blood worms, holding up the glowing serum Zhao had gifted him. The worms writhed in excitement, practically begging for it. You want this? He teased, smirking at their eagerness. But before indulging them, he flipped open the blood parasite manual. According to the text, his blood steel silkworms might be descended from the legendary golden blood mother parasite. If they consumed the blood, it could awaken their ancestral powers, making them exponentially stronger. But there was a catch. The blood might just as easily belong to lesser descendants like flying mantis or mountain steelworm. The gamble was huge, but Chu Xian knew one thing for sure. This was just the start of something far bigger. The crystal shimmered faintly as Chu Xian casually tossed it into the air, letting his steel silkworm worm snatch it with a snap. His tone carried a chill indifference as he muttered to himself. If it craves blood, there's no harm in letting it feed. The moment the worm consumed the crystal, it began to glow, an eerie, intense red that illuminated the darkened space. Chu Xian's body tensed, his blood roaring like a raging river, a strange sensation coursing through him. His eyes widened in realization. The steel silkworm's blood, it's cocooning. Could it be, it's advancing to its second evolution? Wasting no time, he summoned his magical mirror, its surface gleaming with an otherworldly hue, and declared with steely determination. Parasites like this can take weeks, even months to evolve. Staying here in Sichuan would just be pointless. I'll make my way to see Blue Star. The time distortion there will give my cultivation the speed boost it needs. His voice hardened, his ambition crystal clear. Excelling above my senior brothers and sisters isn't just a goal, it's essential if I want greater benefits. Besides, I'll gather in fiend chi, snag some blood pearls, and maybe even find a beast powerful enough to serve as the core spirit for my formation. The scene shifted abruptly to Chu Xian's hideout, a dimly lit space buzzing with the subdued chatter of his subordinates. One of his men noticed his arrival and greeted him with enthusiasm. "Boss, you're finally back." Chu Xian, ever the picture of nonchalance, asked calmly. "Anything out of the ordinary while I was gone?" Another subordinate stepped forward, his tone serious. "Not much, but there was one thing. A two-headed python, over 50 meters long, showed up in Longjiang City. It's been dominating the area. 2 months ago, it escaped from the Linjiang army's pursuit and fled to Donghu City." The man hesitated, then continued. "It rampaged through Donghu, entered the Yin Fiend Soul Trap formation briefly, and somehow escaped. The Linjiang armies deployed over 100 soldiers to Donghu's waters, hunting it down." Chu Xian's eyes sharpened at the mention of the python. Without wasting a second, he grabbed his flying sword and soared into the sky. As the wind rushed past him, his mind raced. Ordinary beasts that enter my Yin Fiend Soul Trap get absorbed as nourishment. But this python, it survived? A smirk crept across his face, one that promised nothing good for the python. If its soul has unique properties, it might just be perfect as a core spirit for my formation. Meanwhile, in Donghu City, the Linjiang army had set up a base near the river. At the center of the chaos stood Lin Xiao, the commanding officer, her military uniform pristine despite the tension in the air. Her tone was sharp as she addressed her team. "This is the last choke point before the lower Longjiang. It's inevitable the python will pass through here. We must intercept it, or it'll escape for good." Beside her were 2 other commanders, the bald and burly Xiongxing, and Li Taimu, whose imposing figure could rival a villain from a dystopian drama. Lin Xiao turned to Wang Gangjian, the black security company boss, and asked, "Donghu is your territory. Got any suggestions?" Gangjian hesitated before offering his advice. "Commanders, I recommend visiting the Cultivator staying at Heodal Hotel. With his help, capturing, or even killing, the python would be a breeze." Lin Xiao's gaze hardened, her tone icy. "Let's not bring this up again. General Yi already said he's just a flashy individual with some tricks. Or are you questioning General Ye's judgment?" Gangjian could only sigh in defeat. Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing toward the water. "Something's moving underwater." 2 trucks, equipped with chains and nets, revved their engines. Xiongxing barked out an order. "Deploy the net!" The chains shot into the water, and moments later, the massive 2-headed python was dragged into view, thrashing violently. Li Taimu, ever the tactician, commanded, "Fire!" A barrage of bullets rained down on the beast, and its agonized roars echoed through the river. As the chaos subsided, Chu Xian arrived at the scene, observing from above. His initial excitement dimmed as he thought, "It's already dead? How disappointing. Guess I'll head back." But just as Lin Xiao began to boast about their victory, the python struck. With terrifying speed, it lunged out of the water, its jaws wide open. Lin Xiao, still lost in her own delusions, hadn't even realized her fate. She confidently ordered Gangjian, "Prepare a team to retrieve the corpse," only to be swallowed whole in an instant. Her untimely demise left everyone frozen in terror. Gangjian's expression twisted in shock and fear. Chu Xian, sensing the commotion, turned back, his eyes narrowing as he pieced it together. The python pretended to be dead, he thought. It waited for the commanders to drop their guard before striking. Such cunning, even if I extract its soul, it'll retain this shrewdness. As an enemy, it'd be a nightmare. A sly grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with delight. But as my servant, it'll guard my domain perfectly. Taimu's cry pierced through the noise as he witnessed his comrade, Commander Lin Xiao, being crushed between the jaws of the monstrous 2-headed python. His voice cracked with anguish. "Qiao, Xiao Yar, I'll end you, you damn beast!" Rage consumed him as he unleashed his spiritual talent, twin fireballs igniting in his hands like miniature suns. With a roar, he hurled the blazing orbs at the serpent, the flames illuminating his fury. The fireballs collided with the python's scaly skin, briefly engulfing it in fire, but the creature's resilience was terrifying. The bald commander, Xiongxing, barked orders at the top of his lungs, his voice cutting through the pandemonium. "All transcendents, listen up! Everyone, charge! We take that monster down, no matter the cost!" Soldiers steeled themselves for battle, each preparing their unique abilities. The commander's thoughts raced as he assessed the dire situation. Losing a second-tier transcendent was already a devastating blow. They couldn't afford another loss. Boats, like armored beasts, surged forward across the churning waters toward the python, their engines roaring in unison with the soldiers' battle cries. Xiongxing's body swelled as his spiritual talent activated, shredding his shirt to reveal a physique that looked forged from iron itself. With an iron pipe in hand, he leapt fearlessly onto the python, stabbing the weapon into its thick hide. The beast's guttural scream echoed through the battlefield as Xiong clung on, relentless in his assault. Meanwhile, Chu Xian stood at a distance, his sharp gaze dissecting the scene. He wasn't one to jump into action without understanding the bigger picture. His mind churned with clarity, observing the beast's tactical approach. This python knows it's vulnerable on land. It baited the army into its territory, the water, where it has the upper hand. But, his brow furrowed. Why does it seem so at a disadvantage? Could it have something up its sleeve? His suspicions were confirmed when a chilling sight unfolded. The python, despite its injuries, began charging a sinister purple energy within its twin heads, its scales glowing ominously. Xiong Xing watched in horror as the creature unleashed jets of venomous demonic energy, spraying it like a deadly laser across the battlefield. Soldiers screamed as the venom tore through them like acid, their agonized cries cutting through the air. One unlucky soldier, engulfed in the venom, shrieked, "What in the name of hell is this sorcery?" The python's rampage laid waste to the army's ranks, leaving only despair in its wake. Xiong Xing clenched his fists, his voice trembling with despair. "Is this it? Is our Riverby army destined to be wiped out here?" Amidst the carnage, a blazing red light streaked across the sky, cutting through the chaos like a divine intervention. A commanding voice thundered through the battlefield, dripping with disdain. "Stealing my evil energy? You must have a death wish!" All eyes turned skyward as Chu Xian descended, his flying sword radiating an intimidating aura. Gasps rippled through the survivors. "It's him!" A soldier, his cap askew, shouted in awe. "The mysterious cultivator is here!" Gang Jian, standing next to Xiong Xing, nearly shook with excitement. "Commander Xiong, that's the immortal I told you about! He's real!" Chu Xian's arrival was like the calm before a storm. His gaze locked onto the python with an unyielding intensity. Summoning his magical tower, he called forth two of his most fearsome undead warriors, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu. Without hesitation, Xiao Hu exploded onto the battlefield, his energy-charged fist obliterating one of the python's heads in an instant. Meat and shattered teeth rained down as the remaining head wailed in agony. Xiong Xing stood paralyzed, muttering in disbelief. That python, impervious to swords and spears, just lost a head to one punch? Gang Jian's voice trembled with reverence. And that's just one of the zombies under his command. If the immortal himself were to fight. His words trailed off, the implications too staggering to voice. Meanwhile, Xiao Long prepared to finish the job. Charging his beast stinger-like hand with energy, he sliced clean through the remaining head of the python, the severed skull crashing to the ground like a defeated titan. Despite its decapitation, the python's body thrashed wildly, driven by sheer demonic energy as it lunged at Chu Xian in a final act of defiance. The capped soldier whispered in horror, "That energy, it's suffocating. The immortal is completely engulfed in it." Gang Jian's face turned pale. "It's trying to take him down with it before it dies." Even Fat Eye, ever skeptical, couldn't hide his concern. That level of demonic energy, it's at least 100 times stronger than before. Can he really withstand it? Chu Xian, unfazed, smirked as his fiery demon claw materialized around him. The python's thrashing came to an abrupt halt as Chu Xian wrapped its monstrous mouth shut with a single, dominating motion. His voice was calm, almost mocking. "Good. Now that you've returned everything you stole from me, you can rest. Don't worry, death is just a new beginning. You'll serve me well as the main spirit of my formation." With that, he crushed the python's essence into a glowing soul, its energy now a radiant orb in his palm. Without a glance back at the stunned onlookers, Chu Xian soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Xiong Xing collapsed to his knees, his voice a mix of regret and sorrow as he surveyed the devastated battlefield. "Damn it, this is all my fault. If only I had sought his help earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this." Gang Jian, still staring at the empty sky, muttered, "Soul extraction, flying swords, these are techniques of the immortals. If that's not divine power, then what is?" Back at his base, Chu Xian let out a satisfied sigh. "It's been too long since I returned. The evil energy here has restored itself beautifully." The land around him brimmed with a sinister vitality, like a thriving ecosystem of darkness. Summoning the python's soul, he marveled at its potential. This soul, it's extraordinary. Most would disintegrate under the evil energy, but this one absorbs and refines it. Over time, it'll grow into a formidable evil soul. Looks like I've hit the jackpot. Under the moonlit skies of Hahai Province, the scene shifts to the bustling Yuhai First Shipyard, headquarters of the Transcendent Association's maritime organization. Amid the rhythmic clang of metal and the hum of machinery, a woman casually downed her beer, the froth lingering at the rim of her glass. Her voice cut through the ambient noise, tinged with both seriousness and nonchalance. In Jinshan City, a high-level zombie with the ability to shoot ice spikes has been spotted. It's already wiped out 3 small gathering points. We're looking at a second-tier beast here, with a horde of over 1,000 regular zombies and 20 first-tier ones under its command. Nearby, a man with striking blue hair and glowing, electric blue eyes leaned forward, his gaze sharp and calculating. Ding Ping is the closest to the area, he instructed coolly. Send him a message. He'll lead the team to clear out the horde. The woman nodded, her usual laid-back demeanor giving way to quick compliance. Yes, she replied crisply. Her curiosity soon took over though, and she couldn't resist probing further. Looking at the man, she asked with a sly grin. Since you awakened your transcendent talent to strengthen your mind, every major decision for this organization has been entrusted to you. You've never made a single mistake. Tell me, Xiaoyang, how does it feel to be infallible? Ignoring her attempt to needle him, she pulled out a leather-bound book, flipping it open to reveal fresh intelligence reports. Here's the latest intel from Linjiang Province, she announced with a slight edge of intrigue. The 2-headed python we once encountered? Dead. It was taken down in Donghu City. Xiaoyang, unfazed at first, turned his attention to the horizon, his glowing eyes reflecting the shimmering sea under the night sky. His voice remained steady, but there was a trace of skepticism. That python wasn't just some oversized snake. It was clever, cunning. Its spiritual abilities made it a nightmare to take down. Even with the combined might of Xiongxing, Lin Xiao, and Li Taimu, I calculated only a 72% chance of them temporarily subduing it. If 2 of them fell in battle, even that slim chance would vanish. The woman smirked, stepping closer, her tone dripping with playful mockery. Well, Xiaoyang, it seems even you can be wrong sometimes, she teased, holding the open book just under his nose. Her grin widened as she watched his expression shift from calm detachment to outright shock. His glowing blue eyes scanned the page, the words leaping out at him like a slap to the face. Sword flight? He muttered, his voice laced with disbelief. Soul extraction? Immortal techniques? The air around him seemed to still as his mind raced to process this new information. Whatever this mysterious cultivator was, it was clear they had just entered a realm far beyond the ordinary, and Xiaoyang, for once, had underestimated the game. He analyzed the so-called immortal they were pursuing, concluding there was a little over a 50% chance he was a level 4 transcendent, and a smaller, but still concerning, chance he was level 5. If this man could control zombies, Liang reasoned, there was an even stronger likelihood that his abilities were connected to the brain. To him, this wasn't just speculation, it was a clinical fact. Yu, standing nearby with a bottle of liquor in hand, couldn't hide her surprise. Liang rarely gave such high-level evaluations, and this one was clearly significant. But as usual, he wasn't one to linger on the details. With a casual shrug, hands stuffed in his pockets, he turned and announced that it was time to leave. No drama, no hesitation, just a quiet, matter-of-fact departure. Gil watched him walk away, her gaze lingering for a moment, her curiosity piqued. Later, the 2 of them stood before the leader of the boat gang, a grizzled man with a perpetual cigar between his lips. His voice carried the weight of someone who had seen too much of the world. He questioned their decision to leave after spending over a year with the gang. His tone wasn't accusatory, but there was a hint of disappointment as he asked if they were truly ready to go. Gil stepped forward, her voice steady and firm. She reminded him of the promise they had made when he'd saved their lives during a brutal attack by the zombie king. They had been on the verge of death back then, and the gang's leader had pulled them back from the brink. In return, they had agreed to stay and help the gang for a year. That time was up now, and they were free to pursue their own goals. The leader sighed, his rough exterior cracking just enough to show a sliver of sadness. He turned to stare out the window, the gray light of the water reflecting in his eyes. When they had first joined, they'd spoken about recovering Liang's lost memories and their hope of finding a transcendent with brain-enhancing abilities. Now it was clear they believed this so-called immortal was their next lead. Still, he warned them, this man they were chasing wasn't going to be easy to approach. His actions alone made that crystal clear. But Liang's resolve was unshakable, and he reassured the captain that they had thought this through. Gear, ever confident, added that they had something to offer that no one could refuse. The leader knew there was no stopping them, so he let out a quiet sigh and walked away. Far from the boat gang's ship, in the zombie-ravaged ruins of Donghu City, a scene of pure chaos was unfolding. A beam of energy shot down from the heavens, striking the formation with a thunderous crack. Chu Xian's eyes glowed a blood-red hue as he screamed, his voice reverberating through the empty streets. He could feel it. His cultivation was surging, breaking past barriers as he reached layer 4 of the foundation establishment. The energy coursing through him was intoxicating, and he stood tall amidst the chaos, his confidence swelling. With his newfound power, He felt invincible, certain he could take on even those above his level. As the energy dissipated, Chu Xian rose into the air on his flying sword, surveying the empty city below. He noted with some irritation that his 6 months of seclusion had drained his resources. The zombies in Donghu City were completely wiped out, leaving him with no choice but to seek out fresh prey in nearby cities. Meanwhile, in Xuanglong City, another zombie-infested wasteland, Ge and Liang moved with precision through the shadows. Ge's innate invisibility skill cloaked them as they advanced through the streets. Her sunglasses glinting faintly, she couldn't help but comment on how long it had taken them to get here. Half a year of grueling effort, countless close calls, and relentless danger. But finally, they were close. Just a little further, and they'd reached Donghu City, the territory of the immortal they sought. Liang, as always, was calculating. He analyzed the situation with his unnerving precision, noting the presence of a rare zombie mother at the heart of the city. It was surrounded by 9 level 3 zombies and a swarm of weaker ones. He ran the numbers in his mind, concluding that Ge had a strong chance of success if she went after it. But there was still a slim chance of failure, one she couldn't afford to ignore. He asked her if she was absolutely sure about using the zombie mother's energy core as a gift. Ge's answer was immediate and unwavering. A level 4 core was the only thing worthy of their target's attention. Anything less wouldn't even get a glance. With their plan set, Ge sprinted into action, her form vanishing completely as she approached her target. But she stopped in her tracks, her eyes darting upward. Liang, standing behind her, followed her gaze. His voice was quiet but filled with urgency as he pointed out the figure descending from the sky. It was him, the immortal they had been chasing. Ge froze, her mind racing. What was he doing here? High above, Chu Xian hovered in the air, his fingers pressed to his forehead as he activated his spiritual sense projection. With his eyes closed, he could see the entire city laid out before him as if it were a 3-dimensional map. When he opened his eyes, excitement flickered across his face. The strange shape of the building below suddenly made sense. Beneath it, hidden from view, lay the zombie mother. He explained its significance to himself, his tone almost gleeful. The zombie mother was the key to creating a zombie farm, a plan he had been dreaming of for months. It was like a queen ant, endlessly producing eggs as long as it was fed by smaller zombies. Bro is about to build a Minecraft zombie farm for experience points. It was perfect, he mused. His lips curled into a grin as he pulled out a magical tower. This was going to be his masterpiece. Without hesitation, he summoned his 3 elite zombies, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and Xiao Bao, and ordered them to drag the zombie mother out. The 3 roared in unison, charging into the fray with terrifying power. Ge and Liang watched the chaos unfold from a nearby rooftop. Ge's voice was quiet but filled with awe as she observed the battle. The immortal zombies were leading the charge, each one a powerhouse in its own right. The armored one, the bulky one, and the shadowy figure. They were all level 4, and they tore through the horde with ease. Liang's sharp eyes narrowed as he watched the immortal command his forces with ease. Her voice broke the silence among the watchers, inquisitive and tinged with skepticism. She turned to Liang, whose calculating mind was already at work. Do you think those 3 can handle it if the zombie mother goes all out? Liang didn't answer immediately. His piercing gaze remained fixed on the scene below, his mind churning through probabilities like a cold, unfeeling machine. Finally, he spoke. He estimated there was a slim chance, 35% to be exact, that the trio could take the zombie mother down. But it wouldn't be without cost. Losses were inevitable if they pressed on. Before Ge could respond, an eerie roar ripped through the air, vibrating through their bones. The source was unmistakable. The zombie mother, this monstrous, grotesque spawner, loomed over a cluster of eggs like some twisted queen overseeing her brood. Her roar was like a war cry, and as if on command, the eggs began to hatch. What emerged weren't ordinary zombies. They were small, nimble, and viciously fast. They lunged at Xiao Bao, who braced himself, ready for a brawl. But instead of attacking conventionally, the newborn zombies detonated like living grenades. The resulting explosion was massive, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. As the dust settled, Xiao Bao emerged, injured and visibly struggling. Both knees buckled under his weight as he let out a guttural roar of pain. His massive frame, usually so unshakable, now seemed fragile under the onslaught. Chu Xian, observing from a safe vantage point, let a smirk curl at the corner of his lips. This was unexpected. Xiao Bao, an 8th-tier zombie soldier, brought to his knees by the self-destruction of such small fry. Intriguing. It seemed the creatures on Blue Star Planet had their own unique quirks, and Chu Xian couldn't help but find it fascinating. Meanwhile, the battle raged on between Xiaolong, Xiaohu, and the other zombies. The chaos was relentless, but Liang's mind was elsewhere. He could feel it, the tremors beneath the ground. The zombie mother wasn't just playing defense anymore. She was coming. And if those 3 didn't retreat soon, the stealth-focused one, Xiaohu, had a 70% chance of taking severe damage. Liang's calm voice broke the tension as he answered Yu's earlier question. The immortal would intervene, no doubt about it. Liang's estimation was clear. Taking down the zombie mother would drain significant energy from the immortal, leaving him vulnerable. Yu's sly grin widened at the thought. Perfect. Once the immortal was exhausted, they could swoop in, lend a helping hand, and get on his good side. Two birds, one stone. Suddenly, a violent quake shook the battlefield, sending rubble tumbling and startling the zombie trio. The ground beneath them cracked ominously. But while panic might have been the natural response, Chu Xian's reaction was anything but. His smirk turned into a full-blown grin, the kind that spelled trouble. It had been far too long since he got his hands dirty, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity to test out his latest technique. With an authoritative wave of his hand, he commanded the trio to retreat. They hesitated for a moment before obeying, sensing the gravity of his tone. Chu Xian's voice rang out as he summoned the formation. Foundation Establishment Low-Grade Formation Ceiling Array. The air seemed to hum with energy as glowing, intricate red flags materialized around him. The tension hit a peak as a massive, clawed hand erupted from the ground. The zombie mother herself emerged, her presence suffocating. She was a grotesque monstrosity, her decayed form radiating rage and power as her babies swarmed around her. But Chu Xian wasn't fazed. Not one bit. Instead, his voice was calm, almost mocking, as he called upon his next skill, blood-refining corpse fire. In an instant, violet flames erupted around the zombie mother and her brood, consuming them in a terrifying inferno. The flames licked hungrily at their forms, burning with an intensity that seemed almost alive. The zombie mother let out a bone-chilling roar of agony, shaking the ground as she lunged at Chu Xian in a desperate attempt to silence him. But the barrier he had erected stopped her dead in her tracks. Her claws scraped violently against the invisible wall, but it didn't budge. Chu Xian's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and cold. Struggling was pointless, he informed her. The flames weren't ordinary. They were born from refining the corpses of living beings. The more corpses there were, the fiercer the fire burned. And with a battlefield littered with bodies, the flames were only growing stronger. The zombie mother roared again, but it was clear. Her reign of terror was nearing its end. From the rooftop, Gyu's eyes nearly popped out of her skull as she watched the chaos unfold below. Flames, actual roaring flames, erupted around Chu Xian, licking at the air with an unnatural purple glow. Her mind struggled to process what she was seeing. Since when did he have elemental powers? Wasn't his ability supposed to be enhancement-based? Beside her, Liang was equally stunned but far more analytical about it. His sharp gaze swept over the scene, dissecting every detail. The fire wasn't just for show. It was melting steel, warping even the reinforced metal structures beneath it. That meant one thing. These flames were burning at temperatures of at least 1,500 degrees Celsius. And then there was the bigger question gnawing at him. How was Chu Xian capable of this? Dual talents were an extreme rarity, something he had only ever heard of in the elite circles of the Yanhan dynasty's imperial capital. Yet, here was Chu Xian, displaying power that defied conventional understanding. The realization settled in Liang's chest like a weight. This man was far more dangerous than they had ever imagined. In fact, he didn't need their help at all. Below, the zombie mother writhed in agony, its monstrous form consumed by the searing purple flames. Its tortured screams clawed at the air. But just when it seemed like the fire would reduce it to cinders, Chu Xian did something unexpected. With a single, fluid motion, he pulled the flames back into his palm, extinguishing them as if they had never existed. The massive zombie mother, now weakened and utterly helpless, slumped to the ground. Without hesitation, his trio of undead subordinates moved in, swiftly binding the creature in thick ropes. There was no need for words. Chu Xian's orders were absolute. Moments later, he took off into the night, soaring through the sky on his flying sword, the massive zombie mother in tow. Watching him disappear into the distance, Gil let out a frustrated sigh. Their carefully laid plans had gone up in smoke. They had lost their prize. But before she could even voice her concerns, Liang had already moved on. There was always another target, another opportunity. According to the boat gang's intelligence, an even stronger zombie mother lurked in Fengyang City, northern Hahai province. That would be their next destination. Meanwhile, at Happiness Farm near Haotai Hotel, construction workers stood proudly before their latest accomplishment. The first phase of the project was complete. All utilities and groundwork had been successfully laid out. They awaited their leader's inspection with bated breath, their faces a mix of exhaustion and pride. Chu Xian, upon hearing the report, nodded in satisfaction. A rare smirk tugged at his lips as he mused about the irony of it all. Who would have thought civil engineering would still be relevant in the apocalypse? His words of approval sent a ripple of embarrassment through the workers. They weren't used to being praised, let alone by someone like him. With a final glance over the site, he issued a simple but absolute command. No one, aside from himself, was allowed near this place from now on. The workers bowed in unison, acknowledging his decree without question. Once they departed, Chu Xian turned his attention back to the bound zombie mother, who was promptly carried by his undead trio and unceremoniously dropped into a deep pit, one that had been freshly dug by the construction workers. He stared down at the creature, his voice calm, almost coaxing, as he laid out its new purpose. It would be allowed to live, and in return, it would serve a singular function: to produce weakened zombies. These creatures wouldn't be like the others. They wouldn't eat, they wouldn't move, they wouldn't even think. They would exist solely as the foundation of his farm. The zombie mother hesitated, its gaze shifting toward the cluster of eggs it had laid. There was a long, tense pause before it finally gave a slow, resigned nod. Chu Xian's smirk widened. Perfect. In just a few days, the eggs would hatch, and the resulting zombies would become nutrient beds for cultivating spiritual plants like meat spirit moss and blood demon fangs. But that wasn't even the best part. Every time a zombie perished within the farm, drained by the plants, he would absorb a portion of its karma. Efficiency and profit. This was how things should be done. A month passed in the blink of an eye. An immense red energy beam shot upward from the corpse volcano, shrouded in thick, swirling purple mist. At its epicenter, Chu Xian stood, his cultivation reaching a new peak. It was finally complete. The Blood Fiend Shadow. The technique, derived from the fourth layer of the Blood Fiend demon scripture, condensed essence blood and Yin Fiend energy into 3 pitch black shadows. These shadows weren't just for show. They remained hidden within his own, completely undetectable, waiting in silence. If he were attacked, they would automatically intercept 3 fatal strikes on his behalf. And if need be, they could retaliate, trading wounds for wounds, or even lives for lives. His moment of triumph was interrupted by a series of guttural roars. His zombie generals, Xiao Hu, Xiao Bao, and Xiao Long, stood before him, exuding an aura of newfound strength. A quick assessment confirmed it. Xiao Bao and Xiao Long had advanced to level 1 zombie general, while Xiao Hu had surged ahead to level 2. Chu Xian's grin widened. With 3 zombie generals under his command, he now possessed the equivalent of 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. The sheer output of Happiness Farm had made this possible, allowing him to continuously harvest meat spirit moss and refine Tai Shui pills to accelerate their growth. If he had still been in Sichuan world, raising 3 zombie generals would have been an impossible feat. His gaze flickered to Bloodsteel, his weapon, which had undergone its second transformation. It had fully awakened its talent spell, the Boiling Blood technique, summoning his underlings, including the warrior monk spirit, the twin-headed python spirit, his steel silk blood worm, and of course, his zombie trio. He surveyed his army with satisfaction. Every time he returned to Blue Star, his gains increased exponentially. But even with all his progress, a problem loomed. The Yin Fiend soul-draining formation was declining in efficiency. The daily production of Yin Fiend energy was barely enough to sustain his cultivation, let alone fuel the Fiend soul's needs. He didn't hesitate. Without a second thought, he activated his magical dimension-traveling mirror. It was time to return to Sichuan world and acquire a new formation. Back in Sichuan continent, the twin-headed python spirit coiled protectively around his cave abode. As he soared overhead on his flying sword, Chu Xian took one last glance at his domain. With the formation's defenses and the python's Yin Fiend energy, his base would be safe from any Foundation Establishment Stage 6 cultivator foolish enough to approach. Satisfied, he shifted his focus outward. His time in seclusion had been long enough. It was time to assess the changes in the region. Below, a group of Wuji sect disciples moved cautiously through the night, escorting a caravan of mortal craftsmen. One of them, a brunette, suddenly halted, eyes narrowing as his senses flared. There was something strong approaching. A dark figure descended from the sky, sending a ripple of unease through the disciples. But before tension could escalate, a younger disciple with a melon-shaped head broke into a grin. Recognition dawned on his face. It was Uncle Chu. The brunette, now more at ease, turned to the newcomers and introduced him properly. This was Chu Xian, the Foundation Establishment cultivator of Extreme Yin Cave, their Uncle Chu. The younger disciple eagerly explained that they were escorting a group of mortal craftsmen to establish a new settlement. As soon as the craftsmen realized who stood before them, they immediately lowered their heads in deep respect. "Greetings, Master Chu," they intoned in unison. Chu Xian studied the man before him, his expression unreadable as he mulled over the latest information. With a casual air, he inquired if anything noteworthy had occurred recently. The man before him, known for his melon-like round face, hesitated for a brief moment before leaning in, his tone turning grave. "Actually, Uncle Chu, there is something urgent," he admitted, his voice edged with concern. He proceeded to explain that the Tianyin sect was preparing for a large-scale offensive against the native factions of Wuzhou. The catalyst for this escalation? A Golden Core elder had been ambushed, left critically injured and unconscious. This unexpected attack had forced the sect's hand, pushing them to accelerate their plans. Chu Xian's fingers brushed against his chin, a wicked glint flickering in his eyes. The full might of the Tianyin sect could easily crush Wuzhou's native factions if they truly committed to the cause. Yet, despite all these years, they had only managed to establish 2 small branch halls in Wuzhou. Their restraint wasn't due to a lack of power, it was strategy. They had been waiting for a justifiable excuse to act, and now, with this ambush, they had finally found one. There was no doubt they would seize this opportunity to mobilize their entire force. Lowering his voice, the melon-faced man whispered that many of the sect's cultivators were already gathering at the nearby mountain hall. The first wave consisted of 5 Foundation establishment cultivators and around 70 to 80 Qi refinement disciples, but this was merely the beginning. Their demeanor was somber, filled with dread. It was obvious they were the sect's undesirables, the expendable pawns sent to the front lines. Chu Xian sighed, shaking his head. In war, the first to be sacrificed were always those without backing, the unfortunate souls caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. The melon-faced man smirked, stating they had even resorted to demonic techniques to bolster their strength. Chu Xian's gaze sharpened. The man sounded like he had been profiting quite a bit from them. The man chuckled, rubbing his hands together, claiming he had made some small gains from the Qi refinement disciples. But if Uncle Chu stepped in, he could earn even more. He patted the man's shoulder, amusement hinting at his expression. He then ordered the man to take him to the black market to see what the current rates looked like. They arrived at the bustling underground marketplace, where the melon-faced man gestured toward the chaotic scene. He explained that the nameless black market was first formed when the Tianyin sect's cultivators arrived in Wuzhou. Over time, rogue cultivators from nearby regions had caught wind of it and turned it into a proper marketplace, with the 3 strongest Foundation establishment cultivators keeping order. Merchants and buyers haggled over illicit goods. A vendor shook his head at an eager customer, stating that the blood beads were already sold out, and if they came back tomorrow, he would have more after slaughtering a village tonight. Nearby, an auctioneer raised his voice, calling out for bids on a mid-grade Yin corpse. Another shouted about a first Tegu worm, the last one available. Chu Xian's eyes swept over the wares, his expression unreadable. Blood beads, Yin corpses, Gu worms. This place had everything. It was clear that these cultivators would go to any lengths to strengthen themselves. Without hesitation, he activated his disguise technique, assuming the identity of He Liang, the traitor he had disposed of at the beginning of his journey. Glancing around, he felt unimpressed. Most of the items here were low-grade, nothing worth his attention. The melon-faced man leaned in again, his voice hushed, mentioning he had a few long-term customers who had bought plenty of beast blood beads from him. Chu Xian tossed him a bag without blinking, instructing him to sell these for him and promising a 10% commission. The man caught the bag and peeked inside, nearly dropping it in shock. His jaw slackened at the sight of large blood beads, Fiend ore-infused artifacts, low-grade and mid-grade spiritual weapons, rejuvenation pills, and recovery elixirs. His mind reeled at the astronomical amount of spirit stones a 10% commission on these treasures would yield. However, with so many valuables, greed would naturally follow. His whispered concerns were a little too loud, drawing sharpened gazes from those around them. Chu Xian, unfazed, summoned a towering, corpse-like entity from his magical tower, ordering it to accompany the melon-faced man and kill anyone who dared to make a move on him. A murmur rippled through the crowd, with one cultivator paling at the sight of the corpse general, realizing it meant its master was a high-level Foundation establishment cultivator. The melon-faced man, now reassured, straightened his back, promising to handle everything. Meanwhile, Chu Xian's gaze turned toward a tea house, where Brother Chen had mentioned the market overseers resided. Approaching the entrance, he was stopped by a guard who declared, "No unauthorized entry." Chu Xian's response was simple. He released a fraction of his aura. The guard's face drained of color, and he collapsed to the ground, stammering his apologies, begging for forgiveness. Chu Xian coolly accepted the apology, but chillingly added that if he truly wanted to punish him, the guard would not be alive to apologize. The guard shuddered, promising to call for the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators immediately. He informed Chu Xian that only one was present and led him to a private room on the 3rd floor. Shortly after, as Chu Xian sipped tea and gazed out the window, his business partner arrived. "Apologies for the wait, Taoist friend." The man greeted him politely. "I am Old Han, May I know your name? Chu Xian replied smoothly. He Liang. Old Han nodded. And what exactly are you looking for? Chu Xian studied the man. He, too, was using a disguise technique. Interesting. Without hesitation, he got to the point. Do you have the Yin Fiend Soul Refining Formation, the Tainted Blood Fiend Nurturing Formation, or the Soul Rebirth Blood Fiend Formation? Old Han's expression faltered for the briefest moment. His wariness spiked as he discreetly pulled out an artifact. Taoist friend, those are top-tier demonic formations. The 5 righteous sects are doing everything they can to eradicate them. They're nearly impossible to find. But how about this one instead? Chu Xian took the offered scripture and examined it. Fiend Nurturing Formation? He scoffed. This is only mid-grade foundation establishment level. I don't need it. Old Han sighed. The ones you're asking for are long gone. Even the remnants of the Wuji sect probably don't have them anymore. He paused before sliding another item across the table. This Fiend Nurturing Formation is still quite decent. I'll even throw in a formation manual as a bonus. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes glinting. If you have talent in formations, you might be able to combine this with other formations to meet your requirements. Chu Xian flipped open the scripture and skimmed through its contents, his sharp eyes scanning the intricate diagrams and notes. He gave a small nod of approval. It'll do, he murmured, closing the pages with a decisive snap. Without hesitation, he glanced up at Old Han. Name your price. Old Han's lips curled into a knowing smile, but before he could respond, Chu Xian spoke again. Can I pay with large blood beads? The merchant's eyebrows lifted in surprise as Chu Xian casually retrieved a bead and rolled it between his fingers before tossing it over. Old Han caught it effortlessly and held it up to the light, his face shifting from intrigue to barely contained excitement. If they're all this quality, I'll offer you a higher price. 50 small spirit stones per bead. He tapped the scripture on the table. This Fiend Nurturing Formation, plus the illustrated guide to demonic formations, would normally cost around 500 small spirit stones. Just give me 10 large blood beads, and we'll call it even. Chu Xian didn't hesitate. He tossed the beads over, watching as Old Han greedily scooped them up. Internally, he noted how the value of large blood beads had only been increasing since the fall of the Wuji sect. A scarce resource always became more precious over time. Deal. Old Han's voice was filled with satisfaction as he carefully stored the beads. If you have more business in the future, come to me first. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming. I also have plenty of other goods, Yin corpses, goo worms, blood arts, evil pills, demonic talismans. If you're looking for something special, I might be able to procure it. Chu Xian gave a thoughtful hum. Do you have second-tier goo worms? Old Han's expression shifted. Now that's rare, he admitted, rubbing his chin. But I happen to know someone who breeds a lot of them, including second-tier ones. He leaned back, folding his arms. However, he's not here right now. When he arrives, I'll contact you immediately. Chu Xian didn't waste time. He reached into his robes, retrieving 4 more large blood beads and a jade slip. Fine. Here's your finder's fee and a parent-child sound transmission jade. He placed them on the table. When he arrives, just crush the jade, and I'll know. Old Han's grin widened. Haha, I like doing business with generous people like you, he said, clearly pleased with the transaction. As Chu Xian rose to leave, the guard at the entrance gave him a respectful nod. Have a safe journey, senior. From the upper floor of the tea house, Old Han quietly watched Chu Xian's departing figure. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the man's steady, controlled spiritual energy. Even with the disguise technique, there wasn't a single flaw in his demeanor. And the way he had casually produced 10 large blood beads as if they were nothing. He had to have more hidden away. But where was he getting them from? For a fleeting moment, greed flickered in Old Han's heart. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Forget it, he muttered to himself. His strength is unknown. Best not to act recklessly. Who knows what kind of trump cards he has? He exhaled, shaking his head. As long as there's profit, that's all that matters. Meanwhile, Chu Xian, fully aware that Old Han had chosen the smart path by not digging into his origins, the scene shifted to the Haotai Hotel. Seated comfortably in his room, Chu Xian idly munched on a bag of chips, his mind already focused on his new acquisition. His talent in formations was average, but after killing Hui Kong, he had obtained the Foundation Establishment Formation Essentials. Though filled with righteous path theories, formations ultimately followed universal principles. Now, with the illustrated guide to demonic formations in his possession, he was beginning to see new possibilities. He flipped through the scriptures, his eyes gleaming with understanding. I see now, he murmured. If I combine the Chi Refinement Peak Grade Formation, Soul Capturing Formation, with the Fiend Nurturing Formation, then any living creature caught inside will have its soul extracted, and their death aura and Yin energy will condense into Yin Fiend energy. An excited grin spread across his face. This will be far more efficient than the Yin Fiend soul-draining formation. His fingers tapped against the table as he thought further. And those extracted souls, they'll be transformed into ghosts, strengthening my 10,000 soul banner. His smirk deepened. A win-win situation. Then, a new thought struck him. I heard that in the southern region of Twin Dragon City, there's a forbidden zone for humans, a paradise for killer bees. He leaned back, letting his mind paint the scene. Killer bees were numerous, their swarms hunting endlessly under the Queen's command. The sheer number of victims they devoured ensured a constant supply of death aura, and the Queen herself. She had to be highly reproductive. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. I'll use her to test the formation. Hopefully, she'll spawn enough killer bees before she dies. He chuckled to himself, fully satisfied with his plan. Perfect. In Swanglong City, things are looking wild as a swarm of bee monsters flies straight for a giant red barrier. Inside the barrier, Chu Xian doesn't even blink. He's totally unbothered. He activates his soul-capturing and fiend-nurturing grand formation with a wave of his hand, and bam! The barrier expands, trapping all the bees in one giant net. These bees, however, don't back down. They use their paralyzed skill to form these massive, venomous bees and send them flying at Chu Xian like a bad sequel to a bee horror movie. But does Chu Xian even flinch? Nope. He lifts his 1,000 souls flag with confidence, and like a boss, he commands all the souls inside to rise up and fight. The red and dark souls charge at the giant bees like they're in a full-on battle. Chu Xian is just standing there watching the chaos unfold with a grin on his face, thinking, yes, the bees and the ghosts are going at it, generating a ton of resentment energy and Yin energy. This is my chance to farm some serious Yin Fiend aura. It's like he's grinding in a game, but for real-life power. After the bee and ghost showdown, Chu Xian heads back to the Sichuan continent, where he meets up with his disciple, Melonhead. Melonhead's practically bouncing with excitement, showing Chu Xian a treasure chest full of items he sold. Uncle Chu, I sold everything just like you told me to and made 2,000 small spirit stones, Melonhead says with a big grin. Chu Xian's a little surprised, thinking, dang, these cultivators are really out here dropping money just to get stronger. But he's chill about it, and hands Melonhead 200 small spirit stones like it's pocket change. Melonhead's face lights up, and he thanks Chu Xian, practically jumping with joy at how much he's earned in one day. Just as they're celebrating, Chu Xian's transmission jade rings with an alert, like a phone notification. He glances at it with a smirk, noticing that the parent stone cracked. That means Old Han's got some news. Double blessing today. At the tea house, Old Han introduces Chu Xian, disguised as He Liang, of course, to a guy who looks like he hasn't slept in days. This guy is known as the Insect Taoist, and he starts going on about goo worms, explaining that they need to be implanted inside the body and how most cultivators can't handle the backlash from them. He takes one look at Chu Xian and asks if he's ever raised goo worms, clearly thinking Chu Xian's a newbie. Chu Xian doesn't even bother replying. He just casually releases his steel blood goo worms with a flex, like it's no big deal. The insect Taoist's eyes practically pop out of his head when he sees them. Wait, is that a second-tier blood steel thread? He stammers, clearly shook because it's so rare for a low-tier worm to evolve into something that strong. He immediately starts asking where Chu Xian got this worm, practically begging to buy it. Chu Xian doesn't even flinch. In his mind, he's like, no way, bro, dream on. Old Han, sensing the tension, steps in like a true mediator. Haha, the insect Taoist is a bit of a fanatic about goo worms. Maybe he forgot his manners staring at someone else's worms, he says, trying to calm things down. They sit down to talk business, and Chu Xian, ever the straight shooter, asks the insect Taoist what second-tier goo worms he has. The insect Taoist grins and starts listing them off. The iron shell, which goes under the skin and helps the user resist high-grade magic attacks. The thought-nurturing worm, which strengthens the spiritual consciousness and lets the user control multiple magic artifacts, but with a high risk of backlash. And the spirit ocean seed, which absorbs excess spirit energy and stores it for use in battle. Chu Xian's interested, but he keeps his cool and asks, "What's the price?" The insect Taoist gives him the rundown. The iron shell and thought-nurturing worms are 1,000 small spirit stones each, and the spirit ocean seed, since it's mid-tier, is 1,800 small spirit stones. Chu Xian is seriously pissed off because he's being straight-up scammed. The insect guy is charging double the normal price for the goo worms, and Chu Xian isn't here for it. The man's ready to call out the scam, shouting that this is outright robbery. As if the price hike wasn't bad enough, Old Han is sweating bullets while serving tea, desperately trying to make it seem normal. He tries to smooth things over by claiming it's a special time and that prices are always higher now. But Chu Xian isn't buying any of it. He internally rolls his eyes, thinking that these worms are nothing compared to his blood steel thread. And at the rate his cultivation is speeding up, these worms will be obsolete in no time anyway. Instead of getting scammed, he figures he might as well gamble and try his luck. He asks the insect guy how much breeding these worms will cost. The insect guy laughs and tries to discourage him, claiming that breeding goo worms is a huge risk. Despite investing tons of effort, the results could end up being useless or deformed insects. But Chu Xian's not backing down. He's confident, so he just tells the insect guy to name the price and lets him know that whatever happens, he'll handle it himself. The insect guy, still grinning, tells him each breeding attempt will cost 50 small spirit stones. Chu Xian, unfazed, immediately agrees. Old Han can't help but be impressed by Chu Xian's straightforwardness, nervously laughing as he pours the tea. But Chu Xian's ready to move past all the talk and says it's time to start breeding. The insect guy, clearly disappointed, pulls out 3 female goo worms, but when he presents them, Chu Xian's blood steel thread looks like it's too shy to do the job. With a smirk, Chu Xian reassures his worm, telling it not to be shy and that it's all grown up now. In the back of his mind, though, he's thinking about how he's paying to get a worm laid while he still can't even get a girlfriend. Life's wild sometimes. After a few sessions, yeah, let's just leave it at that, Chu Xian finally gets 3 eggs from the breeding attempt. He looks at the eggs, a bit skeptical but mostly calculating. With his scientific mind in full gear, he recalls the blood insect manual, which states that crossbreeding goo worms can lead to unpredictable results. Compatibility plays a role, but ultimately it's all a game of probability. And with his accumulated karma and overwhelming luck, Chu Xian believes the odds are in his favor. As the eggs start cracking open, Chu Xian evaluates them. He knows that the first one, Blood Steel Thread X Iron Shell, has terrible compatibility and will probably fail. Sure enough, the little black worm doesn't make it, but the other 2 show some promise. The second, Little White, a cross between blood steel thread and thought-nurturing worm, enhances spiritual consciousness, which means it'll allow Chu Xian to control more magic artifacts. The third, Little Blue, a cross between blood steel thread and spirit ocean seed, acts as a miniature spirit sea, increasing Chu Xian's total spirit energy capacity. Chu Xian's face lights up with a grin as he realizes he's won the gamble. The 2 surviving worms not only inherited traits from their parents but also possess third-tier potential. As long as they have enough flesh and blood, they can evolve into third-tier goo worms that could rival even golden core cultivators. He's not just playing the game, he's changing the rules. With that, he decides it's time to put them to the test. He absorbs the 2 worms into his body, not in a literal sense, but spiritually. He then pulls out his whip and flag, ready to see the results. As he activates them, he's immediately hit with a surge of power. His spiritual consciousness and energy have both increased significantly. Previously, controlling 2 magic artifacts at the same time would leave him dizzy and exhausted. But now, he's barely even feeling it. He hasn't even reached his limit yet. But it doesn't stop there. Chu Xian remembers the merit bell he found in Hui Kong's storage bag. He's been too weak to use it before, but now, with his newfound strength, he believes he can finally activate it. When he does, a massive golden bell appears around him, trapping him inside. It's a defense mechanism, and though he quickly deactivates it, he's amazed at how much his abilities have improved. He levitates both the bell and the flag above his palm, with the whip now embedded into his wrist. As he stores all of his artifacts, he clenches his fist in pride, realizing that even mid to late Foundation establishment cultivators struggled to control 3 magic artifacts simultaneously. But with the help of his goo worms, he's able to surpass them. Chu Xian can't help but boast to himself, thinking that the path of a demonic cultivator has some serious perks. A knife suddenly came flying through the waterfall, heading straight for Chu Xian. He caught it effortlessly, remaining as calm as ever. Attached to the knife was a note. Upon reading it, he saw that it was from Lu Jinxiong, his senior brother. The message informed him that the second batch of disciples from the main sect had arrived, and among them were 2 disciples of Zhao Wuya, their martial uncle. Lu invited him to his cave if he had time to come by. Chu Xian soon arrived at the extreme inhale. As he approached, he asked Lu what was going on, wondering why everyone had gathered. Lu explained that their master was in seclusion, and 2 disciples from martial uncle Zhao Wuya had arrived to deliver orders from the Heavenly Seal sect. Lu introduced the 2 disciples, Taoist Lu Yin and Taoist Jing Changjing. Lu Yin was riding atop a beast spider and had an emo-like appearance, while Jing Changjing was accompanied by a pet wolf. Chu Xian greeted them both, but as he did, his thoughts shifted. He remembered seeing Lu Yin before, disguised in the marketplace. Despite the disguise, Chu Xian could immediately recognize him by his aura. Lu Yin took the opportunity to explain the situation. He shared that some time ago, their master, alongside 2 other powerful figures, had infiltrated the Purple Nether Mountain secret realm in the Wu continent and seized a great treasure. As a result, the local sects retaliated, launching a counterattack. The first wave of Heavenly Seal sect cultivators in the Wu continent suffered heavy casualties. Lu Yin then revealed the talisman stone, declaring that the Heavenly Seal sect headquarters had decided to immediately send their Extreme Yin Cave branch to join the war. Chu Xian's thoughts turned tense as he realized that the day he had been dreading had finally arrived. He was only at the Foundation establishment, stage 4 level. While he had some powerful trump cards and could overpower cultivators at stage 5, he didn't feel confident facing late-stage Foundation establishment experts. As Lu Yin prepared to leave, he urged everyone to act quickly and depart, prompting the juniors to shout in agreement. The scene shifted to a wasteland where everyone was preparing for battle. Lu took a moment to explain the history of Wu continent to Chu Xian, who had recently joined. He told him that Wu continent had once been the territory of southern barbarian tribes, and its native sects were founded by barbarians. Their practices involved goo cultivation, ghost raising, and corpse refinement, all of which were demonic arts. The Wu Ji sect, where Lu and Chu Xian belonged, had adopted many of these techniques, which made them aware of just how terrifying these arts could be. Lu, holding a piece of paper, continued with a grim warning. With war on the horizon, no one knew how many would survive. He also gave Chu Xian a demonic talisman containing a Foundation establishment tiger soul, explaining that it might save his life in a critical moment. Chu Xian, holding the paper, thought to himself that Lu didn't know about his advancement on Blue Star Planet, but still, Lu was willing to give him a life-saving treasure before the battle. He appreciated this gesture and muttered his thanks aloud. As the group moved forward, Lu Yin informed them that they were approaching the territory of the Thousand Insect Sect. He revealed their mission was to completely conquer the Thousand Insect Sect, one of the 12 most powerful sects in Wu continent. The sect controlled 30 affiliated sects and a vast territory spanning 10,000 miles. With so many Foundation establishment cultivators on their side, they wouldn't all attack the same place, making their offensive more strategic. Chu Xian received a mission to head to Iron Thread Mountain, one of the larger affiliated sects under the Thousand Insect Sect. The mountain was currently inhabited by only early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, with no Golden Core Masters in sight. However, recently, a mysterious fog had appeared in the area, trapping 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from their Heavenly Seal sect, one of whom was directly related to a Golden Core Elder. Chu Xian's mission was to rescue them, and given his strength, Lu believed it shouldn't be a problem. Upon arriving at Iron Thread Mountain, Chu Xian found himself hovering above a forest littered with the remains of human skeletons. The eerie fog surrounded him, and he struggled to see through it. He recalled his blood mirror ability, which would help him escape if things turned bad. Suddenly, a man appeared, tripping backward, but Chu Xian dodged just in time, watching as the man crashed into a tree. The sight that greeted him was gruesome. The man's chest was infested with iron thread worms, the signature goo insect of Iron Thread Mountain. Not long after, 2 more men appeared. The skinnier one asked if Chu Xian was the reinforcement, suggesting they team up. Chu Xian introduced himself, and the 2 men introduced themselves as Zhou Yu and Zhao Wan, both early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Chu Xian thought to himself that if they ran into danger, these 2 could serve as cannon fodder. They continued their journey through the forest, where they encountered another man screaming in agony as goo worms emerged from his mouth. One of the bulkier men, after seeing the scene, recognized the man as a weak rogue cultivator who had barely reached Foundation establishment and suggested they ignore him. Chu Xian, however, noted that the worms had already burrowed into the man's internal organs, ensuring his inevitable death. The bulked-up guy dismissed the man, focusing on the mission at hand. He mentioned that completing the mission would earn them 300 sect contribution points, an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. He urged the group to follow his lead as they ventured deeper into the mountain. The skinnier man reassured Chu Xian that they would be fine, especially with Zhao Luan, who was at the early stage Foundation establishment stage 3. He was just 1 step away from stage 4, and with him leading, failure was not an option. But things took a turn when the bulked-up man suddenly began to feel strange. The itching sensation he experienced soon became unbearable, and Chu Xian, along with the skinnier man, watched in horror as his face became infested with goo worms. The bulked-up man screamed in pain, his condition rapidly deteriorating. In a panic, the skinnier man called out to Zhao Wan for help, but Chu Xian, realizing what was happening, screamed for them to retreat. He could sense a powerful goo master nearby, using a silent and seamless technique that even he struggled to detect. The bulked-up man, now blind with goo worms crawling over his face, begged for help, but his fate was sealed. Within moments, his head exploded, the worms bursting out like plant roots, leaving nothing but a gruesome spectacle. Chu Xian and the skinnier man fled, thinking they had escaped the worst. But just as they were catching their breath, a voice taunted them from behind, threatening to take their lives. Without warning, a wind slash struck the skinnier man from behind, and a second one followed, aimed directly at Chu Xian. Using his shadowing escape technique, Chu Xian evaded the attack just in time, leaping away like a meteor and landing deep in the forest. Panting heavily from the near-death experience, he realized that Iron Thread Mountain couldn't be guarded by just early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Grateful for his blood fiend phantom skill, which had blocked a fatal blow, Chu Xian decided it was time to lie low on Blue Star Planet. He knew he had to cultivate the Blood Fiend Demon Scripture to the 7th level and reach late-stage Foundation establishment before returning to confront his enemies. With a determined look on his face, he vowed to find out who had given him false intelligence about the mission. Chu Xian sat cross-legged in the dimly lit cultivation chamber, eyes tightly shut as he absorbed the Densine Fiend Chi swirling around him like a storm, his body acting as a conduit for the dark energy, pulling it in greedily, refining it. Yet despite the sheer volume of power at his disposal, the sensation of stagnation gnawed at him. A wall blocking his path forward, his cultivation refusing to advance, frustration simmered beneath his calm exterior, and he knew exactly why. No matter how much external energy he gathered, the root of the problem lay within him. His aptitude, his spiritual root, was painfully mediocre, a mid-grade wood-aligned spiritual root, completely unremarkable by cultivation world standards. In a realm where talent dictated destiny, he was stuck with a foundation that was, at best, passable, and at worst, a lifelong limitation. Despite possessing techniques beyond ordinary comprehension, despite wielding the terrifying power of Yin Fiend Chi, his progress was annoyingly slow. Painstaking compared to the monstrous geniuses of the world, he exhaled sharply, suppressing his irritation, and reached for an ancient scripture lying beside him, flipping through its pages, his sharp gaze scanning for answers, and there it was, the evil wood spirit body. A method not to alter his spiritual root but to enhance his acquired spiritual body, a loophole in the rigid cultivation system that could compensate for his lackluster foundation. Once cultivated to minor completion, it would drastically improve his wound healing speed, fortify his physical defenses to absurd levels, and even grant him the ability to control plant life, a perfect synergy with his existing abilities. But of course, nothing was ever simple. The process required consuming specific spiritual materials over 33 cycles, a tedious but rewarding endeavor. However, the real issue was acquiring those materials. Did this forsaken blue star even have the necessary wood-attributed spiritual resources? That meant only one thing. He needed to search. Standing up, he stretched briefly before stepping onto his flying sword, soaring over the ruined city below, his sharp eyes scanning the desolate landscape for any traces of what he needed. But then, something unusual caught his attention. In the distance, beyond the crumbling remnants of civilization, a sprawling expanse of massive mushrooms stretched like a fungal forest, an eerie, otherworldly sight that immediately piqued his curiosity. Descending to investigate, he activated one of his abilities, Nether Fire Bomb, sending a concentrated burst of purple flames at the spores below. And to his intrigue, they reacted, shifting as if sensing his presence. Sentient fungi. Now that was something new. It seemed the world had been busy evolving in his absence. But he wasn't the only one who had discovered this anomaly. Cut to the ship gang. A notorious group of warriors and mercenaries, currently locked in a desperate struggle, their territory overrun by grotesque mushroom-infested humanoids. Their captain, a grizzled warrior with a giant double scythe, barked urgent orders to his men, his voice sharp with authority. Under no circumstances were they to let themselves be injured. Even the smallest wound would allow the spores to take root, infecting them, twisting them into mindless fungal monstrosities. And as if to drive the point home, a pained cry rang out. Old Lou, one of their veterans, had been scratched, his flesh already pulsing with unnatural growths, agony twisting his features as fungal tendrils spread across his body. His comrades hesitated, horror dawning in their eyes, but Lou, even in his final moments of control, knew what had to be done. His trembling voice pleaded for mercy, for release. The captain grit his teeth, his weapon igniting with fiery energy as he delivered the fatal blow, cutting down his infected friend, his expression grim. But there was no time to mourn. The situation was spiraling out of control. Reports poured in. The northern district had fallen. Their forces were dwindling fast. Retreat was their only option. They needed to flee to the sea, regroup, and figure out their next move. However, just as they turned to leave, a chilling voice echoed through the air, stopping them dead in their tracks. Trying to run? You're already too late. Stepping out from the shadows was a towering humanoid fungus, its grotesque form covered in pulsating yellow spores, its voice slow, deliberate, unnatural, introducing itself as Stinky Yellow Mushroom. Its presence alone sent a wave of unease through the group. But what it said next was even worse. Why struggle? Why fight the inevitable? Instead, they could embrace their fate, become one with the mushrooms, evolve beyond their fragile human forms. The offer was met with immediate hostility. Weapons raised, tension thick. But before anyone could strike, a crow swooped down from the sky, its eyes glowing with an eerie intelligence, its sharp voice cutting through the air. The immortal has come for you. Retreat, hurry. The words sent an immediate ripple of panic through the fungal creature, its hulking form shifting uneasily. The immortal? Impossible. Wasn't he always in Donghu City? But before it could react, a sharp crimson slash tore through the air, striking both the mushroom and the crow, stopping them in their tracks. And then, in an instant, a golden gust of wind surged through the battlefield, blinding the ship gang. And when they regained their vision, their enemies were simply gone, leaving behind only confusion and cautious relief. Meanwhile, back in his lair, Chu Xian sat comfortably, exuding an aura of absolute control, his zombie trio standing at attention as he eyed the captured Stinky Yellow Mushroom, his gaze cold and calculating. The interrogation had begun. He wanted answers. How could this creature speak human language when it hadn't even reached Foundation establishment? It didn't have an inner core, so how was it capable of such intelligence? But the fungal being remained silent, either from defiance or fear. However, Chu Xian wasn't a man known for his patience, and he certainly wasn't above using force. Summoning blood-refining fire, he let the flames creep over the creature's body, its pain shrieks filling the chamber as it writhed.
Yeah, boy.
And finally, it broke, spilling everything. As it turned out, it wasn't alone. There were 4 of them in total, each stronger than the last, and their so-called big brother, Demon Umbrella, had specifically ordered them to avoid Chu Xian at all costs, which, honestly, only made him more intrigued, because if they feared him, that meant they were worth hunting. His smirk widened as he leaned back, already plotting his next move. If these mushrooms thought they could claim his territory, they were about to learn the hard way that Chu Xian was not someone to be ignored. Chu Xian stood there, arms crossed, amusement glinting in his eyes as he tilted his head ever so slightly, watching his captive squirm. Because, really, Did this mushroom actually think he wouldn't notice those sneaky little spores floating around? The guy had been secretly trying to send signals while also attempting to turn him into a damn fungus. Talk about being bold and stupid at the same time. The mushroom dude stuttered in shock, completely caught off guard that his trick had been seen through, but instead of groveling, he immediately switched to plan B, full-blown desperation mode. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of infection energy, a last-ditch effort to infect Chu Xian and take him down with him, spores swirling like a toxic cloud of doom. But Chu Xian? Not even remotely worried. With all the nonchalance of someone swatting away a mildly annoying mosquito, he activated his blood spirit shield, the barrier flaring to life and completely negating the attack. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, slightly impressed. The strength behind that move was actually decent, comparable to a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator. Still, decent wasn't enough when facing him. Deciding to end this farce, he stepped out of his safe zone, summoning the blood-refining corpse flame, and suddenly, the confident mushroom turned into a panicked mess, realizing he was well and truly screwed. And when people panic, they start blabbering. The fungus immediately spilled everything. His big brothers, the mushroom army, the ones hiding in the Great Dream Swamp, practically handing Chu Xian a detailed roadmap to his next targets on a silver platter. What a sellout. Honestly, Chu Xian almost felt bad for the guy's teammates. Almost. With that, the poor fool was reduced to a crispy, delicious-looking mushroom, his roasted remains becoming a feast for the trio. Xiao Hu, happily munching away, suddenly bit into something hard, his face scrunching up in disgust as he spit out a strange green core. Intrigued, they handed it over to Chu Xian, who examined the core with growing interest, sensing the immense spiritual energy inside. This wasn't just some random item. It was something far beyond an ordinary creature's energy core. His mind immediately began racing with possibilities. Could this be used as a wood-type spiritual material? Could it help him recreate the evil wood spiritual body? The potential was too good to ignore. Clenching the core with an evil grin, he thought about the blood slaughter devil refining scripture. There was a method within it that could refine this core further, pushing it to the level he needed. Without hesitation, he got to work, activating the 100 Wood Spirit's nourishing formation. A massive green magical array spread across the ground, glowing ominously as energy surged toward the sky. He watched the formation hum with power, already planning his next move. To create a proper wood-type spiritual material, he needed a wood-type embryo, check, and a large number of wood-type creatures as nourishment. And thanks to that loose-lipped mushroom, he knew exactly where to find them. Meanwhile, deep in the Great Dream Swamp, the so-called mushroom boss, Devil Umbrella, sat in contemplation, already writing off his fallen brother. He had heard rumors about this immortal's terrifying strength, and he wasn't about to throw more lives into the fire without knowing what they were up against. But before they could even think about disappearing, a voice boomed from the sky, cutting through the swamp like a blade. Chu Xian had arrived. Panic spread through the mushroom ranks as they scrambled to understand how he had found them so quickly. Green Hat Fungus, the third brother, demanded answers, but there was no time. Chu Xian was here, and he wasn't leaving without turning them all into resources. The boss tried to play it cool, feigning politeness, but Chu Xian wasn't buying it. He was here to reunite them with their fallen comrades, in the most permanent way possible. Realizing there was no avoiding a fight, Devil Umbrella called upon his forces, and suddenly, mushroom creatures burst from the ground like zombies in a horror movie. But instead of being intimidated, Chu Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. So many mushrooms, so many new materials to harvest. Summoning his zombie trio, he ordered them to capture as many as possible. The more, the better. Green Hat Fungus, thinking he could be clever, tried to launch a sneak attack from behind. But Chu Xian didn't even flinch. With a flick of his wrist, he caught the creature with his evil demonic claw, the intense heat making the fungus scream in agony. The boss, seeing how easily his brother was overpowered, realized there was no winning this and decided to retreat. With a dramatic flourish, he summoned a swirling purple tornado. But it didn't take long for Chu Xian to see through the act. This wasn't an attack, it was a smokescreen for an escape. Watching the so-called leader run for his life, Chu Xian sighed in disappointment. So much for a grand battle. Still, he wasn't about to let his prize get away. Taking out his magical whip, he sent Wei Kong after him, and moments later, distant fire pillars signaled the inevitable outcome, another roasted mushroom. With 2 more spirit cores in hand, he was satisfied, though he did wish the second brother had been here as well. Unbeknownst to him, hiding nearby, the second sister, Leopard-Spotted Mushroom, was watching in horror. She had arrived late, and thank the heavens for that, because if she had been there any earlier, she'd be just as cooked as her brothers. Deciding it was time to cut her losses, she resolved to leave the swamp and lay low, gathering her strength until she was powerful enough to take revenge. Just as she was about to escape, she stumbled upon a familiar face, Little Grass King, a plant monster who had previously provided intel on the immortal. Seizing the opportunity, she tried to recruit him, framing it as an alliance for the future. But the Grass King? He wasn't having any of it. Without hesitation, he lashed out with his vines, striking her down. Gasping in shock, she stared at him in betrayal, not understanding why he had turned on her. His expression was grim as he told her the truth. If she wanted to blame someone, she should blame herself for being foolish enough to think she could challenge an immortal. He had no interest in getting dragged into her suicidal revenge plan. Even though he had gained wisdom through the Golden Rain, he had never wanted to meet her again. And now, he prayed that fate would never place him in Chu Xian's path, because he knew one thing for certain. Standing against that monster of a man was the fastest way to die. Chu Xian stood in the middle of his eerie green domain, surrounded by the lifeless corpses of mushroom men, arms crossed, nodding to himself like a chef admiring a perfectly seasoned dish. Except his ingredients were defeated enemies, and his recipe was an elaborate cultivation scheme. With this many wood-attribute creatures, his energy supply was practically overflowing, and that meant two major benefits. First, he could cut down the time needed for spiritual objects to form to just half a year, and second, a single embryo could now produce multiple spiritual objects instead of just one. Efficiency at its finest. But while it was tempting to wipe out every last one of these mushroom men, that would be short-sighted. He needed some to grow stronger, like the 4 mushroom brothers, so he could continuously harvest spiritual energy cores and pump out even more wood-attribute objects. A self-sustaining cycle of power. The only problem? There still weren't enough of them. At this rate, if he had to personally go to the Great Dream Swamp to collect and transport them one by one, it would take up far too much of his valuable cultivation time. And let's be honest, Chu Xian was not about to waste time on grunt work. He needed a better, more efficient solution. As he pondered this, his pet beast, Xiao Bao, let out a roar, snapping him out of his thoughts. He turned, raising an eyebrow. Black Blade's men were back? Again? What, was this their 5th time now? These guys were persistent. Meanwhile, outside the green domain, the remnants of the Black Blade mercenary company stood anxiously, their leader Gang Jian and his right-hand man Fatty looking increasingly discouraged. Fatty, sighing, voiced the obvious. This was their 5th trip, and still, the so-called immortal hadn't shown himself. Maybe it was time to give up, but Gang Jian wasn't having it. Their former faction, the Lanjiang army, had disbanded, leaving them as nothing more than rootless weeds, drifting with nowhere to go. If they didn't take this gamble, they were all as good as dead. With desperation burning in his eyes, he suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice carrying across the wasteland, practically begging for a response. They had no way to fight back against the seemingly endless waves of mushroom men, and if the immortal could help them, they were willing to offer whatever he wanted, no questions asked. The wind howled in response. Silence. Fatty let out another defeated sigh, preparing to turn back. Looked like today wasn't their day either. But just as they resigned themselves to leaving, a shadow loomed over them, and they turned to see Chu Xian descending like a god of death, his presence alone sending a chill down their spines. Gang Jian and Fatty immediately dropped into a respectful stance, anxiously awaiting his judgment. Chu Xian, ever the strategist, silently observed them, suppressing a smirk. Logically speaking, with the 4 mushroom brothers dead, the remaining mushroom men should have been weak and disorganized, easy pickings. Yet these 2 clearly had no idea, which made them the perfect pawns. Playing along, he acknowledged their plea, expression unreadable, and asked if they were truly willing to give him anything he wanted. Without hesitation, Gang Jian nodded furiously. If it meant survival, they were prepared to do anything. Fatty, sweating bullets, quickly followed suit, bowing even lower and reinforcing their willingness to serve. Seeing their desperation, Chu Xian decided to grant them his generosity. He would personally eliminate the mushroom men's leader for them, but in exchange, they would work under him, forever. And if they ever dared to betray him, well, let's just say their souls would be shredded into oblivion, never to reincarnate. No pressure. Gang Jian and Fatty exchanged a quick glance, weighing their options for all of 2 seconds before promptly dropping to their knees, pledging their complete loyalty. Chu Xian nodded approvingly. Good. Now for their first mission. Once he eliminated the mushroom leader, the remaining mushroom men would be theirs to handle. Most of them were lurking in the Great Dream Swamp, and he needed Black Blade to capture as many as possible and bring them back alive. Gangjian hesitated, his face twisting with uncertainty. Even as a level 2 transcendent, the strongest among them, he struggled against ordinary mushroom men. How could they possibly meet this request? Chu Xian simply smirked and tossed them 2 golden pills. Gangjian caught one, eyes widening in shock. A level 3 spiritual energy core? But wait, this was dangerous. If a transcendent consumed a core above their level and failed to break through, not only would they die, but they might also turn into mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. He hesitated, glancing at Chu Xian for an explanation. Chu Xian, unimpressed by their cowardice, simply reminded them of the deal. They had already signed their souls away, with no other choice, and under the immense pressure of Chu Xian's icy stare, they swallowed the pills. Instantly, their bodies convulsed, veins bulging as raw energy surged through them. It was agonizing, like their very souls were being torn apart, their chi spiraling out of control. Chu Xian observed them calmly, noting with amusement that they seemed to be experiencing chi deviation. That was bad news for them. If cultivators suffered from chi deviation, they bled from their meridians and exploded. For transcendence, it turned them into crazed zombies. But of course, he had a solution. Raising a single finger, he injected external spiritual energy into their bodies, clearing their clogged meridians in an instant. The green aura around them faded, and then boom. Transformation complete. Gangjian emerged looking like he had just stepped out of a bodybuilding competition, muscles rippling like a true gigachad, while Fatty now had the physique of an absolute tank, broad and heavy like an immovable beast. Stunned, Gangjian flexed his newfound strength, realization dawning. He had broken through. He was now a level 3 transcendent. Fatty, equally overwhelmed, marveled at his upgraded body, barely able to believe it. Chu Xian simply gave them a cold, knowing look. Their current strength? Barely adequate. But it would do. He sent them off with a final warning. They knew what they had to do, and they knew what would happen if they failed. Both men immediately bowed, swearing unwavering loyalty once more, vowing that Black Blade would serve him with all their might. 6 months later, a burst of red light erupted from within Chu Xian's secluded training chamber, signaling yet another breakthrough. He exhaled sharply, eyes flashing. Foundation establishment, 6th layer, complete. But he wasn't satisfied. Advancing to the 7th layer wouldn't be easy. The gap between the 6th and 7th layers might seem small, but in reality, it was the dividing line between the mid and late stages of foundation establishment. A massive, near insurmountable difference. Even with his spiritual roots, it would take at least 3 years to naturally reach the next level, and that was way too long. Time was a luxury he couldn't afford. By now, the war between Tianyin sect and the Mist province factions should be reaching its climax, and he needed to reach the late stage as soon as possible if he wanted to claim his share of the spoils. That meant one thing: he had to refine the demonic wood physique as soon as possible. Thankfully, while he had been in seclusion, Black Blade had been diligently capturing mushroom men, continuously fueling his 100-wood spirit nourishment array. It was time to check on the results. With a determined look, he stepped onto his sword, the weapon humming beneath him like a living entity, and with a swift command, he shot into the sky, leaving a trail of green energy in his wake. It was time to reap the rewards of his carefully laid plans. Somewhere in the city, a grotesque and silent monument of violence rose from the earth. A mountain of mushroom-like humanoid corpses piled high, their twisted fungal bodies stacked on top of one another like nature had rage quit and grown teeth. Hovering above this carnage were glowing golden green orbs, calmly absorbing wood attribute's spiritual energy from the fallen as if reaping a quiet harvest from death. Into this bizarre and grim garden descended Chu Xian, calmly riding his flying sword like a man late to his own cultivation party. His trio of undead subordinates, zombies with names and roles. Hopping off the sword, Chu Xian observed the scene with a glimmer of satisfaction, noting that a batch of wood attribute spiritual objects had already matured. One of his zombies, Xiao Hu, roared in response, the undead equivalent of, "You're right, boss." With a casual wave, Chu Xian summoned the glowing spheres toward him, inspecting their energy levels like a sommelier judging spiritual wine. 3 of them, he observed with amusement, had already reached the potency of mid-grade foundation establishment spiritual objects, while the rest were still respectable low-grade ones. It was more than enough for his current cultivation needs, and he said so with a grin that knew exactly how overpowered he was becoming. Looking at the mound of fungal corpses again, he noted that even more spiritual objects seemed close to maturity. Whether he absorbed them to strengthen his evil wood physique, or sold them off in the immortal market, either path offered lucrative rewards. Then the real scheme clicked into place. He could turn this entire setup into a trans-dimensional business. Grow would attribute treasures from mushroom men on Blue Star, ship them over to the Tsunchuan realm, and sell them for profit. It was cultivation capitalism with zero risk and maximum return. He might as well print money. With that, Chu Xian leapt back onto his flying sword, eyes gleaming with ambition, muttering that there was no time to waste. The path of cultivation awaited. In a quiet and secluded glade, under the faint glow of an ethereal green tree, Chu Xian began his next phase. He took out a single pill, placed it in his mouth, and let it dissolve. As the medicinal energy surged through his body, a powerful current of vitality coursed through his meridians, and his eyes lit up with a shimmering green glow that made him look less like a man and more like a forest deity in mid-upgrade. He sat in silence, unmoving, as time blurred into spiritual focus. 99 days later, because of course it had to be a dramatic number, he was still there, rooted and unwavering. When he finally opened his eyes, they glowed like emerald fire. In a voice soft but filled with quiet triumph, he whispered that he had achieved minor completion of the Evilwood physique. Rising to his feet with the slow, deliberate movements of someone who had just rewritten their destiny, he declared that he now possessed an acquired spiritual body. This wasn't a minor milestone. It meant his cultivation speed would now eclipse those with even mid-grade spiritual roots. But then, something strange pulsed within him, and his expression shifted. His spirituality felt off. A heartbeat later, a massive beam of light exploded from the rooftop like a spiritual nuke, and within that blinding pillar stood Chu Xian, barely able to believe what had just happened. The barrier between mid and late foundation establishment, the wall that normally took months or even years to crack, had been obliterated by the infusion of his Evilwood physique. Not only had he broken through, he had leapt directly to the 7th layer of foundation establishment. He grinned wide, red energy rippling off him like heat waves. He laughed, not maniacally, but with the deep satisfaction of someone who had just bent the rules of cultivation to his will. Cultivating a spiritual body hadn't just been a smart move, it had been the masterstroke. And now, with his new strength, he was ready to step onto the chaotic battlefield of Mist Province like a storm wearing a human face. Meanwhile, in the Mist Province of the Tsunchuan realm, chaos was already unfolding. A red-robed cultivator from the Blood Cave sect screamed with fury as he sent a swarm of crimson insects hurtling toward 2 disciples of the Tianyin sect. The disciples panicked. One, eyes wide in terror, shouted at his senior to escape. The senior looked at him with the cold logic of survival, gave a grim nod, and then shoved the junior directly into the path of the bees. Betrayal, weaponized. As the insects overwhelmed the poor disciple, his final cry was of disbelief and heartbreak. The senior ran, muttering that his junior had told him to flee, as though that somehow made the betrayal less cowardly. But then, the battlefield shifted. A scream, sharp, unnatural, and agonized, cut through the forest. The senior stopped mid-step, confused. Why was the enemy screaming now? He turned, only to see the Blood Cave cultivator broken and bleeding, begging for mercy. Standing over him, calm as a reaper clocking in for work, was Chu Xian. With a casual clench of his fist, the demonic cultivator was torn apart like paper. The senior disciple, frozen in the shadows, trembled. That kind of force. One move, no effort. It couldn't belong to a chi condensation cultivator. This was definitely foundation establishment level, and a powerful one at that. Then Chu Xian turned and smiled at him. It was a small gesture, but it felt like a blade pressed to the soul. The senior's mind spiraled. Had Chu Xian seen him betray his brother? Probably. But with no witnesses left, maybe he could still salvage this. He dropped to his knees, tears streaming, voice cracking as he thanked Chu Xian for saving his life and explained that he was just a lowly chi condensation disciple from the Tianyin sect. Chu Xian's face was unreadable as he flatly told the man he wasn't interested in stories. He simply needed to search his soul. A heartbeat later, the man's head was gone, cleaved cleanly by Chu Xian's flaming claw. No ceremony, just execution. Holding the severed head, Chu Xian muttered almost to himself that he had cultivated on Blue Star for 10 months. In this realm, that translated to only 1 month, and a lot could change in a month. He couldn't afford to act blindly. He needed information. With the memories of both the Blood Cave cultivator and the Tianyin sect trader now stored in his mind, he could cross-reference their knowledge and fast-forward through everything that had happened while he was gone. No guesswork, just hard data. Chu Xian stood still, the forest now silent around him, as he began to plot his next move with the calm intensity of someone who didn't need luck, just time. He mentally sifted through the stolen memories like a librarian speed-reading a war report, recalling with grim focus that over the past month alone, 30 to 40 Foundation establishment cultivators had already perished in the Mist Province conflict, and despite being outnumbered and theoretically outmatched, the Thousand Insect sect had somehow managed to hold their position with almost surgical precision, using the province's twisted terrain, dense rainforests, rotting swamplands, and narrow death-trap valleys to lure and destroy Tianyin sect disciples like flies into a web, even going as far as to seriously injure one of Tianyin sect's core formation cultivators, which, by all cultivation logic, should have been impossible. And as Chu Xian tossed the lifeless head aside with a dismissive flick, he muttered to himself with a mix of amusement and suspicion that the war had turned out far more intense than he had originally anticipated. And then, narrowing his eyes as he connected the dots, he realized something was deeply off, because no matter how terrain-savvy or insect-obsessed the Thousand Insect sect was, they should not be capable of resisting multiple core formation experts on their own, leading him to a theory that reeked of political intrigue. The other 4 major sects from the Yu Kingdom were likely fanning the flames in secret, using this proxy war to bleed the Tianyin sect dry so they could swoop in later and divide the spoils like vultures dressed in ceremonial robes. And just as he was about to move on, he probed deeper into the memories and found another juicy piece of intel, discovering that Master Wan Wuying had recently taken on a new disciple named Chen Zhaofeng. And 5 days ago this same Chen Zhaofeng had stolen a top-grade magic weapon straight from under the noses of the Thousand Insect sect, only to be ambushed mid-escape by 2 Gu masters from Iron Thread Mountain, where he now remained trapped. And upon hearing the phrase, top-grade magic weapon, Chu Xian's expression lit up with the kind of hunger that only cultivators and auctioneers understand, declaring to himself that he wanted that weapon and was absolutely going to get it. And while he was at it, he might as well make time to settle the score with the Gu master who had ambushed him previously, because revenge, like spiritual pills, is best served hot and explosive. So with that, he kicked off into the sky on his flying sword, blazing through the clouds, with one goal in mind: loot, vengeance, and maybe a little side mission of chaos. Meanwhile, cutting across the sky on another flying sword was Sisterly, her robes fluttering violently in the wind as she interrogated a panicked junior disciple named Zhou, demanding coldly that he tell her everything he knew about the Gu master lurking in Iron Thread Mountain. And her brother-in-arms Lu added his own flavor of intimidation by threatening to end Zhou on the spot if he so much as flinched wrong, which triggered a full-blown mental breakdown in the poor guy, who instantly regretted trying to be helpful in the first place, thinking to himself with increasing horror that the cultivators of Extreme Yin Cave were all demonic and insane, and that his attempt to inform them about Chu Xian's situation had instead landed him on a forced rescue mission with 2 lunatics who not only dragged him along but also kidnapped a Foundation establishment cultivator from Tianyin sect's Feishan Hall just to spice things up. And now, judging by their vibes, they were probably going to kill him too just for breathing loud. So in full panic mode, Zhou spilled everything, explaining that on that fateful day he had entered Iron Thread Mountain with Zhao Luan and Chu Xian, not expecting the area to be filled with fog laced with drifting insect eggs that immediately hatched into flesh-eating iron thread worms the second they touched a cultivator's body. And after Zhao Luan got infected and started melting from the inside out, Zhou had barely escaped using a life-saving talisman. And as for what happened to Chu Xian, he had no clue, and honestly, he insisted, it wasn't his fault but rather a complete intelligence failure on the sect's part, because who could have known the Gu master living there was a mid-foundation establishment expert with a bug fetish and a death wish. And as Sisterly processed the information, her expression turned solemn, thinking that Chu Xian had been missing far too long and was probably already dead, and now even her master's newly accepted disciple, Chen Zhaofeng, was trapped in the same cursed mountain. And as the eldest disciple, she had no choice but to go investigate, not because she cared about the top-grade magic weapon. Absolutely not. How dare you suggest such a thing? It was purely for honor and vengeance, and definitely not loot. And as she steeled her resolve, Lu turned to the hostage they had dragged along and exploded with rage. accusing him of feeding false information that had cost the lives of 2 junior brothers and swearing that once they killed the goo master responsible, he would personally chop off the hostage's head and place it on their graves as a gift, which made the hostage visibly regret every life choice that had led him to this moment. And then, without warning, Lu let him drop to the ground like a sack of regret and descended after him with Sister Lee and Zhou Yu following behind. And as they landed, Zhou Yu hesitantly asked what the plan was because he was, in his own words, weak and absolutely not built for insect fog warfare. But Sister Lee casually assured him that he didn't need to do anything except hang back and watch the fight, which did absolutely nothing to ease his anxiety. And then Lu pulled out a glowing talisman with the flair of a magician, revealing the ace card, telling it that everything depended on it now. And with a sharp flick, he activated the formation-breaking talisman, sending it forward to clear a path through the cursed mist as they all stepped deeper into the mountain. As the group moved through the forest, the scent of decay and insect husks growing thicker with each step, Zhou Yu's heart pounded in horror as he walked past corpse after rotting corpse, thinking that this place was a living hell, and yet somehow the 2 demonic cultivators beside him looked completely unfazed, their willpower unshaken. And it hit him then. This was why the world feared demonic cultivators, why people hunted them down, and yet why so many still chose to become one, because strength like this was terrifying but undeniably beautiful. And as he watched, a mocking voice echoed out from the trees, taunting them for being bold enough to trespass. And then a swarm of insects surged toward them like a living wall of chittering death. And Lu, unfazed, raised an eyebrow and identified them with a smirk. Black-backed golden beetles, a rank 1 goo insect species known more for quantity than quality. And he scoffed that whoever sent them clearly didn't know who they were dealing with, because showing off low-tier insects to a master was like bringing a water gun to a dragon fight. And then he pulled out a green pot and released his own swarm of golden beetles, sending them charging forward. And Zhou Yu, watching with wide eyes, explained internally that even though the black-backed golden beetles weren't individually strong, their strength came from numbers, and most foundation establishment cultivators would avoid fighting them altogether. But then he noticed something else, an unfamiliar blue insect that immediately targeted and devoured the golden beetles. And before he could ask, Lu calmly placed a hand on his shoulder and explained that it was called the Blue Armor Immortal, a natural predator of the black-backed golden beetles and just one of the many goo insects he had brought as a backup plan. And Zhou Yu's jaw nearly hit the forest floor as he mentally screamed how incredible all of this was and how no wonder people feared demonic cultivators. And maybe, just maybe, it was time he learned a few techniques himself. And just as he was having that identity crisis, a shadow moved from the tree line and Sister Lee shouted a warning that the goo master was making a move. And then Zhou Yu's world went into slow motion as the enemy darted straight toward him, his fist glowing with deadly energy. And Zhou Yu screamed in his heart why it always had to be him, and the attacker, without missing a beat, snarled that of course he was the first target. He was the weakest of the bunch, so naturally, he should be the first to die. Lu narrowed his eyes and smirked, his voice low and sharp as he activated his skill, declaring with grim satisfaction that he had been waiting for this exact moment. The air tensed, and then, without warning, a flash of green light burst from the junior's shoulder, catching everyone off guard. The light warped and twisted midair into a massive claw, its shape eerily familiar, an exact mimic of Chu Xian's technique, and it clamped down on the enemy figure with mechanical precision, pinning him in place like an insect under glass. Stunned, the junior stared at his own shoulder, realization dawning as dread crept into his thoughts. Just moments ago, Hu Jinxiong had casually patted him there, and in that fleeting touch, he had already planted a goo insect. The junior's inner voice cracked with disbelief as he acknowledged the sheer audacity and terrifying efficiency of the extreme Yin Cave cultivators. Meanwhile, Lu stormed forward, his expression molten with rage, demanding to know the whereabouts of his junior brothers, Chen Xiaofeng and Chu Xian. The restrained figure remained silent, lips moving but offering no coherent answer, just a maddening drone of muttered words. Sister Lee's spiritual senses flared, her instincts screaming something was off. She gasped with alarm, realizing the man's cultivation was not what it seemed. He wasn't merely mid-stage foundation establishment. There were others, hidden, watching. She cried out that other goo masters were nearby. A voice emerged from the shadows, smug and resonant, confirming her fear while mocking their delay. Too late. In an instant, a crowd of enemies emerged from the darkness, encircling them inside a glowing golden formation. 3 spiritual wolves materialized from the circle's core, each radiating murderous intent. Sister Lee's voice tightened as she identified the formation. It was a mid-grade Foundation establishment array, the Wolf Soul's Slaughter Formation. She explained in a single breath that the wolves were bound to the array's energy and would continuously revive until it was completely exhausted. The junior, still bewildered, questioned how the Wu province natives could have access to such a refined formation. Lu, eyes narrowing, suspected external interference. Another sect must have supplied this level of power. Amidst the rising tension, the captured enemy spat out a final cry. Iron Thread Mountain and the 1,000 Insect sect would never perish. And then, in a final act of fanatic loyalty, he self-destructed. The explosion roared through the battlefield, hurling Lu, Sister Lee, and the junior backward. The blast left the junior injured and dazed. The wolves seized the chaos, lunging to finish off the weakened trio. Just as their claws descended, Lu let out a primal roar, his body convulsing as he activated his transformation. His shirt tore apart as his skin darkened, fur erupted across his frame, and his eyes flared with deep violet light, black beast demon form. With monstrous strength, he caught one of the wolves mid-attack, stopping it in its tracks. But the enemy wasn't done. One of the ambushers uncorked a vial filled with swirling purple smoke and hurled it at Lu. The moment it touched him, his transformation collapsed, his beast form dissolving instantly. The wolf broke free and lunged again. Lu's voice cracked in disbelief as he recognized the toxin, blood-scattering fragrance. They had discovered the black beast demon form's weakness, something that should have been impossible. The ambusher laughed triumphantly, calling Lu and Sister Lee by name, sneering that their junior brother had proven to be quite the informant. The words hit like a gut punch. Both Lu and Sister Lee froze. Their eyes widened. Sister Lee's aura surged with fury, glowing a deep violet as she screamed for Chen Yaofeng to come out. With a yawn and a smirk, the traitor emerged from the shadows, his expression dripping with mockery. He lazily questioned why she even bothered to call him out, reminding her that they were once fellow disciples. Then, with venom behind his smile, he asked if he really had to kill them personally. Lu's rage exploded. He had come all this way to rescue Yaofeng, and this was the thanks he got. Betrayal. He demanded answers. Why? Zhaofeng's smile widened as he revealed his new allegiance. He was not only a disciple of the 1,000 Insect sect, but their chief disciple under the Golden Core Master known as 100 Gu Taoist. He now had access to every treasure in the sect's arsenal. Lu and Sister Lee, he said, were nothing more than sacrificial offerings. With a casual wave, he ordered his minions to deploy the Wolf Soul's Slaughter Formation and unleash the Gu insects, warning them not to underestimate his former allies. The enemy obeyed with robotic loyalty, flooding the battlefield with spiritual wolves and swarms of insects. The junior screamed in agony as the Gu insects engulfed him, his cries echoing under the golden light. Lu shielded his face from the onslaught, despair creeping into his thoughts. Was this truly the end? But just as the darkness threatened to swallow them whole, a wall of searing flame erupted across the battlefield, obliterating the swarm in one decisive wave. Sister Lee's face lit up with hope. Lu blinked through the smoke and ash, and even Zhaofeng's confident expression cracked. All eyes turned to the source, the one name that made everyone freeze. Chu Xian. The baddest, most wicked villain MC had arrived, his aura infinite, his presence suffocating, and every person on the field instinctively screamed his name. Lu, half in disbelief and half in relief, rushed toward him but was stopped by Sister Lee's outstretched arm. She warned him, "Be careful." Chu Xian had been missing for too long. What if he had defected too? Lu refused to believe it. If Chu Xian had turned, why would he save them? But Sister Lee's logic was ruthless. Maybe Chu Xian didn't save them. Maybe he just didn't want anyone else to kill them. Maybe his strength had grown because he joined the enemy. After all, no one else on the battlefield had moved, and yet the swarm was gone the moment he appeared. Lu's heart wavered. Could it be? The Chu Xian before them felt like a completely different person. Still, Lu stepped forward, voice trembling as he asked if Chu Xian was really going to follow Zhaofeng's path and slaughter his own brothers. He couldn't believe it. Chu Xian simply smiled, his thoughts unreadable, and mused that killing fellow disciples wasn't really a big deal. He had done it before. His only principle was simple: those who love him he cherishes. Xiao Feng chuckled and stepped forward, asking if this was really the senior brother Chu he had never met. He sneered, recalling how Chu Xian had survived one of his attacks in the past by sheer luck. The moment the words left his mouth, Chu Xian's aura shifted. Fury blazed in his eyes. His inner voice declared with lethal finality, "Those who offend me, I must kill." Without raising a hand, he ordered his minions to finish Xiao Feng. He didn't even feel the need to deal with him personally. Xiao Feng wasn't worth the effort. He was only Foundation Establishment Stage 2 at best. Just a bug waiting to be crushed. Sister Li's face, which had been tightly wounded with suspicion and dread, finally softened, her eyes catching the subtle cues in Chu Xian's arrival and the enemy's panicked reactions, and her voice trembled with a strange mix of hope and realization as she whispered that from everything they were seeing and hearing, it looked like junior brother Chu wasn't a traitor after all. That flicker of hope lit a fire in Lu, who practically exploded with joy, shouting loud enough to startle the birds halfway across the mountain, saying he knew it. He knew junior brother Chu would never betray them. But then his voice cracked with urgency as he told him that this was the worst possible moment to show up and begged him to escape before it was too late. But Chu Xian, ever the dramatic entrance specialist, turned his head slightly, calm and unfazed as two enemy cultivators charged at him with weapons drawn. And with that same signature smirk that could either mean salvation or annihilation, he replied with perfect timing that no, he hadn't come late. He had come at exactly the right time. And just as the attackers lunged, they hit nothing but air. Smoke. Gone. They blinked and looked up, and there he was, floating midair like a final boss descending from the heavens, his aura flaring and a blazing claw of flame forming from his outstretched hand. The two cultivators' faces dropped as sheer dread took over, one of them stammering that he actually mastered the Yin Fiend demon art, the last thing they ever wanted to see. But their fear came too late, because the fiery claw shot forward like a divine judgment and crushed one of them into nothing but red mist and regret. The second one tried to bolt in a panic, clutching for his goo insect pouch like a lifeline, calling for his ironclad beetles. But before he could even activate them, someone stepped into his path. None other than Xiao Hu, the buff zombie with the personality of a brick wall and the strength of a battering ram. Without a word, Xiao Hu stretched out his undead arm and before the guy could even finish his terrified breath, unleashed a punch so brutal it turned his head into a popped balloon. Watching from the side, another cultivator whispered the names of his fallen brothers, his voice cracking with grief and fear. But then grief turned to rage as he formed a complicated spell sign with trembling hands and shouted that he would kill them in revenge. But Chu Xian didn't even blink. He casually walked toward him, dodging every single attack like he was stepping through raindrops. Not a single motion wasted, not even flinching. Lu, watching this from the side, could barely believe his eyes and asked if what he was seeing was the Yin Fiend evasion technique, marveling at how fast Chu Xian was moving. Sister Li, her voice laced with both awe and concern, questioned how Chu Xian had gathered so much Yin Fiend energy, and why he was using it so recklessly, as if he had an infinite supply. Then the enemy summoned a swarm of writhing tentacles, but Chu Xian, clearly unimpressed, summoned his signature weapon, his whip, and with one clean motion, sliced all the tentacles into ribbons. With an innocent smile that somehow made it all more terrifying, he told the enemy that it was his turn now. He lashed the whip forward, the weapon wrapping around the man's neck with surgical precision, and then, with a flick of his wrist, severed his head clean off. He retracted the whip like he was just putting away a belt, his expression unchanged. And then, the real drama began. Xiao Feng, who had been watching the massacre unfold with increasing horror, suddenly dropped to his knees and broke into a full-blown sobbing performance. Tears streaming like a bad stage actor trying to win a pity award. He wailed that they had forced him. He claimed he had goo insects planted in his mind. He dragged in their shared past as fellow disciples, even name-dropping their master, saying master liked him a lot and would want Chu Xian to save him. But even while he cried behind his back, his hand was glowing with a hidden attack. He had already summoned a claw-shaped technique, demonic scale soul-ripping claw, ready to stab Chu Xian the moment he got close. Lu, watching from the side, was still caught in the awe of Chu Xian's transformation, praising his junior brother's strength and performance with genuine amazement. But Chu Xian already knew what was coming. Just as Xiao Feng lunged forward and screamed, "Die!" With his demon claw, his expression turning from fake sorrow to malicious glee. Something red flashed in the air. His arm was gone, cleanly severed at the elbow. Alphonse screamed in agony, clutching the bleeding stump and looking down at it like it had personally betrayed him. The culprit was none other than Chu Xian's blood goo worm, which had acted before its master even needed to speak. Lu shouted in disbelief and fury that Bao Feng was still trying to backstab them, and demanded that Chu Xian just finish him. Broken and desperate, Bao Feng sobbed out one last pathetic plea, offering a supreme-grade artifact in exchange for his life, promising to give it all away if Chu Xian spared him. But Chu Xian, calm as ever, placed a hand gently on Zhao Feng's trembling head and murmured that there was no need for all that trouble. He would just extract the knowledge directly. And with that, he performed soul-searching, ripping the answers straight from Zhao Feng's mind as the man's body went limp and lifeless. Finally, with the immediate threat gone, Chu Xian turned to his seniors and formally greeted them, saying they had suffered and he was here now. Lu, still catching his breath, lit up with pride and said they had come to avenge Chu Xian, never expecting him to still be alive, let alone stronger than ever. If Master saw this, he would be overjoyed. Sisterly stepped forward, her tone more formal but genuinely grateful, thanking Chu Xian for saving her life, and reminding him that this was the second time, after Yanhua Manor, that he had come to her rescue. She admitted she couldn't even tell what realm Chu Xian had reached now, only that it was definitely higher than hers, and while she was thankful he was still on their side, part of her feared how powerful he had become. Chu Xian brushed it off, saying that as fellow disciples, helping each other was only natural, and then turned serious as he revealed that after searching Zhao Feng's soul, he confirmed that aside from them, no one else was left alive on Iron Thread Mountain. But then he paused, eyes narrowing, as he sensed something. No, he corrected himself. There was still one person at the foot of the mountain. The junior with them whispered in agreement, confirming the presence. And then, in a perfect callback to earlier, we cut back to the scene when they first arrived on the mountain, where the guy Lu had tied up was still rolling around in frustration, ropes binding his limbs as he cursed the extreme cave, wishing they would all rot, and vowing that if he ever got free from this demonic rope, he would personally report their betrayal to the sect master, or maybe just handle it himself. But as he ranted to no one, a shadow fell over him and a footstep echoed behind. A calm voice greeted him, cold and amused, saying that unfortunately for him, things wouldn't go as he hoped, and that maybe they should have a friendly chat about that one time he left someone to die. The man froze, his blood running cold as he recognized the voice and muttered the name Chu Xian with paralyzed dread. And then, as if the horror finally caught up to his lungs, he screamed loud enough to shake the forest to its roots. Chu Xian kneeled in the shadow-drenched cave, breath steady but eyes sharp, his robes still marked with the grime of travel and bloodshed. The chilling voice of Golden Core ancestor Wu Yang cut through the cold air like a blade, demanding not just an explanation, but judgment. You dare return after killing someone? Speak! Was it jealousy that drove you to murder Chen Yaofeng? Chu Xian bowed deeply, his voice calm and resolute, denying petty motive and stating with unwavering conviction that he had killed Lao Feng to cleanse the sect, to protect its honor under the master's name. But Wu Yang, seated atop his looming throne of blackened stone, scoffed with disdain, eyes narrowing. What a self-righteous excuse, he spat, before commanding, raise your head. Was your hand not moved by the supreme-grade artifact in Chen Zhaofeng's possession? Chu Xian didn't flinch. His reply was simple, honest, and dangerously bold. I won't lie, master. I did desire that artifact. This moment, raw and audacious, made sisterly, watching from the shadows, murmur in disbelief. This Chu Xian has guts. Even I was tempted, but to admit it, to the master's face? Her tone was half admiration, half fear. Wu Yang, half amused and half impressed, let out a gruff chuckle. You little brat, at least you're honest. Then, in a voice that echoed across the cave walls like thunder, he delivered his judgment. Fine. Chen Yaofeng betrayed the sect. His death was deserved. Your personal greed? Understandable. I won't pursue it further. But now, explain everything. Where have you been this past month? And how in the name of heaven did your cultivation soar from stage 2 to stage 7 in such a short time? Gasps rippled through the disciples. Lu spoke with raised brows and a smirk. No wonder junior brother Chu defeated the 3 Gu masters so easily. Something was off about him from the start. Sister Lee's voice had a sharper edge. Stage 7, that's already late foundation establishment. That's not just progress, that's a leap. Chu Xian stood, silent but smug, the corner of his mouth twitching as if he found their confusion mildly entertaining. At Wu Yang's command, the others rose, and Chu Xian offered a new revelation. He had never truly been at stage 2. He had been hiding his strength, already at stage 4, concealing his power to avoid drawing attention from within the Tianyin sect. Wu Yang's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, thoughts racing. Smart. Knows not to flaunt wealth or talent. A tall tree attracts the wind. I learned that the hard way, but for him to grasp it so young, he may one day surpass even me. Chu Xian's tone turned cold as he recounted his travels. A venture to Iron Thread Mountain, a brutal ambush by a Gu master, a desperate escape that led to him falling into an underground valley. But before he could elaborate, Wu Yang waved it off with a grunt. Everyone has secrets. Keep yours. No need to inspire copycats. Now get lost. After killing so many from the 1,000 Insect sect, that 100 Gu elder will come for blood. Hide out for a few days. Dismissed, the disciples bowed. As they turned to leave, Wu Ke threw a jab at Sister Lee. Looks like your seat as head senior sister might not last long. Lee turned, her eyes locking with his, and after a pause she answered with quiet dignity. If junior brother Chu outshines me, I'll gladly hand over the position. The scene shifted. Chu Xian, now alone at a table cluttered with spirit stones that shimmered like diamonds under ambient cave light. He scoffed in disappointment, tossing aside a cracked jade slip. Man, Iron Thread Mountain was so poor. 3 Gu masters and their storage pouches barely had 100 low-grade spirit stones each, and the rest was just insect eggs and trash artifacts. I'll dump it all at the nameless market. He picked up a final pouch, hope flickering in his eyes. But at least I've got Chen Zhaofeng's pouch. Don't let me down, old friend. The pouch hovered midair, then burst open in a shimmering cascade of treasures. Chu Xian's eyes widened. Holy jackpot! A massive chunk of ghost fiend steel landed with a thud. Manuals spilled across the table. Core inheritance scrolls from the 1,000 Insect sect. Dozens of mid-grade spirit stones. A torrent of low-grade ones. And ancient scripture after scripture. 1,000 Insect manual. Blood Bee scripture. 6 extreme Gu arts. I'm rich now, he shouted, voice ringing with glee as he waded through his new fortune like a kid in a sugar mine. Then he found it, the supreme grade artifact. His breath caught. A glowing crimson orb, etched with a hive-like pattern, pulsed in his hand. Inside swirled a sleeping creature, the legendary Queen Bee Egg. According to the Blood Bee scripture, this artifact housed the queen that had slumbered for 1,000 years. Once refined, she would become the cultivator's life-bound Gu insect. Warrior bees bred from her would be bloodthirsty and unrelenting. Worker bees, meanwhile, would feast on flesh to produce blood honey, an energy-dense resource nearly impossible to replicate. As the queen evolved, even more specialized types might emerge. But there was a catch. Control required a powerful soul. And unlike righteous sects, the 1,000 Insect sect had no soul-strengthening techniques, making mastery near impossible for most. Chu Xian turned the artifact in his palm, understanding now why the 100 Gu elder had taken Chen Vaofeng as his top disciple. He was one of the few capable of controlling it, and why Vaofeng had betrayed Master Wu Yang, despite the old man's kindness. Chu Xian's voice was low but certain. With a treasure like this in front of you, who wouldn't be tempted? He stood among the treasure heap, the light of the spirit stones reflecting off his face like stars. As he sat to begin refining the artifact, his mind was already racing. A life-bound artifact. With my earth-born resources and endless supply of soul power and blood essence, I can refine as many as I want. The cave fell silent as he began to cultivate, the blood beehive pulsing gently in his hands, a 1,000-year-old queen waiting to awaken, and a new power rising in the shadows. 3 days had passed in the quiet stillness of the cave, but today that silence was broken by a soft crackling sound, like the snap of old bark under pressure, until finally, with a faint pulse of spiritual energy, the egg hatched, and the creature inside emerged. It was small, glistening, and brimming with latent menace. The long-awaited Gu insect queen had arrived. Chu Xian held her up triumphantly, his palms steady, his face glowing with restrained excitement. Success, he whispered, the word heavy with pride but light with relief. He gently fed her a blood bead, watching as the creature absorbed the crimson energy with a hunger that felt almost sentient. Then he explained, half to himself and half to the queen, that for now she would be sustained on a diet of blood beads, but once she matured and produced her first brood of worker bees, they would gather flesh from corpses and refine it into blood honey, a rich, potent substance that would sustain her through every evolution stage. He leaned back, eyes focused, calculating. That blood honey would not only nourish the queen, it would serve him. The energy it contained, he thought, was no joke. It far surpassed even the largest blood beads in raw cultivation value. If used wisely, it could accelerate his spiritual growth to terrifying levels. Meanwhile, far from the cave, in a gloom-shrouded chamber thick with incense and the scent of decay, an old man with a beard like dried moss sat rigid on a dark throne. His expression was grave, his voice even more so as he spoke to the masked figure kneeling before him. The fall of Iron Thread Mountain had been a catastrophic blow, he said. His carefully laid plans had crumbled in just 7 days. Bloodbee Cavern? Gone. Centipede Manor? Gone. The Tianyin sect had advanced over 1,000 miles on both the eastern and southern fronts, and now they stood nearly at the gates of the Thousand Insect Sect's core stronghold. The old man, known only as the 100 Gu Elder, did not mince words. Our sect, he declared, is now at the brink of life and death. His demand was immediate and non-negotiable. 1,000 beast spirit talismans, no less. The masked figure chuckled, casual and composed, clearly used to dealing with tantrums from desperate patriarchs. Elder 100 Gu, that's a bit much, he said mildly. We can spare 300 at most. But as a token of goodwill, I'll throw in 10 Foundation Establishment grade formations and 50 artifacts ranging from high to mid-grade. Fair trade? The elder grunted, clearly displeased. He reminded the figure that their sect had promised to pressure the Tianyin sect, to force them into recalling some of their stronger cultivators. If the current pace continued, his forces would collapse under the weight of the assault. The masked figure raised a hand in reassurance. That operation is already underway. Within 2 weeks, Tianyin sect will likely pull back Zhao Wuya and Huan Yuanwu. You can breathe easy. The elder let out a long breath, tension loosening by a fraction. Then the masked figure pulled out a scroll and handed it over, his voice low and serious. As for the matter you asked me to investigate, the deaths of your disciple and the Iron Thread cultivators, all the details are in this jade slip. The elder pressed the slip to his forehead, and the memories, raw, vivid, and unfiltered, poured into his consciousness like molten metal. He saw it all, the brutal ambush, the blood, the exact moment his prized disciple, Xiao Feng, was cut down. His body trembled, not from pain but from sheer fury. His eyes blazed with red light. So it was those brats from Extreme Cave. His voice cracked as he swore vengeance. I will avenge you, Fenger. I swear it. The masked figure laughed, a cold and almost delighted sound. Those brats deserve death. And their master, Wan Wuying? He deserves worse. Then, in a voice like silk wrapped around poison, he leaned in and offered a deal. If you're willing to stage a little public suffering, we can help you eliminate Wan Wuying. Once he's gone, the disciples he protects will be yours to slaughter. The elder blinked, stunned by the boldness of the offer. Are you serious? He asked, almost disbelieving. If you can really do that, I'll give you the artifact you've been begging for. The masked figure simply stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. Then here's what we'll do. Whatever he said next was lost to the shadows, but it had the 100 Gu elder grinning like a man possessed. A moment later, the cave echoed with mad laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Let's proceed with this plan. He howled. You righteous cultivators from Yuling Mountain sure know how to dig a pit deep enough for kings to fall into. He lifted his hat slightly, eyes narrowing at the familiar symbols etched into banners and talismans. Even the Tianyin sect's cultivators, once paragons of righteousness, now walked among demonic vendors, their robes stained with hypocrisy and ambition. Power had stripped them of pretense. Righteousness had become a luxury none could afford. At a melon stall, a voice called out. Chen, his disciple, face weathered from war yet still intact, bowed with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Chu Xian handed him a pouch without ceremony. Same commission as last time, same unsaid warning beneath the weight of spiritual goods. Chen accepted it with practiced obedience, but his aura shimmered stronger, Qi refining level 7. It was progress, born not from peace, but from blood and fear. No bodyguard this time, Chu Xian noted aloud. Chen scratched his head, bashful as he credited spirit stones and narrow escapes, recounting brushes with death so casually it felt rehearsed. But then, the smile faded. Wei Hua, his senior brother, was dead, not lost in battle honorably, but devoured from within, his body likely threaded by iron worms, left in pieces no one would claim. Chu Xian's thoughts grew heavy. Refining cultivators, no matter how disciplined, still stood at the bottom of the cultivation ladder. In wars like this, fate didn't knock, it simply struck, and no one could tell whether death or tomorrow would come first. He placed a hand on Chen's shoulder, offering rare words of encouragement. Survival itself was merit. The road was long, and maybe, just maybe, foundation establishment was still possible. But Chen, nearing 40, gave a shy, honest answer. His potential was nearly spent, and reaching late-stage refining was already a gift. He spoke of his plan to leave in a few years, to head to Pinjalan City and form a family clan, hoping to send a few talented seedlings back to the sect that raised him. It wasn't surrender, it was succession. As Chen took his leave, Chu Xian remained still, thoughtful. Refining cultivators had lifespans barely longer than mortals. When advancement became impossible, they turned to legacy, laying roots where their wings had failed. Chen's choice wasn't weakness, it was clarity. And Chu Xian knew, if not for the blood mirror that let him traverse realms, if not for the cheat of fate embedded in his veins, he too would be nothing more than a decaying name, buried in a forgotten century, remembered by no one. He couldn't help but think that without the blood mirror, without the power to travel between realms, he would likely have shared that same fate. Another nameless cultivator buried beneath the earth, bones forgotten within a century. The scene shifted once again, this time to a familiar tea house that now carried a heavier atmosphere. Chu Xian stepped through its doors disguised as Wei Hua, his expression unreadable as he fully embraced the false identity, one more mask in a world full of pretenders. Inside, the one who greeted him was none other than Chun-Li. Yes, that Chun-Li, from Fortnite, who welcomed him with graceful professionalism and asked whether he had come to buy or sell. With calm precision, Chu Xian stated his purpose. He had magic weapons, cultivation manuals, blood pearls, and goo worms to offer, and he was here to do business. Chun-Li responded by presenting him with a strange horn-like device, instructing him to speak through it, and broadcast his offerings to nearby cultivators. Anyone interested would then arrive at the tea house to negotiate in person. Curiously holding the horn in his hand, Chu Xian examined its design while voices began to buzz from within, demanding high-grade items. Amused, he commented on how the tool couldn't be used in battle but was clearly excellent for covert trades. When asked what it was called, Chun-Li answered with a single word that defied all expectations: Bluetooth. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xian raised the horn to his lips and projected his voice across the network. He was offering a high-grade magic weapon tied to goo worms along with massive quantities of blood pearls, both standard and rare, in exchange for top-tier foundation establishment techniques and spells. The horn instantly came alive with chaotic noise as eager cultivators responded all at once, some shouting that they wanted the weapon, others declaring they'd take all the blood pearls, both regular and big. All of them claimed to be on their way to the tea house at that very moment. At the negotiation table, Chu Xian sat calmly sipping tea, completely unbothered by the growing noise outside, waiting for the inevitable flood of would-be buyers to arrive. Old Han burst in like a storm, his booming voice demanding to know where the seller was as he glanced around with urgent impatience. Chu Xian recognized him immediately, and quietly recalled that he had once bought the Evil Nourishing Formation and the illustrated guide to demonic arrays from the same man. It seemed some faces never truly disappeared. Noticing the unfamiliar face before him, Old Han stroked his chin in suspicion and muttered that anyone who had survived this long through the war must be at least somewhat capable. That's when another figure barged in, a bug-eyed man who immediately demanded the goo worm weapon with absolutely no tact or greeting, completely focused on the item he desired. Internally, Chu Xian identified him without hesitation. This was the goo worm Taoist, real name Liu Yin, a known disciple under Zhao Huai's command and someone not to be trusted lightly. With effortless grace, Chu Xian summoned a glowing blue bell into his hand, announcing it as the Cold Toad Bell, a top-grade offensive artifact that drastically increased the Cold Toad's aggression and lethality in battle. The bug-eyed man grinned as he pulled out two scriptures, claiming they were more valuable than the bell. He offered the Blood Fury True Technique and the Bone Melting Method, expecting a one-for-one trade. Chu Xian's heart stirred as he recognized the techniques as originating from Wuzhou's native sects, exactly what he needed, but outwardly, he played the part perfectly, raising his voice in fake outrage and pointing out that both were clearly low-grade foundation establishment manuals. He declared that such mediocre techniques were only cultivated by average talents from weak sects like Blood Fury Sect or Bone Refining Manor, and that trying to pass them off as a fair trade for his Cold Toad Bell was either foolish or insulting, maybe both. A flicker of fear crossed the insect cultivator's face as Chu Xian's cold voice sliced through the air, commanding authority with unsettling ease. Clearing his throat, the bug-eyed man muttered hesitantly, asking what exactly Chu Xian was looking for. There was no arrogance left in him, only nervous calculation. Chu Xian responded with unshakable composure, telling him to lay out every technique he had and leave the choice to him. The mood shifted like a sharp wind, and the negotiation had only just begun. With subtle reluctance, the goo worm Taoist opened his pouch and began pulling out more ancient scriptures. He laid them gently on the table, his fingers twitching slightly, betraying the frustration building behind his neutral expression. One by one, the scrolls formed a small stack, each containing knowledge he once hoped to barter with on better terms. But behind his awkward smile, the bug-eyed cultivator's thoughts were far from polite. He cursed silently, realizing he was dealing with someone who couldn't be easily fooled. Now he had to tread carefully, watching what Chu Xian showed interest in, because whatever the man touched might suddenly become worth twice as much. Chu Xian's gaze swept across the table with calm certainty before settling on a purple scripture. His finger tapped it, indicating his choice. Without missing a beat, the goo worm Taoist gave a practiced chuckle and complimented his sharp judgment, preparing to launch into a flattering explanation about its origins. Before he could get another word in, Chu Xian cut him off with a single word delivered like ice cracking in silence. Trash. There was nothing worthwhile in the technique, nothing more than empty padding pretending to be power, and he didn't hesitate to expose it for what it was. With a shrug of pure indifference, Chu Xian muttered that he just picked something at random instead. His hand moved to select a red scripture this time, ignoring the tension rising from across the table. The bug-eyed cultivator, now grasping at leverage, tried to sweeten the deal by describing the red scripture as the Boiling Blood Manual, a top-grade foundation establishment technique from the Blood Fury sect. But his tone changed subtly as he hinted that the cold-toed bell alone might not be enough for a fair trade. Chu Xian turned to face him fully, eyes sharp and voice steady. He explained that the Boiling Blood Manual only worked for those who practiced blood arts, and asked plainly how many cultivators from the Tianyin sect were bold enough to dabble in such dark techniques. More importantly, he challenged the man with a rhetorical sting. How long did he think it would take before someone else came along who actually wanted that specific manual? Internally, the goo worm Taoist panicked. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, cornered like prey, and the voice in his head screamed that this stranger wasn't just skilled, he was dangerous. Just as the deal seemed certain to conclude, Chu Xian raised a hand and told him to wait. His gaze shifted to a golden yellow scripture on the edge of the table, and with a tone that left no room for negotiation, he added a request to throw in the golden wheel protection art from Jilong Temple as well. The goo worm Taoist's composure cracked instantly, and he slammed the table in frustration, shouting out in disbelief. But before his anger could spiral further, Old Han, watching from the side with mild amusement, intervened. He reminded the insect cultivator that no one else wanted that technique, and that activating it required immense merit. Who outside the bald-headed monks from Jilong Temple would even care for it? Faced with logic and public embarrassment, the goo worm Taoist hesitated only for a few heartbeats before snatching the blue bell and tossing over the scriptures with a bitter scowl. He grumbled his surrender under his breath, muttering that Chu Xian should just take them and be done with it. The transaction concluded, the insect cultivator gave a stiff farewell, masking frustration behind a forced smile as he bid the two men goodbye and left the tea house with tense shoulders and an even tenser pride. Left alone with his winnings, Chu Xian lifted the red scripture in his hand and allowed a rare smile to creep across his face. Internally, he celebrated his gain, knowing full well that the two techniques he now owned were not only powerful but perfect supplements to his current arsenal. Old Han gave him a proud look, raising his thumb like a mentor witnessing a flawless heist. He admitted it was the first time he'd ever seen the goo worm Taoist get completely played and asked whether Chu Xian was still interested in doing further business. But Chu Xian wasn't one to let flattery distract him. While he gave a vague response asking what else Old Han had to offer, his internal thoughts were already noting the shift in tone. Old Han wasn't just impressed, he was probing, and clearly no fool himself. The seasoned merchant grinned and revealed that he didn't only deal in cultivation manuals, he trafficked in information, valuable intelligence that could shift the course of war if placed in the right hands. Chu Xian raised a brow, intrigued but skeptical, and asked how he could be sure the intel was actually worth anything. With his usual theatrical flair, Old Han leaned in and whispered that the tides of war were about to change. He claimed to know exactly when it would happen, who was orchestrating it, and who the next target would be, his voice full of urgency and promise. Now that was interesting. Chu Xian's mind sharpened instantly, and he leaned back, considering the offer with a glint in his eye that no disguise could hide. He casually tossed a few blood pearls onto the table, their surface glowing ominously, and told Old Han to give him the first piece of intel. If it proved to be true, he'd double the payment without hesitation. Old Han smiled at that, clearly pleased by the transaction's direction. Inspecting the blood pearls with practiced ease, Old Han began speaking. He said that in just half a month, the offensive would slow dramatically. Two powerful Golden Core elders, Zhao Wuya and Huan Yuanwu, would be recalled to the main sect hall, and their replacements would be Zhu Taiji, Guizhen, and Chu Qiong. Chu Xian's eyes narrowed as he processed the names. Zhu Taiji was especially familiar. He had always resented the extreme cavern joining the Tianyin sect and once declared that demon cultivators should be eradicated entirely, without exception. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Chu Xian acknowledged the implication. Someone clearly didn't want the extreme Yin Cavern to enjoy any peace, and the coming change was no coincidence. As he sat alone at the table, tea steaming gently in front of him, Chu Xian's thoughts turned heavy. He was now certain that the ongoing war between the Tianyin sect and Wuzhou's native sects had a third party manipulating events from the shadows. There were too many signs pointing to outside interference. Xingang sect, Jinlong Temple, Miaoying Palace, Yuling Mountain, any one of them could be involved. But what mattered more than who was behind it was why they were targeting the extreme Yin Cavern. As if echoing his thoughts, Old Han returned to the table, and Chu Xian continued his internal reflection. Back in the early days of the war, 3 elite cultivators, Wan Wuying, Zhao Wuya, and Huan Yuanwu, had stolen a powerful treasure from Wuzhou. Could that be the root cause of this conflict? Was the hidden third force now hunting that same treasure as well? Old Han leaned in and asked whether he still wanted the rest of the information, his voice low, his expression unreadable. But Chu Xian had heard enough. With a cold tone and no interest in further discussion, he turned away and stated plainly that the deal was over. Old Han tried to stop him, asking if he truly had no interest in the juiciest part of the intel. The best was yet to come, after all, and he had hoped to squeeze more payment from this mysterious guest. But something didn't sit right with him. He had offered a top-grade offensive magic weapon from Iron Thread Mountain, and suspected this man might have been the one who killed those 7 Gu cultivators from that region. Yet Chu Xian had shown no reaction to any of the deeper intel, no flicker of recognition or concern. It didn't match the profile of someone from the extreme Yin Cavern. Old Han let out a long sigh, watching the man vanish into the distance. This guest was impossible to read, and that made him all the more dangerous. The scene changed again, cutting back to the heart of the extreme Yin Cavern where 4 disciples knelt in formation before their master, Wu Yang. They bowed low and greeted him with respectful reverence, voices steady but filled with underlying worry. Wu Yang looked over them solemnly, his voice filled with quiet regret. He spoke of how many disciples he had once taken in, and how now only these 4 remained. His tone shifted as he told them there were things they needed to hear, truths that could no longer remain hidden if their lineage was to survive. His words confused Sister Li, who furrowed her brow at the sudden change in topic. It felt more like a farewell than a lecture. But Wu Yang pressed on. He explained that a few months ago, he, Zhao Wuya, and Huan Yuanwu had stormed into Wuzhou and seized a powerful treasure from the Thousand Gu sect. A treasure so potent it could draw the greed of any sect that knew of it. He refused to say more, but the message was clear. And elsewhere, as the truth came to light, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile grimly to himself. It was just as he had suspected. A treasure lay at the center of this entire war. Wu Yang's expression hardened as he delivered the harsh truth to his disciples. This war between Tianyin sect and the native Wuzhou factions could have ended swiftly if it weren't for third-party interference. And now that interference had an aim. The culprit lurking behind the chaos was none other than Yuling Mountain. Wu Ke's eyes widened in disbelief and confusion as the revelation struck. How could it be Yuling Mountain? The idea felt absurd at first, but Chu Xian remained composed, his voice steady and calm as he replied that it was hardly surprising. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more it all aligned perfectly. Sister Li echoed the name with hesitation while Lu turned to Chu Xian, asking what exactly he meant by that. Without a hint of arrogance, Chu Xian laid out the history and geography that had brought them here. After the fall of Wuji sect, the 5 so-called righteous sects had carved up the land among themselves like vultures. Yuling Mountain had seized nearly a third of northern Wuzhou's fertile regions, positioning them directly adjacent to both the Tianyin sect and the territories of native Wuzhou. It was the perfect place for quiet manipulation, no long-distance logistics, no external attention, just quiet, effective influence slipping through the cracks. Wu Yang stroked his beard, nodding with pride and admiration for Chu Xian's insight. He admitted he had suspected all along that someone would lust after the stolen treasure, and eventually, that same hunger would turn on him. The writing was now on the wall. Zhao Wuya and Huan Yuanwu were soon to be recalled to Tianyin sect's main headquarters, and the replacements being sent were not friendly faces. They had long-standing animosity toward the extreme Yin Cavern, and it was only a matter of time before those tensions erupted into action. Placing a firm hand on Chu Xian's shoulder, Wu Yang turned solemn. He wasn't sharing this information out of paranoia. He wanted them all to remain vigilant in the coming days. If the enemy came for him, they would almost certainly come for his disciples next. One name stood out among the threats, the 100 Gu Taoist of the Thousand Gu sect, a twisted cultivator with a particular grudge against Chen Jiaofeng. Revenge wasn't a possibility, it was a certainty. Turning away from them, Wu Yang offered a final word. Simple yet heavy with emotion, he urged them all to take care, knowing full well he might not be there to protect them when the next storm arrived. The weight of his warning immediately sank in as the three disciples exchanged glances, fear settling in their chests. All except Chu Xian, who simply stood in silence, unfazed. A faint smile curled on Chu Xian's lips, a dark glint in his eyes as he mulled over the looming danger. The winds were shifting once again. If the situation truly became unmanageable, he still had the option to retreat to Blue Star. But part of him almost welcomed the challenge. If someone dared come for him, he might just let them try. After all, in the public eye, he was nothing more than a Stage 2 Foundation establishment cultivator. They'd likely send someone weak. That could be a golden opportunity to earn some quick resources, assuming they survived long enough to regret the decision. The scene shifted to the nameless trading market, where the bug-eyed cultivator, still clutching the cold-toed bell tightly, stood under the shade of an old pavilion. His thoughts burned with confidence. Now that he had a top-grade weapon in hand, the assassination he planned was as good as done. At that moment, a figure entered the market, Zhou Yu, an old acquaintance. He greeted the insect cultivator politely, his tone flat but curious. The insect man lit up at the sight of him, and closed the distance quickly, exclaiming how much he missed him. But Zhou Yu wasn't here for sentiment. He cut straight to the point, asking who the target was and when the strike would take place. Grinning maliciously, the insect cultivator reminded Zhou Yu of the time he had been captured by the Extreme Cavern's disciples and dragged toward Iron Thread Mountain, leaving him with life-threatening injuries. The time for revenge had come. But as soon as Zhou Yu heard the names Li Xianwei and Lu Jinxiong, he paled visibly. Targeting Extreme Cavern? That was suicide. Those two alone were enough to make most assassins think twice. He immediately backed away, saying he wasn't interested. Smiling ominously, the insect cultivator reached around and wrapped a hand around Zhou Yu's neck, not to harm, but to keep his attention. He clarified that they weren't targeting the stronger ones. No, they'd aim for the weakest link, Chu Xian. It was an easy hit, simple and profitable, and he thought of Zhou Yu immediately for the job. Zhou Yu's expression drained of color the moment he heard that name. Chu Xian, the supposed weakest? If only this man knew. That wasn't a target. It was a death sentence in disguise. Seeing the dead look in Zhou Yu's eyes, the insect cultivator grew concerned and asked if he was alright. Zhou Yu managed a shaky response, stammering about the connection between Zhao Wuya and Wan Wuying from the Extreme Cavern. Would Zhao Wuya really allow this? The bug-eyed cultivator grinned again, shrugging off the question with frightening ease. Zhao Wuya would remain in the dark. This wasn't just a personal vendetta. Eliminating the Extreme Cavern was an order from higher up, and whether Zhao agreed or not no longer mattered. He leaned forward, voice low and tempting, asking Zhou Yu one last time, was he in or out? After a tense pause, Zhou Yu finally spoke. He apologized, saying he didn't believe the Extreme Cavern cultivators were easy targets. After thinking it over, he refused to get involved. The insect cultivator's smile faded as he powered up a blue energy sphere behind his back, asking if Zhou Yu was really going to walk away. Zhou Yu muttered that demonic cultivators had nothing to lose. If they were going down, they'd make sure to drag someone with them, and he had no intention of being that someone. But Zhou Yu wasn't a fool. He offered reassurance, swearing a heart demon oath on the spot, ensuring that he would not speak a word of this conversation to anyone. As Zhou Yu turned and left, the insect cultivator gave him a nod of approval and told him he was wise. Their paths diverged. Once out of earshot, Zhou Yu sighed in visible relief, muttering to himself about the absurdity of the entire situation. Out of all the Extreme Cavern disciples, Li Xianwei, Lu Jinxiong, Wu Ke, and Chu Xian, they had chosen the strongest one as the target. It was like presenting an offering directly to the King of Hell and expecting mercy. 2 months later, the battlefield had shifted to the front gate of the Thousand Goose sect. Chu Xian and the core forces of the Tianyin sect stood poised outside a massive gate protected by a fading barrier of spiritual energy. A bald-headed master stepped forward and addressed the situation. This was the main gate of the Thousand Goose sect. For 2 whole months, they had surrounded the place without launching a full assault. But now the end had come. Shu Taiji, a core formation cultivator and one of the leaders, confirmed the observation. The protective formation that shielded their enemies was powered by spirit stones, and judging by the faint, flickering light, the array wouldn't last through the day. Another voice chimed in, this one from Guizhen, a plump but sharp-eyed cultivator. He agreed, stating that the time to strike was nearly upon them. A third cultivator, this one with flowing long hair, stepped forward. Chu Qiong spoke with confidence, explaining that the remaining core formation cultivators within the Thousand Goose sect would likely attempt to flee toward Yu country. Their job was to block that escape and ensure Tianyin sect's final victory. Suddenly, the enemy made their move. Figures darted out from the protective array, heading straight for them in a desperate last stand. Shu Taiji's eyes flared with deadly intensity. He had been waiting for this moment. The rats had finally come crawling out of their hole. Without hesitation, the 3 core masters surged into action alongside Wu Ying, their robes flaring behind them like thunderclouds as they shot into the air, leaving a trail of explosions and spiritual shockwaves in their wake. Master Taiji stepped forward with authority and offered one final chance for peace, declaring that if the 100 Gu sect surrendered now, they would be treated as elders under the Tianyin sect. It was a serious offer, perhaps even a gesture of respect, but it was met with disdain. The elder of the 100 Gu sect scoffed and rejected the offer outright, shouting that he would never align himself with demonic cultivators. He rallied his disciples to turn back and fight alongside him, refusing to bow or compromise even as defeat loomed on the horizon. Unshaken, Master Taiji turned to his fellow cultivators and issued his command. He, along with 3 others, would confront the 1,000 Gu sect's remaining core formation elites. The rest of the group was ordered to annihilate any stragglers that remained. A storm was about to unfold. And just like that, the legendary clash began. Sparks flew, weapons sang, and battle cries echoed across the fields. Amid the chaos, one rogue disciple from the enemy's side broke formation and targeted Chu Xian directly, charging forward with a scream that promised death. Chu Xian, ever alert, barely evaded the strike, his robes fluttering from the near miss. He immediately retreated, springing onto his flying sword and soaring away with practiced ease, prompting the enemy to scream after him in frustration, demanding that he stop running. The forest loomed ahead. Chu Xian landed smoothly in the shadows beneath its canopy, the leaves above whispering in the wind. Not far behind, his pursuer arrived, tailing him like a spider stalking prey. Chu Xian, unfazed, muttered under his breath, pleased that the area was completely deserted. That unexpected calmness confused his enemy. But then Chu Xian slowly turned, the edges of his mouth curling into a devilish grin as he coldly informed the man that this was the perfect place for him to meet his end. Before the enemy could react, Chu Xian struck with terrifying speed and ended the fight in a single brutal blow. The attack was so swift and clean that it left no room for struggle. With no hesitation, he harvested the soul of the fallen cultivator and sealed it away for later use, his expression unreadable. But before he could take another step, Chu Xian's sharp senses picked up something. Someone else was coming. Elsewhere, 2 cultivators on flying swords were discussing the situation, one of them with bleach white hair chuckling about how righteous junior brother Luis was. They talked casually about killing demonic cultivators and looting their bodies, saying this was a rare opportunity, especially since their target was supposedly the soft-hearted Chu Xian, nothing more than a stage 2 foundation establishment cultivator. Landing on the forest floor, the bleached one looked around confused. They had clearly seen movement in this direction. Where had the battle gone? Moments later, they found a pool of fresh blood soaking the ground. The older man with the eye tattoo knelt to inspect it, and quickly confirmed that the corpses were still warm. The enemy couldn't be far. He pulled out a scent-tracking goo, confident it would sniff them out in no time. Bleach Hair raised an eyebrow at the tools being used and muttered quietly about their origins. The tattooed man answered plainly. He had bought them from someone in the Extreme Cave. Those folks like to act loyal, but would gladly flip sides if the price was right. Holding up a red magical instrument, the tattooed cultivator explained that the closer they got to the target, the more upright the goo would stand. It was a flawless detection tool. But then something odd happened. The goo was standing perfectly straight, and it was pointing behind them. A sudden chill ran down the tattooed man's spine, and before he could turn fully, his companion let out a confused scream, unsure why he was collapsing face first into the dirt. The next moment, the tattooed cultivator saw a body without a head and instinctively questioned whose it was, only to realize, to his horror, it was his junior's. The dying man, still barely conscious, tried to ask what was happening, but his breath was fading fast. The tattooed cultivator immediately activated his defensive technique. With a roar, he summoned metallic spider limbs from his back, weaving a shell of iron around himself like an armored beast from some ancient nightmare. But it was all for nothing. Chu Xian's blood iron whip lashed through the iron armor like paper, slicing through defenses and pride alike. The cultivator spat blood and staggered but didn't fall. Chu Xian, surprised, muttered with curiosity. This one was still alive. Clinging to life, the wounded man begged for mercy, insisting there was no real grudge between them and asked to be spared. Leaning against a nearby tree, Chu Xian replied coldly, stating that they most certainly did have a grudge. Hadn't this man come here specifically to kill him? Hearing his name spoken aloud by his target sent the wounded man into mental freefall. Chu Xian? This was the same man who had obliterated Jing Chongqing in an instant, and nearly killed him too. That couldn't be. The intelligence had said he was weak. Clearly, someone had made a dangerous mistake. But instead of fleeing, the desperate cultivator unleashed his trump card, a spiritual blue bell attack, and screamed that he would fight to the death. Except, of course, he didn't mean it. As soon as the bell flared, he turned and bolted into the forest, using the attack as a smokescreen. His thoughts raced. This cold parasite bell was supposed to kill Chu Xian, not save him. But now, it was his only shot at survival. He needed to report Chu Xian's true strength. Yet before he could finish the thought, something stabbed clean through his chest. In a flash, Chu Xian's donut maker, Xiao Bao, the blue zombie, had appeared and dealt a fatal blow. Falling to his knees, the tattooed man managed a final whisper of disbelief before collapsing into death. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Bao burned the corpse into a crisp, because even zombies have style. Picking up the bell, Chu Xian sneered at the irony, trying to use a weapon bought from him to kill him? That level of loyalty deserved a medal. But as the battlefield quieted again, Chu Xian's mind churned. Someone had clearly betrayed them. Someone from inside the Extreme Cave had used the chaos to launch this surprise strike. Senior brother Lu was likely innocent, which left only one suspect in his mind, senior sister Li Xianwei. Before he could finish the thought, 3 figures emerged in the sky, descending rapidly in his direction. Without hesitation, Chu Xian pulled out his blood iron whip. A green flame ignited in his palm as he stared forward with cold determination and muttered that more ambushers had arrived. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the flames toward the forest and shouted at the hidden figures to reveal themselves. In response, 2 familiar allies stepped into view, Xiao Hu, red as fire, and Xiao Bao, as blue as winter. Their enemy didn't hesitate either, summoning a pair of talisman beasts, a fiery tiger and a frost-coated wolf. Without waiting for orders, Xiao Hu lunged at the fire tiger while Xiao Bao matched against the ice wolf, the ground trembling beneath their blows. Chu Xian raised his hand, summoning his deadliest weapon yet. The air chilled and turned blood red. His voice dropped low as he called out the name, 10,000 Soul Banner. Even the attacker sweats bullet upon hearing the name of the deadly artifact. Immediately, thousands of blue vengeful souls emerged, swirling in a storm around the attacker. Even Chu Xian gritted his teeth. He wasn't sure this would be enough. His strength was already nearing its limit. But just as the souls closed in, the enemy formed a golden sphere between his hands, and a brilliant flash repelled the spirits. Chu Xian's eyes widened. The golden body wheel technique from Jinlong Temple? That wasn't good. That technique was a hard counter to resentful spirits, one of the few defenses strong enough to push his banner back. Chu Xian's thoughts had barely settled when the attacker raised both hands and shouted another command. The air trembled as spiritual energy surged, and from the shadows behind Chu Xian, the earth itself cracked open. Towering out of the ground, a monstrous creature sculpted from stone and soil took form, its body thick like a fortress wall, with fists large enough to flatten a man in one blow. The earth beast roared and lunged forward with terrifying speed, but Chu Xian didn't flinch. His response was immediate, almost instinctive. He summoned his own puppet, one forged not from earth but from blood and shadow. The blood fiend puppet's shadow emerged in a swirl of crimson mist, intercepting the earth beast mid-charge. The impact shook the ground. A thunderous crash echoed through the trees as the puppet struck, overwhelming the creature with vicious force. The earth beast shattered into rubble, its core smashed to pieces. Chu Xian's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the enemy's strength. This wasn't another Lu Yin or Jing Changqing, a pawn sent to test the waters. No, this fighter was his equal. Foundation establishment, late stage. A cultivator with both discipline and killing intent. His heart pounded as the realization settled in. This was calculated. Someone had deliberately sent a powerhouse to take him down. And then it clicked. His thoughts sharpened, slicing through the fog like a blade. Among the Tianyin sect, there were only a few who carried this level of refined cultivation and elite combat prowess. Only the infamous trio, the 3 scions of Tianyin, matched this strength. This wasn't just another battle. This was an execution order, and the person standing across from him might just be one of the sect's deadliest weapons.